Hey guys. You are watching your anime world, how are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see second part what if Deku adopted as Yamikumo at the age of 4. Here is short summary. Inko had twins, a boy and a girl Izuku and Izumi, but she didn't have the money to take care of both so she decides to give the boy to an orphanage. Izuku, or better known as Yamikumo, due to adoption after a horrible incident with his new family at the age of 4, his quirk manifests with a new goal. To become a hero. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. Here we go. Let the countdown begin. 3. Our objective, said Bakugo. 2. As only one, said Todoroki. 1. As long as we follow the plan, everything will be fine, said Yamikumo. Start. Suddenly every team started charging against Izumi's team. This is the price we pay for being first place. Your choice, Midoriya. Easy. We run. Hatsume-san, Uraraka-san, watch out your heads, Izumi said while she activated a jetpack, courtesy of Mei, and then start flying. I don't think so, said Jiro while using her jacks to try and grab the 10 meters points. But they were blocked by Tokiyami's Dark Shadow. Good work, Dark Shadow. Cover our blind spots, said Izumi to the shadow. Yes, answered the quirk. Deku. Suddenly Bakugo appeared above them and was about to steal the 10 points. Luckily Izumi managed to grab Bakugo's arms. Sorry Kachan, but I can't let you take these points, she said before kicking Bakugo away. Luckily for Bakugo, he was saved by Siro's tape. We are about to land, said Uraraka. The team landed safely thanks to Mei's inventions. Yes, thanks to Hatsume's inventions and Uraraka's zero gravity we can land safely, said Izumi while putting a headband in her neck. Wait, Deku-chan, since when you have another headband? Asked Uraraka. It's Kachan's headband. I grabbed it when he tried to steal ours. I think he didn't notice it. It's like an insurance if someone takes the 10 million. Wow, you are so smart, said Uraraka. Damn it, come on, said Jiro to her team. Wait, where is your headband? Asked Sato. What? She said while at the distance Kanoko was adding another headband to her collection. Do not get overconfident, Midoriya, said Shoji while rushing at them. What, Shoji, are you alone? Come on, let's move. I can't, said Uraraka. Her foot was trapped by one of Mineta's balls. That's from Mineta. She then saw Mineta inside Shoji's arms. And suddenly a tongue tried to grab her headband. It was Tsuyu, who was with Mineta and Shoji. She managed to avoid her tongue. We need to go. She activated the jetpack and managed to escape. Sadly one of Hatsume's inventions broke. My baby, screamed Hatsume. Sorry, but at least we escaped, said Izumi while her team landed. It was an interesting first half. Let's see the scores of the teams, said Present Mike when the screen showed the scores. Wait a minute, besides the Midoriya team, the only teams with points are the Komori team, the Monoma team and the Todoroki team. The screen showed the scores. 1. Team Midoriya, 10,990 points. 2. Team Komori, 1935 points. 3. Team Monoma, 1190 points. 4. Team Todoroki, 615 points. The rest of the teams had 0 points. Everyone was speechless how they lost their points. You all got so focused on the 10 million, neglecting your own bands. Giving others free rein to steal them without you noticing, said Yamikumo. I must say that I am impressed, Tatanagi. Your plan worked very well, said Shinso. My plans always work, said Yamikumo. Flashback. Yamikumo slapped the back of Tetsu's head to snap him out the brainwashing. Wah, what's going on? He said. Welcome to our team. What is your name? I am Tetsu. And who said I will join your team? Tetsu said. Look around. All the teams are already formed. I think you have no other option. Damn it. Fine. But we better get those 10 million. Tetsu said. On the contrary, we don't want the 10 million, replied Yamikumo. Why? Everyone is going for the 10 million. Exactly. While everyone is distracted by the 10 million, we will steal as many headbands as we can to secure second place. I see. But, why second? You see, in a marathon, you don't give your best from the start. You wait for the others to get tired in order to win. Yamikumo said. Okay, now the plan. As I said, we will steal all the headbands we can. Possibly, when half the time passes, they will show the points. That's when we change into a defensive tactic. Tetsu, you will be the frontal horse. You will be our shield. Tetsu nodded. Shinso, you will go at the left. Use your brainwashing and make other teams defend us. Shinso nodded. I'll go at the right and I will use my fire to keep other teams away. Kanoko, you'll be the rider. You are the lightest of us all. Protect the headbands. Kanoko nodded. Okay, let's go. Flashback end. Bakugo was pissed. Someone stole his points, and he didn't know who. Suddenly some claps were heard. It was Monoma. It seems that you are all words. Said while Bakugo was getting angrier. You bark but you don't bite. And so, you want to be number one. Poor you. That's it, Bakugo thought. He made an explosion with his hands. Kirishima. Before Deku, we will destroy these extras, he said in a furious tone. Meanwhile Izumi was facing a special team. I knew you were coming for us. It was a matter of time. Todoroki-kun. Soon, your headband will be mine, Todoroki simply said. Suddenly a lot of teams surrounded both of Todoroki and Izumi's teams. Kaminari, said Todoroki. Finally, indiscriminated discharge. 1.3 million volts, he said while unleashing an enormous quantity of electricity. Todoroki used a blanket to cover the rest of his team. Dark shadow protected Izumi's team. Sadly, the rest of the teams were paralyzed by the attack. Todoroki used this and froze everyone, except Izumi's team. No, the jetpack, Izumi said when the jetpack busted in smoke. I guess we don't have other choice rather than fight. Yes, but Kaminari is dangerous. His electricity can destroy Dark Shadow, but I think they don't know that, said Tokiyami. So, let's use that to our advantage, said Izumi while staying at Todoroki's left. Todoroki-kun, prepare yourself, said Iida. Iida. After this I will stop being useful. So, make sure you grab them, Iida said while preparing his technique. Torque over, recipro burst. From 1 second to the next, Izumi's headband disappears. Todoroki's team, now behind her back, had the headband. I've been saving this move for the time to face you, Midoriya. No, the headband, screamed Uraraka. Wow, in a twist of events, Todoroki's team took the 10 million. Said Present Mike, but then, that was an impressive move, Iida-kun. I never expected it, but I'm sorry to tell you it didn't work out, Izumi said as she turned the headband around her neck, showing the 10 million points. What? Todoroki was shocked. He then saw the headband in his hand, and it was one with 665 points. It was Bakugo's headband. How? Since I thought that all teams would go for the band of my head, I swapped it with the one that I took from Bakugo and hide the points by turning both. So, everyone would go for the wrong headband while keeping the 10 million safe. It occurred to me in the middle of the competition, but apparently it worked, explained Izumi. Incredible. Midoriya tricked everyone into chasing the wrong headband, said Present Mike. She created a secondary strategy in case her original strategy failed. Very smart, added Aizawa. While at the distance Yamikumo was smiling proudly. Come on, we need that headband, ordered Todoroki, and his team charged at Midoriya's. Without thinking it, he activated his left side, but then, time's out, screamed Present Mike. At the same time Bakugo managed to take all of Monoma's headbands. Todoroki was shocked, not because of what Izumi did, because he realized he used his left. Very well, let's check the final scores, said Present Mike. First we have Midoriya's team, who managed to keep the 10 million points from the beginning, achieving a total of 10,325 points. Izumi's entire team was happy to keep 10 million points and come in first place. In second place we have Komori's team. Those with an incredible strategy managed to obtain 1935 points. All the team was smiling proudly. In third place we have Todoroki's team with a total of 1280 points. All the team sighed while Todoroki was still shocked. Finally, in fourth place we have Bakugo's team, with a total of 1190 points. The entire team was relieved to at least get through, except Bakugo, who was cursing at the top of his lungs. Congratulations Mina-chan, Tsuyu congratulated her classmate. The truth is that Bakugo only wanted me because my quirk was useful against Todoroki. In the end we didn't even face Todoroki. I'd better have joined Midoriya's team, said the pink girl. Iida-kun, why didn't you tell us about that technique? Asked Uraraka. I said I would challenge Midoriya-san. In the end, it didn't work out since she had everything under control from the beginning, Iida said. Speaking of Deku-chan, where is she? What do you want to talk about? Todoroki-kun, asked Izumi. Todoroki pulled her away from the rest because he wanted to talk with her. Look. If we don't hurry, we will miss the food. And I want my katsudon. You put me in trouble. And I almost broke my promise because of you, said Todoroki while looking at his left arm. Let me ask you something. Are you All Might's secret love daughter? No, I'm not. Still, there is definitely a connection between the two of you. Something that you cannot reveal. I suppose you know that Endeavor is my father. He never managed to surpass All Might. So instead, he came up with another idea. What are you talking about? Asked Izumi. Have you ever heard about quirk marriage? My father is someone with money and power. Thanks to that he managed to marry my mother. So, my father procreated me with the simple motive of achieving what he could not. It's disgusting. I will never be his tool. After this he touched his scar. All I remember is my mother crying. He used to tell me, your left side is horrible, while throwing boiling water in my face. That is why I swore never to use my father's quirk. I'm going to get to first place without using my left side. I have always received help to progress. I am here thanks to all the help I have gotten. That is why I cannot fail. So, I accept your declaration of war, said Izumi with a confident face. You two get ready, because I assure you that I am going to beat you. After this conversation the duo went back to the arena. Okay people, the third round is about to begin. Wait a minute, Present Mike started. It looks like the girls from Class 1A are up to some fanservice, he said while the girls from the Class 1A, except Izumi, were dressed in cheerleader outfits. Mineta, you lied to us, yelled Momo. I thought Aizawa-sensei asked for this. Explain to me, how do you manage to avoid this Midoriya? Asked Kaminari. I'm glad I rejected Mineta's plan, at least I won't be killed by the girls. Todoroki-kun wanted to talk with me, so I guess I wasn't here by the time this happened. He is a damn pervert, Yamikumo said. Then again, I can't be completely mad at him, he thought while looking at Kanoko in the cheerleader outfit. Okay, let's begin with the third event. It would be a tournament of fighting 1 against 1. The matches will be decided at random. Pay attention to the screen, said Midnight. Then the names appeared in the screen. 1. Izumi Midoriya vs Shoto Todoroki. 2. Hitoshi Shinso vs Honta Siro. 3. Yamikumo Itanagi vs Mina Ashido. 4. Fumikage Tokiyami vs Momo Yaoyorozu. 5. Kanoko Komori vs Denki Kaminari. 6. Tenya Iida vs Mei Hatsume. 7. Tetsu vs Eijiro Kirishima. 8. Katsuki Bakugo vs Ochako Uraraka. What? My first fight is against Todoroki-kun, Izumi thought. It seems our fight will be earlier than I expected. Still, it doesn't matter, thought Todoroki. Very well. The moment that everyone has been waiting for has arrived, said Present Mike. Let's start with the first match. For one side, she got first place in the obstacle course. She managed to keep the first place in the cavalry battle. Let's see how far this talented girl can go. From the hero department, Izumi Midoriya, Present Mike said while Izumi was stepping inside the arena. From the other side, he is so cold that he gives a new meaning to cold shoulder. From the hero department, Shoto Todoroki. Present Mike said while Todoroki was stepping inside the arena. The rules are simple. If the opponent leaves the ring, he becomes unconscious or surrenders. Victory will be for the one who remains standing. In case of severe injuries, Recovery Girl will take care of healing you. So, go with everything, said Midnight. Both competitors are ready. Todoroki and Izumi nodded. In that case, begin. Here I go. Todoroki threw a large pillar of ice towards Izumi. 15% Detroit Smash. Izumi said as her released her fist, causing a small shock wave that managed to break the ice. People cheered. What was that? She used less power, but she didn't injure herself. Though Todoroki. Again, Todoroki threw another column of ice at Izumi. The situation repeated itself and Izumi managed to break the ice with a punch. From what I know about Todoroki-kun's fights, he always attacks in an instant, so I don't have much data on him. She then saw Todoroki's ice. Not even a 100% smash could send him flying out of the ring. So, she wants an endurance match. I won't let her, he thought as he launched another pillar of ice. Delaware Smash. Once again, Izumi destroys the ice pillar with her power, but in that, she noticed that Todoroki started running towards her, running on an ice pillar that was created as he advanced. I don't think so, Izumi said as he did another Detroit Smash, but Todoroki jumped before the pillar was destroyed. Izumi jumped to get away from the blow from Todoroki, which when he made contact with the ground, it froze a part of it. But the ice began to make its way towards her, managing to catch her left foot and begin to make its way towards her full body. No, she thought, closing her left fist, preparing a strong blow. 25% Detroit Smash. When Izumi struck, she managed to destroy the ice, but this time she also managed to push Todoroki back. That was stronger than before, said Todoroki while looking at Izumi, who was holding her left arm. Are you trying to stay away from me? He is very strong, Izumi thought and then looked at her left arm. My arm is numb, it hurts but at least it is not injured. I will try to use only my right arm and hand until my left arm relaxes. At that, Izumi looked at Todoroki and noticed something. He is shaking. I will defeat you, Todoroki said to later throw another pillar of ice. The ice pillar was getting closer and closer to Izumi, who was looking down. It seemed that it was going to receive the attack, but I don't think so, she said to destroy the ice pillar. You are shaking, Todoroki-kun. There is a limit of cold which your body can withstand. Wouldn't it be easier to use your fire to provide heat to your body? She closed her fist. Everyone is fighting using their maximum power to win and achieve their dreams. So, come to me, giving all you have. All I have. Did my old man buy you? I am pissed, Todoroki said and then ran towards Izumi, but his movements were slower, something that Izumi noticed. You will not be able to do anything from very close, Todoroki thought at the moment of taking a slight leap towards Izumi. However, Izumi moved at that moment, crouching down and clenching her right fist. Use all your power, Izumi yelled at the moment of giving a strong blow to Todoroki's stomach, sending him to fly. However, Todoroki managed to freeze Izumi's left arm. Todoroki got up. Why are you going so far? He asked. Because I want to live up to everyone's expectations, Izumi said. I want to be a great hero. Shoto, a voice spoke in Todoroki's mind. That's why. A loud blow snapped Todoroki out of his thoughts. I will defeat you. Shut up. I will never use his power. It's yours, isn't it? Screamed Izumi. It's okay for you to become what you want to be. Shoto remembered his mother's words. At that moment a large amount of fire came out from Todoroki's left side. Izumi smiled at this. Why are you smiling? Asked Todoroki. Izumi put a serious face. Don't blame me for what happens next. At that, Todoroki began to create a large amount of ice while on his left the fire burned strongly. I should say that, Izumi said as she prepared for a powerful attack. Midnight. If they continue like this will end very badly, said Cementos. Their bodies won't handle this, she said while ripping a piece of her suit. A large amount of ice shot out from Todoroki's right in the direction of Izumi. But she only ran as fast as she could to jump, dodging the ice, in the direction of Todoroki. Now, Todoroki used his left side, creating a large amount of fire which melted the ice into steam. Midoriya, Todoroki said as he prepared to launch a large amount of fire at Izumi, while the green-haired girl prepared a punch. Thank you. But before the crash, barriers appeared in front of them, creating a large explosion which destroyed the barriers as well as creating a large wind shock wave which made everyone hold onto their seats. Once the fog cleared, everyone was surprised at the result. Todoroki was standing on the platform while there was no sign of Izumi. Midoriya-chan is nowhere to be found. The winner is. Midnight started, but before she could announce the winner, the debris in front of Todoroki flew out. Izumi stepped out of the debris to hit Todoroki's jaw and knocked him off the platform as she landed right on the edge of it. I told you that I would defeat you, said Izumi while everyone was thinking on how she managed to do that. She used the explosion as a distraction so she could get closer to Todoroki and wait for the moment to attack, Yamikumo thought. Todoroki-kun is off the platform, the winner is Midoriya-chan. She advances to the second round. Following this, all the spectators began to cheer Izumi as she deactivated the One for All and left the platform. Ouch! Izumi said while Recovery Girl was healing her. That's what happens when you overexert yourself. At least you didn't break anything, said Recovery Girl. Take these pills. They will help you cure the pain. Now you have to rest to recover your energy. Thanks, said Izumi. Suddenly all her friends entered the room. Midoriya-san. Deku-chan. Midori. You scared me, Toshinori said. Are you okay? Mina asked in a worried tone. At that, Iida saw Toshinori. And you are. He is Toshinori Yagi. He also helped me train, answered Izumi while Iida said hello to Toshinori. Guys. What happened with the next match? She asked. Your fight against Todoroki left the platform in poor condition. There was a break until it was repaired, said Kanoko. That was an awesome fight, said Kaminari. Yes, I bet a lot of professionals would want to recruit you, said Uraraka. Your bet is right, Yamikumo said, calling everyone's attention. On the way here, I managed to hear various heroes say that they want to have Midoriya-san in their agencies, that someone with her potential would be useful. Silence please, said Recovery Girl. This place is still an infirmary. This girl needs to rest to recover. Her muscles won't rest on their own. Come on, get out of here, she said as she led the others out of the room. Meanwhile Izumi started crying with happiness. Hearing what Yamikumo had said had filled her with happiness. I did it, Toshinori looked at her. I did it, All Might, she said with a big smile in her face. Yes, young Midoriya, you did it, The platform was repaired, and the matches were ready to continue. After an amazing first fight we continue with the first round. First, I don't know what you've done to stand out, but here you are. From the Department of General Studies. Hitoshi Shinso, announced Present Mike while Shinso was entering the platform. Now, a boy with a funny face. From the Heroes Department, Honta Siro. Both competitors are ready, said Midnight while Shinso and Siro nodded. In that case, begin. It must be really cool to be a part of the Hero Department. Right? Asked Shinso. Yes, it's really. Suddenly Siro stopped talking. He was staring at Shinso with a blank face. I got you. Now, do me a favor and step out of the platform, ordered Shinso. Surprisingly Siro did what was told and started walking out the platform. What is Siro doing? Asked Kaminari. It looks like he is being controlled, said Momo. Brainwashing, said Yamikumo. That's Shinso's quirk. I'm not telling you how it works, you have to figure it by yourselves. Especially you, Midoriya, finished Yamikumo, making everyone nervous. Hitoshi Shinso. Quirk. Brainwashing. Hitoshi's quirk allows him to put someone in a state where they are forced to obey whatever he commands. He can only activate this power when his target verbally responds to something he says. Brainwashing needs to be intentionally activated and will not take effect if Hitoshi doesn't want it to. Siro finished stepping out of the platform. Siro-kun is out of the platform. Shinso-kun is the winner, said Midnight, a little shocked by the quick result. Well, it was a short fight. Hitoshi Shinso advanced to the second round, said Present Mike. The public started clapping at Shinso and started saying, "You did good," and, "Don't worry, Toshiro." Okay, everyone, get ready for the third match. From one side, she is pink, energetic, and funny. From the hero department, Mina Ishido. Present Mike introduced Mina. From the other side, he is always serious and almost never smiles. Even so, thanks to his incredible strategies, he managed to go very far. From the hero department, Yamikumo Itanagi. Present Mike said while Yamikumo stepped inside the platform. "Come on Yamikumo, you can do it." Yamikumo was surprised to see who was supporting him. With the rest of the audience were Akane and Kenji Itanagi, supporting him. Akane especially, she was holding a sign with the word Yamikumo on it. How did they manage to get some entrances? Suddenly he heard something else. "Come on bro, you have this in the bag," another voice said. He turned to see some familiar faces in the public. They were Hanzo, Kue, Mai, Takeo, and Sayumi. Or Scorpion, Sub-Zero, Katana, Jaraz and Devora respectively. They are also here. How did they manage to enter? "You have some fans, huh? That doesn't mean I'm going to lose," said Mina. "Okay, begin," said Midnight. Long story short, Mina used her acid to move around the platform and hit Yamikumo. However, Yamikumo managed to evade all of her attacks. In one of these, Yamikumo stayed on the edge of the platform. Seeing this, Mina took the opportunity to attack Yamikumo. However, the latter dodged the attack at the last second, causing the girl to lose her balance and fall off the platform. Ishido-chan is out of the platform. Itanagi-kun is the winner, announced Midnight. The next battle was Momo vs Tokiyami and it was another short fight. Tokiyami used Dark Shadow to quickly push Momo out of the platform before the girl could create anything more than a shield. The next match was Kanoko vs Denki. Kaminari tried to finish the match quickly by using his indiscriminatory discharge 1.3 million volts. However, Kanoko grew several mushrooms to protect herself from the attack and emerge unharmed from this attack. Unfortunately, for Kaminari, the boy was left in his idiot state after the attack, making it easy for Kanoko to throw him off the platform. The next match was Iida vs Hatsume and was an interesting fight. Basically, Hatsume used Iida as a guinea pig to promote all her inventions. After 10 minutes, at the end of her presentation, she left the platform herself, giving the victory to Iida. The next match was Tetsu vs Kirishima. The battle was the definition of close combat. They both hit each other hard, with their quirks activated. Such was the ferocity that they both fell unconscious at the same time. The tiebreaker was a contest of strength between the two. The winner was Kirishima. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the last match of the first round. Who will win? Will be the explosive guy from the hero department, Katsuki Bakugo, or it will be the Gravity Girl, my personal favorite, from the hero department, Ochako Uraraka, said Present Mike. Bakugo and Uraraka stepped inside the platform. Uraraka was remembering the conversation she had with Izumi and Iida before her match. Flashback. "I have a plan that can help you defeat Kachan," said Izumi. "That's great. With that you can win," said Iida. "Thanks, Deku-chan, but I will be fine," Uraraka said. "I must stop depending on others to win. Right now, we are all rivals. That's why I will defeat Bakugo single-handedly. See you in the final," Uraraka said, giving Izumi and Iida thumbs up. Flashback end. "Okay, both contestants ready. Begin," screamed Midnight. Uraraka quickly charged towards Bakugo in an attempt to make him float with her quirk. However, Bakugo fought back with an explosion which knocked the girl back. Although the attack comes, it is very difficult to dodge it, thought Uraraka. "You better give up," said Bakugo. Suddenly, in front of him there was movement. Bakugo quickly attacked with another explosion. However, all he attacked was Uraraka's uniform shirt. The real Uraraka appeared behind Bakugo, hidden in the smoke from Bakugo's explosions. However, Bakugo quickly responded with another blast, this time hitting his target. Uraraka quickly stood up, However, Bakugo appeared in front of her and released an explosion against her. "You're slow," said Bakugo. Managing to resist the explosion, Uraraka charged again against Bakugo. However, the only thing she found was another explosion. The situation began to repeat itself several times in a row. "I can't keep watching this," said a pro hero. "Hey, do you really want to be a hero? If you see that the difference in power is so great, just take her out of the ring," that hero screamed to Bakugo. "Yes, she is just a girl," said another hero. Suddenly, several boos, directed at Bakugo, began to sound. "The boos have started, to be honest. I feel bad too, ouch," said Present Mike, to later be beaten by Aizawa. "Does he seem to you to be playing with her?" was the one who said that a professional. "If that's the case, you better get out of here, go home and find a new profession." He knows that his rival came here on her own merits. That is why he takes so many precautions. He is not underestimating her. After these words, everyone fell silent. "Thank you, Bakugo. Thank you for not letting your guard down," said Uraraka. At that moment everyone looked up to the sky, to see a lot of debris in the air. She always kept her distance from Bakugo. She always kept a low profile and kept Bakugo's attention on the ground while she prepared her weapons. Yamikumo said, from the beginning, he realized Uraraka's plan. "I'm going to win," Uraraka yelled as she dropped the debris onto Bakugo. However, with a gigantic explosion, Bakugo destroyed all the debris. "That was close," muttered Bakugo. After this attack, which also hit Uraraka, she collapsed to the ground. "Uraraka-chan can't continue. Bakugo-kun is the winner," said Midnight. Bakugo goes to the next round. With this match the first round is over. "Let's make a quick rest and then continue with the second round," said Present Mike. Izumi headed to the infirmary to check on Uraraka. Halfway there she ran into Bakugo. "Deku, it was you, right? You made that strategy." "No, it was all Uraraka's plan. She gave you a good fight," she answered. "Whatever," Bakugo said before leaving. Izumi was about to leave to the infirmary but was stopped by Shiro. "Midoriya, I need to talk with you, it's about Shinso's quirk," he said. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time to start the second round. On one side we have Izumi Midoriya. On the other, Hitoshi Shinso. "Who will win?" said while Izumi and Shinso stepped inside the platform. "Start. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time to start the second round. On one side we have Izumi Midoriya. On the other, Hitoshi Shinso. Who will win?" said while Izumi and Shinso stepped inside the platform. Izumi was nervous. Yes, she had a plan, but that doesn't mean that she is relaxed. She remembered her conversation with Shiro before her fight. Flashback. Izumi finished listening to Shiro. "So, the last thing you remember is responding to Shinso-kun's question and then you just black out." "Yes, I don't know what happened. When I woke up, I was outside the platform." Atanagi-kun said that Shinso-kun's quirk is brainwashing. There must be a way that he managed to control you. Brainwashing. Man, that's an awesome quirk. Right, he can do a lot of stuff with a quirk like that. He can capture villains without fighting. He can calm a lot of civilians easily. He can, she started muttering. "Midoriya, I think you should focus on your fight." "Alright, there must be a way he can activate his quirk. You said that you answered his question before being brainwashed, yes? That must be. You have to answer him in order to be brainwashed. You are so smart, Midoriya. Now you can beat him." "Yes, thank you Shiro-kun," Izumi said before going to the platform. Her match was about to begin. Flashback end. "Okay, both contestants ready. Begin," screamed Midnight. "So, you got first place in all the events. How does it feel to be the number one?" Shinso asked but was surprised when Izumi didn't answer. "That tape guy must have told her about my quirk. You have a really cool quirk. How does it feel to have such amazing power?" asked again and again. Izumi remained silent. What he didn't know is that Izumi was doing a difficult effort to not answer him. "You do not know. I was never one of the lucky ones." She started running toward him. "I always depended on others to move forward." She grabbed him by the neck of his shirt. Answer me, screamed Shinso while he hit Izumi in the face. Izumi is unfazed by that blow, and with the same movement she used in her fight against Bakugo she managed to crash Shinso off the platform. Shinso-kun is out of the platform. Midoriya-chan is the winner, said Midnight. Shinso-kun, why do you want to be a hero? Asked Izumi. Because I want to save people. That's not enough, said Shinso before starting to leave, but before he could abandon the arena, he heard something. You were awesome, Shinso. You were the star from the general studies, said one of Shinso's classmates. You beat one of the hero course. And you were defeated by the girl who was first in the past 2 events. You shouldn't be ashamed of that. Besides, he said and pointed to some heroes. Brainwashing. What an amazing quirk. Ua did wrong by putting him in the general studies. They must have a lot of applicants, so they decided to go for the combat-oriented ones. But yeah, what a waste. After hearing this, a big smile appeared in Shinso's face. Midoriya, right. Good luck in your next match. You will have the opponent, he said while leaving the arena. Yes, I know, she thought while looking at Yamikumo. She was completely sure that he would defeat Tokiyami. Not that Tokiyami was weak, it's just that Yamikumo's fire was the weakness of Dark Shadow. Yamikumo dodged another of Dark Shadow attacks. The quirk was persistent, he will give him that, but when it was going to attack again Yamikumo lit himself on fire, making the quirk back down. When the quirk was close to his owner, Yamikumo trapped Tokiyami in a fire ring, making Dark Shadow return completely to Tokiyami. Then, Yamikumo crossed the fire like it was nothing and pointed his right arm, set in fire, towards the bird-looking guy. I give up, said Tokiyami. Tokiyami-kun gives up. Atangi-kun is the winner, said Midnight. Meanwhile in the stands, wow, Atanagi won the fight, said Sato. He will be facing Midoriya-chan in the semifinals, said Tsuyu. After her words everyone stared at Izumi. True, do you have a plan? Asked Kaminari. No, he has finished all his fights quickly. Therefore, I do not have much data about him. Also, I'm completely sure that he hasn't used even half of his strength, said Izumi, but then she put a confident face. But that doesn't mean I'm going to give up. I'll find a way to defeat him. That's the spirit girl, said Mina. You have to beat him. You have to avenge me. Why yeah, I will. In other place in the stands. Yes, he did it, said Akane Atanagi. That's my son. Only 2 more and he will be the winner. You know that he technically isn't our son. We didn't legally adopt him, said Kenji Atanagi. Do I look like I care? Mother isn't the one who gives birth or the one who adopts. Mother is the one who raises, and I raised him since he was 4 and besides, he uses our last name, so he is our son, said Akane in a proud tone. Besides, he's going to be a big brother soon, she said while touching her belly. True, when are you going to tell him? Soon, he needs to focus on his studies first. The next match was Kanoko vs Iida. The girl tried to hit Iida but he, thanks to his quirk, managed to evade the blow. Burst, Iida said as some blue flames came out of his engines and then tried to kick the girl but Kanoko managed to avoid it. I just have 10 seconds until my engines stop. It was Iida's thoughts during the fight, then, landing on the ground and leaping back. I have to win in that time. At that, Kanoko received a kick in the back from Iida, causing her to hit the ground. Iida took advantage of this and grabbed her by the collar of her shirt and began to drag her towards the edge of the platform. I only have 7 seconds left. I'll throw her off the platform. However, Iida's engines stopped, causing the boy to stop in his tracks. He turned to see his engines and was surprised to see them covered and clogged with mushrooms. Did you forgot that I also could make mushrooms grow from any part from any human body? Asked Kanoko. The girl proceeded to free herself from Iida's grip and with a kick to the boy's jaw, she managed to send him flying and falling off the platform. Iida-kun is out of the platform. Komori-chan is the winner, said Midnight. The last fight from the second round was Bakugo vs Kirishima. Take this, Kirishima exclaimed as he threw a strong blow at Bakugo, which he managed to dodge. Bakugo fought back with an explosion to Kirishima's right side, but Kirishima didn't seem to be affected by it. "That won't work on me, explosive guy," said Kirishima. Meanwhile, Bakugo just frowned. He isn't moving. This is more than just hardening. Meanwhile at the stands, Kirishima-kun or Kachan, "Whoever wins will face you, Komori-san," said Izumi to her friend. "Yes, I'm ready for this. Midoriya, let's win our matches and show the guys how it's done," she answered while putting her fist ready for a fist bump. "You bet," said Izumi, fist bumping with Kanoko. "Now, if you excuse me, I need to prepare for my fight against Atanagi-kun," she said, standing up from her seat and heading to the anteroom. But then, "Midoriya, Todoroki, draw everyone's attention. Good luck." "Thanks Todoroki-kun," she said with a smile and then left. Returning to the platform, Kirishima threw non-stop blows towards Bakugo, who was on the defensive. In one of these blows, Bakugo managed to dodge him and counterattack with a series of increasingly strong explosions. And the redhead could be seen with a pained expression. "You've been trying hard to keep your body hard," Bakugo said while preparing another explosion. "If I attack you quickly, sooner or later you will end up breaking." At this moment, Bakugo unleashed a series of multiple exposures, until, the final blow, die. With this, Bakugo gave an explosion to Kirishima's jaw, causing him to fly away and then fall unconscious. "Kirishima-kun can't continue. The winner is Bakugo-kun," said Midnight. "With this fight we finish the second round. We will give a 10-minute rest and then we will continue with the semifinals," announced Present Mike. Izumi was heading to the platform. The rest has ended and her match against Yamikumo was about to begin, but in the way she was met by Endeavor. Endeavor, I've seen your fight. Let me say that the only reason you beat my son was because he didn't had control over his fire. But that isn't important right now. You will be facing a strong opponent, girl. Another fire quirk user. Think of this fight as a preparation to fight Shoto when he can control his fire." "What are you talking about? You remind me of All Might. Your quirk is similar to his. It's Shoto's job to defeat him. I will not take more time from you." "Sorry for interrupting you," said Endeavor while leaving, "but I'm not All Might," said Izumi. "I know. That's obvious. That's obvious, right? That means that Todoroki-kun isn't you," Izumi said while leaving to the platform. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the semifinals had begun. From one side, this girl has surprised us with incredible fights and great power. Izuku Midoriya, Present Mike said while Izumi stepped inside the platform. From the other side, he has defeated his rivals quickly, with an expression that hardly changes. Yamikumo Atanagi, Present Mike said while Yamikumo entered the platform. "Both competitors are ready?" asked Midnight while Yamikumo and Izumi nodded. "In that case, begin." Hearing this, Yamikumo fired a blast of fire towards Izumi. 15% smash. With a punch, Izumi managed to make the fire disappear. However, Yamikumo was no longer in his position. Instinctively, Izumi looked up, only to see Yamikumo about to hit her with a fire punch. Rolling, Izumi managed to dodge Yamikumo's blow. However, using the fire that resulted from the blow, Yamikumo used his quirk to make the fire start to chase Izumi. That's bad. 20% Delaware smash. With a flick of her finger, Izumi managed to make the fire disappear. She then saw her finger. It was trembling. "Your reflexes have improved, but that's not enough to beat me," Yamikumo said. Hearing that, Izumi, activating full cowl, charged towards Yamikumo, trying to hit with several punches. However, Yamikumo managed to block each of her attacks. In one of these blows, Yamikumo catches Izumi's fist. Using this, Yamikumo pulls Izumi closer to him, after which Yamikumo hits her in the center of the chest, making her fly. However, before Izumi flies away, Yamikumo grabs her by the ankle and then smashes her to the ground, after which he kicks her away. Luckily for Izumi, she falls close to the edge of the platform. Izumi manages to stand with difficulty. Not only is he strong, his reflexes and reaction time are incredible. Pointing both hands towards Yamikumo, Izumi flicks one finger in each hand. Double Delaware smash. 2 blasts of air are thrown at Yamikumo. Seeing this, Yamikumo uses a wall of fire to stop both blasts. When the fire disappears, Izumi stands in front of Yamikumo, prepared to hit him in the face. However, Yamikumo catches her fist again. At this, Izumi smiles slightly. With his free hand he holds Yamikumo's wrist, releases his trapped hand, turns to turn her back at Yamikumo and manages to connect an elbow to Yamikumo's face, making him back away. Interesting. Yamikumo said to later wipe the blood that fell from his nose. Time to get serious. After saying this, Yamikumo appeared in front of Izumi, giving her a strong elbow in the stomach of her, then grabbing her by the collar of her shirt and then giving her a headbutt on her head, finally, with his free hand, shooting her some fire, and sending it to fly and fall near the edge of the platform. Izumi quickly recovers and charges against Yamikumo again. This time when she was in front of Yamikumo, she disappeared from Yamikumo's field of view to reappear behind him and quickly hit him with a kick to the back. Yamikumo takes a turn in the air to compose himself and see Izumi in front of him again. Their fists collide to create a small air wave. This repeats itself for several seconds consecutively. In one of these blows Izumi manages to hit Yamikumo in the chest, sending him to fly. Taking advantage of this, Izumi approaches again to hit him again and repeats this several times until they are close to the edge of the platform. Before being able to hit Yamikumo off the platform, the latter unleashes a large amount of fire to ward off Izumi and recover from the blows. Meanwhile at the stands, "I can't believe it. Midoriya is fighting on the same level as Itanagi," said Kaminari while watching the fight. "I would not think the same," Todoroki said, getting everyone's attention. "It may seem that they are in the same level, but Itanagi still does not use all his power. He still hasn't used that transformation that he used when he fought against that Nomu thing. Maybe he is underestimating Midoriya." "No," Kanoko interrupted. "Yami-kun never underestimates anyone. Maybe he wants to face Midori in the same level," said Mina. "Maybe, but still Deku-chan is giving him a hard time," said Uraraka. "I can't deny that Midoriya-san is doing a good job," Iida said, but suddenly he started to shake. "Sorry, my phone." He grabbed his phone. "Mother," he stands up. "Sorry, I have to pick up," he said before leaving. In other place in the stands. "Wow, that girl is strong. It's been a while since someone gave Yamikumo a good fight," said Hanzo. "True, but Yamikumo-san hasn't used that fire soul thing that he told us," said Takeo. "True, but still, this is a great fight," said Hanzo. "Man, I wish the rest was here," said Kue. "Me too, but Stain, Gentle and Labrava cannot enter here for obvious reasons. Koichi and Kazuho are on vacations and Iwao is nowhere to be found," said Mai. "Too bad for them," said Sayumi. Returning to the fight, Izumi was dodging all the fireballs that Yamikumo was launching towards her. After dodging one of the fireballs, she quickly pointed her hand at Yamikumo and did a Delaware smash against him. The boy, with a fire, managed to stop the attack. Izumi landed and then began to feel a slight pain in her fingers. "My fingers, I've been overusing them, they are starting to feel numb. I can't keep going like this." Despite having been able to hit him on several occasions, he is still in a better state than me, Izumi thought, to then see Yamikumo crouch down and put a hand on the ground. At that instant, the small debris on the platform began to rise. From one moment to the next, debris began to head towards her. In an easy way, Izumi dodged all the debris. However, when landing after dodging the last debris, Yamikumo appeared next to her and hit her with a blast of fire. Several seconds passed and Izumi still did not get up from the ground. "I guess it's over," Yamikumo said while waiting for the midnight announcement. "Midoriya-chan can't continue, the winner is," but before he could finish, Midnight noticed something. Izumi was getting up. "I still can fight," said Izumi. "She got up out of sheer will," thought Yamikumo. Izumi charged at Yamikumo again, but this time her attacks were faster. Yamikumo could barely dodge the attacks. In one of these, Izumi managed to hit him in the face, then attacking, with a series of consecutive blows, she managed to send him flying and falling on the edge of the platform. Yamikumo quickly gets up and lights his arms on fire, awaiting the next attack, which never came. Looking at Izumi, He could see that she was standing still. Her hair darkened his eyes. Is she unconscious? Noticing this, Midnight leaned over to check on the girl. Quickly realizing that the girl was indeed unconscious. Midoriya-chan can't continue. The winner is Atanagi-kun, she announced. Meanwhile in the stands, Midori lost. But she gave Atanagi-kun a great fight, said Mina. I agree, and despite being unconscious, she still stands, said Kaminari. She stands on her feet solely because of her will to win. We can't deny that she is amazing, said Kirishima. In the platform, cheers and applause could be heard. Yamikumo was watching Izumi being taken to the infirmary so she can rest. You did good. It's been a while since someone gave me a good fight. After this, Yamikumo left the platform. The next match was Kanoko vs Bakugo. Bakugo was fired by one of his explosions towards Kanoko, who thanks to her reflexes manages to avoid the blow and try to attack Bakugo with a punch. However, Bakugo launched another explosion which was blocked by a mushroom that Kanoko grew in front of her. And so, the attacks continued, explosions, blows and mushrooms. Bakugo was getting desperate, but then he noticed that Kanoko made a bad move that left her uncovered. Quickly moving in front of her, Bakugo slams her hand against the platform floor, creating an explosion which sent Kanoko flying slightly, but enough to knock her off the platform. Komori-chan is out of bounds. Bakugo-kun is the winner, announced Midnight. So, the final is Atanagi vs Bakugo, said Kaminari. Two of the strongest in our class, this is going to be incredible, said Kirishima. What did I miss? Izumi arrived at the stands. Midori, you are here. We are at the final. Atanagi-kun vs Bakugo-kun, said Mina. So, Kachan won his fight. Wait, where is Iida-kun? Asked Izumi while taking a seat between Mina and Uraraka. He had to go. A family emergency, said Uraraka. Too bad for him. I hope everything is okay, said Izumi. Ladies and gentlemen, the moment you've all been waiting for has come. The final round. On one side, you have the most serious person I have ever met, second only to Eraserhead. Yamikumo Atanagi, said Present Mike while Yamikumo stepped inside the platform. On the other hand, we have the most angry person I have ever met. Katsuki Bakugo, said Present Mike while Bakugo stepped inside the platform. Both competitors are ready, asked Midnight while Yamikumo and Bakugo nodded. In that case, begin. In that, both boys ran towards the other and then clashed their arms and start a struggle between the two. Several seconds later they separated, only to launch the attack against the other again. Bakugo threw a kick at Yamikumo, who used his forearm to cover himself from the blow, but immediately had to release his leg to intercept a punch from Bakugo and several others, until Yamikumo kicked Bakugo's stomach and then jumped in the air to take distance. At that, Bakugo ran towards Yamikumo to attack. When he was close to trying to punch him with his right hand, however, Yamikumo managed to grab his right arm and then grab him by force and smash Bakugo on the ground. Bakugo quickly gets up off the ground. Did he read my movements? I have been analyzing all your matches, from training with All Might to the ones you had in this tournament, and I realized something. You always start with a punch with your right arm, said Yamikumo, surprising Bakugo. After saying this, Yamikumo ran to hit Bakugo with a punch, which Bakugo tried to catch, only for Yamikumo to crouch down and punch him in the stomach. However, Bakugo quickly collected himself and grabbed Yamikumo by the hair and then lifted him up and kneed him in the stomach to make him back a few meters. Quickly, Bakugo ran towards Yamikumo, preparing an explosion in his right hand, and once he was in front of Yamikumo, who had already recovered from the blow, the explosion happened, creating a smoke screen which covered both fighters. Once the smoke cleared, he revealed himself to Yamikumo, taking Bakugo's arm by force, deflecting the attack to the left. However, the left part of Yamikumo's shirt was destroyed. Knowing Bakugo, and according to his fight against Midoriya in the combat training, now Bakugo will get impatient and try to attack again. Yamikumo thought as he released Bakugo's arm and crouched down to avoid a kick from Bakugo. Yamikumo quickly walked away and started shooting fireballs at Bakugo. The explosive boy just began to dodge the fireballs, then in a moment stick his hands to the platform and create an explosion, causing some debris to fly at his height, and with a slight explosion propel them towards Yamikumo. Seeing this, Yamikumo simply stopped the debris with his telekinesis. But to Yamikumo's surprise, Bakugo would use this as a distraction to position himself behind Yamikumo. "Surprise, scars," Bakugo exclaimed the moment his skin became shiny, and smoke began to come out of it, and then punch him in the cheek of Yamikumo. But surprisingly, from that blow, an explosion occurred. Once recovered, Yamikumo turned to Bakugo to be surprised. "What's up, scars?" Surprised, Bakugo asked with a smile upon seeing Yamikumo's reaction. Meanwhile at the stands, "What happened?" asked Uraraka. "Look, Bakugo looks different." Kaminari pointed at Bakugo. And it was true. Bakugo's skin had taken on an orange tone, while smoke was coming from all parts of his body. Returning to the fight, surprised, "I created this just for you," said Bakugo. "When you defeated that Nomu, I realized the true level of the Uwa, but what surprised me the most was your fire soul, so I was thinking of some way to rival that power, and it was during my training that I realized it. You see, my quirk allows me to sweat nitroglycerin off my palms and create explosions. So, I thought, why just my hands? Why not make my whole body sweat nitroglycerin? It took me a while, but..." Bakugo hit the ground and, from that hit, an explosion occurred. "I could do it. It was thanks to you that I managed to overcome my limits and reach this level, and it is exactly against you that I wanted to test this new power. I call it explosive skin." At that moment, Bakugo ran towards Yamikumo, managing to hit him in the face, which produced an explosion which sent him flying slightly. However, Bakugo would continue to attack with a series of blows, which produced explosions, to finally hit him in the stomach, which sent him flying. Yamikumo recovers quickly and lands inside the platform. "I see, the truth is that you impressed me, Bakugo. I never saw that transformation coming. You say it was thanks to me that you managed to reach that level. In that case, it would be an insult not to fight with all my strength against you." After this yell, Yamikumo activates his fire soul state. Quickly, both boys collide their fists, creating an explosion of fire. After struggling for a few seconds, they both separate, then hit their fists again, then a kick from both sides, colliding with each other, and thus, the blows came and went, explosions included. In one of these exchanges, Bakugo managed to grab Yamikumo's neck and then hit him in the stomach and force him back. Quickly recovering, Yamikumo released a blast of fire from his mouth towards his enemy. Bakugo, using his explosions, manages to evade the attack, and from the air he can see how Yamikumo, seeing that his attack failed, undoes the attack. And so, they continued with their punch fight. In a second, Yamikumo appeared in front of him with a fist ready to attack him. Bakugo used his hand to stop the blow. After that, Yamikumo jumped to get behind him and tried to kick him, but Bakugo managed to duck and then catch his foot and throw him. Yamikumo managed to recover in the air, then used the fire to propel himself towards Bakugo, preparing a strong blow for him. Bakugo, wanting to intercept, put his two hands in the air towards Yamikumo, preparing a possible explosion. But then, Bakugo felt a strong blow to his chin which caused him to rise a couple of meters into the air. The reason, Yamikumo increased his speed to appear below Bakugo and kick him in the chin, taking advantage of the fact that he was distracted. To later, give him more kicks, one to the back and others to the stomach, and then rise a little higher to be on top of Bakugo to punch him. But the explosive blonde reacted in time to deliver a punch of his own before Yamikumo managed to hit him with his own. Once they both fell to the platform, they both stood up and ran towards the other. Bakugo prepared an attack with his right hand, but Yamikumo managed to catch his arm before that and then hit him on the cheek and send him almost to the platform edge. After that, Yamikumo started running towards Bakugo, preparing a strong blow. While Bakugo once again stood up, he prepared to intercept him, but in that shit, the blonde complained the moment his skin returned to its normal coloration, and he felt his body tremble. "Shit. I've already reached the limit. My body can't keep holding this shape any longer, even worse. I can't even use my explosions." And in that, when Yamikumo was about to reach Bakugo, Yamikumo felt that suddenly, his feet did not move and then fell to the ground, at the moment when the fire soul left his body completely. Shit. I went overboard with the use of the fire soul. At least this time I managed to hold out with it longer. But in that, he received a strong kick to the face which made him rise slightly in the air and then fall backwards on the platform. The reason, although Bakugo lost his explosive skin, he decided to continue the fight and use his fists this time. So, then he walked over to Yamikumo and kicked him, and then got on top of him and started hitting him in the face, taking advantage of the fact that Yamikumo was motionless at that moment. Yamikumo could only receive the blows of Bakugo, because due to the fire soul his body did not respond to him to be able to defend himself. But when Bakugo was about to deliver a new blow, Yamikumo managed to regain mobility and gave Bakugo a headbutt to the face and then kicked his stomach and started to get up. Bakugo got to his feet and then ran towards Yamikumo, who also ran towards him. And they both landed a blow to the other's face. Yamikumo then struck a blow to Bakugo's right side, and Bakugo responded with another blow to the face. Another blow from Yamikumo this time hit Bakugo's stomach, while this boy hit Yamikumo in the jaw and then launched a right blow towards Yamikumo that used his left arm to cover, but apparently it was a ruse, as Bakugo stopped his punch to give a left punch to Yamikumo's face. And so, the hits came and went. All the viewers just started to see these two guys started hitting each other for a couple of minutes. Although the closest friends to these two began to worry a bit as they slowly began to get tired. The minutes had passed, and these two are still in their fight. But you could see in their movements, that they were already tired and had reached their limit. Since each time they tried to strike at the other, they both fell to the ground and then tried to get up and repeat the same process over and over again. But in that, when they were both in front, they both launched a blow towards the other. But since they had lost almost all their strength, the blows had no effect, and they fell to their knees, looking at each other. At that, Bakugo stood up, very barely. And at that, to the surprise of both Yamikumo and the others, Bakugo's left arm took on the orange coloration from before and smoke came out of it. I'm taking a risk using this again, but I'll become no 1 inch. But before he managed to hit Yamikumo, the boy managed to recover suddenly and gave Bakugo a strong blow to the jaw, not only making him lose concentration, but also sending him to the other side of the platform where they were. It's time to finish this, said Yamikumo. Bakugo, getting up, only closed his eyes when he took a sigh and then closed his left fist, which then turned orange again but with even more intensity than before. While Yamikumo, he just closed his eyes, the moment the fire soul returned, but this time in his right arm, but the intensity of the power he was using now, was even more, since the right part of his shirt had burned. Both Midnight and Cementos, like the rest of the spectators when they saw this, knew what they were preparing, and they knew that they had to be stopped before something bad happened. At that, they both started running towards each other. At that moment, Cementos created several barriers to try to stop the passage between these two, while Midnight broke a part of his clothes to release the sleeping gas. But just when the two of them had reached the barrier that was trying to stop them, they both took a great leap to propel themselves into the air. Bakugo used his free hand to propel himself with his explosions, while Yamikumo used his telekinesis to propel himself. And there they saw them, seemingly flying, each being propelled into the air with their quirks. And it happened. The attacks of both boys hit the air, colliding for a few seconds, and then emitting a shocking sound for a few seconds. After the shock itself, a glow was produced which then covered both boys and then exploded, causing a great roar and wind that made many had to hold tightly to their seats before such a clash between these two. And once the explosion was over, a huge smoke screen covered them both. Once the smoke began to disappear, two figures could be observed. Bakugo was face down on the ground, while Yamikumo was standing with his shirt destroyed, not only showing his bare torso, but also the multiple scars on his body. Bakugo tried to stand up again but couldn't, still he didn't give up. It's okay Bakugo, it's enough, it is not bad to admit a defeat, but if it makes you feel better, you are the person who has cost me the most to defeat. Also, this match made me feel excited again, I haven't been excited about a match in a long time, thank you. After these words, Bakugo collapsed unconscious. Bakugo-kun can't continue. Atanagi-kun is the winner. After the midnight announcement, people started clapping and cheering. That was an incredible match. Meanwhile at the stands, yes, he did it. That's my son, cheered Akane. He did good. Still, that boy put up an incredible fight, said Kenji. In other part of the stands, that was incredible, said Hanzo. Indeed, said Takeo. The rest of the crew was cheering and clapping for Yamikumo. Back at the platform, and now all the events have been completed. This year's winner for first years at UA is, from the hero course, Yamikumo Atanagi. And that was over. This fight, it was over. Fireworks exploded at the top of the stadium, while the entire audience was cheering, and the first-year students were in the middle of the stadium. All first-year UA Sports Festival events are over. Midnight announcement, and now, we will begin with the awards ceremony, and the whole stadium cheered again, while the fireworks went out again to give more importance to the event. And in that, a large pedestal came out of the ground, which had 3 columns, one higher than the other and one had its own number. Those columns were the places for the first, second and third place. The third place is occupied by 2 people, Izumi and Kanoko, who gave a smile while greeting the audience. Needless to say, Izumi was very nervous. In second place, there was Bakugo, who was standing on the column with crossed arms and apparently with almost his entire body bandaged, and the occasional gauze on his cheeks, and his gaze was one of boredom and seriousness. While in first place, there was Yamikumo, who had various bandages on his body. Who also had a serious look, but as usual, that look hid his nervousness. Now, we are going to award the medals, Midnight said, calling everyone's attention. The awarding of medals will of course be by this man. Ha 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 ha. That laugh caught the attention of many at this time, and many already knew who he was. At that, from the roof of the stadium, the number 1 hero took a great leap to be in the air for a couple of seconds. I have brought the medals here, and then fall and land on the ground. At that, Midnight approached the hero with the medals. Now, All Might, hand out the medals starting with third place. At that, they both approached Kanoko and Izumi, young Komori and young Midoriya. Congratulations, said the hero, placing the bronze medals on both girls. I'm sure you are strong, keep it that way, and never give up. Yes sensei, why yes All Might. Both girls answered. Then they approached Bakugo. Young Bakugo, congratulations, you may be in second place but remember that. Yes, I know, said Bakugo, cutting All Might. Believe me, this is not over yet, without a doubt, I'll be number 1. That's the spirit, young Bakugo, said the hero at the moment of putting the silver medal on the blonde. And finally, they reached the first place, where Izuku was, who was scratching the back of his head with some nerves. Young Atanagi, you've done a great job getting here. Take this medal, as a symbol of your own effort. Yamikumo just nodded with a smile. At that, All Might looked back at where the others were. Well, they were the winners this time. But listen up everyone, anyone here could have ended up in these places. It's just as, competing. Improve each other, and climb even higher. The next generation of heroes is definitely sprouting. So, I just have one more thing to say. Everyone, say it with me. Quote dash. Plus ultra. With this, the sports festival came to an end. Meanwhile at the villain's hideout, Shigaraki was pissed. The guy who defeated his Nomu had won this event. Sensei. That's the one. The one in first place is the student who defeated Nomu. I see. Let me do a little research on him. I may have something prepared. Be patient, young Tamura. Soon you will be able to take revenge on him, said a sinister voice. Shigaraki just smirks evilly. 2 days have passed since the sports festival. Yamikumo and Kanoko were in the train heading to the UA, but then someone recognized Yamikumo. Excuse me, said the person, drawing not only Yamikumo's attention but the rest of the people in the train as well. You are Atanagi-kun. From the hero course. Awesome. You were the first place. That fight was awesome. Wait, the girl next to him isn't Komori-san. The one that came in third place. Double awesome. Luckily, the train arrived at their station. Sorry, but we need to go, said Kanoko while the duo stepped out of the train and made their way to UA. By the time they arrived at the classroom there were only Momo and Todoroki, like usual, but a few minutes later the rest of their classmates arrived. The people were cheering to me in the way here. Me too. Some people were watching me. I was nervous. Me too. Yamikumo wasn't paying attention to his classmates' conversations. But then he saw Iida enter the room. He quickly stood up and went straight to Iida, who was being followed by Izumi. Iida, I heard what happened to your brother. I know I'm not the most sociable person. But if you want to talk about it, I'm here, said Yamikumo. I appreciate the gesture, Atanagi-kun, but, as I already told Midoriya-san, everything is okay, sorry for worrying you, answered Iida before leaving to his seat. He was lying, said Kanoko in a worried tone. Yes, but if he doesn't want to talk about it, there's nothing we can do. I just hope he doesn't do anything stupid, said Yamikumo while returning to his seat, like try to face Stain by himself. No, Iida is smart enough. A few minutes later Aizawa arrived, this time without all the bandages he had. Good morning, said Aizawa in his usual tired tone. Today we will have a special heroic class. But before of that I have an announcement to do. Before he could continue, he saw Iida raising his hand. Yes, Iida. I noticed that there is an extra seat in this classroom. There must be a mistake. There is no mistake. This is part of the announcement I had. I'll do it quick. From now on, you will be having a new classmate, said Aizawa. What? Everyone was surprised by this. Except for Yamikumo, Todoroki, who just raised an eyebrow, and Bakugo, who didn't care. Well, kind of. You can come in, said Aizawa. When he finished the door opened and a person stood in front of the class. Him, thought Izumi. Interesting, thought Yamikumo. Some of you already know him, but I still introduce you to Hitoshi Shinso. He will be joining you in exclusive hero course activities. Wait, does that mean one of us will be expelled? Asked Shiro, making everyone worried. No, in the rules it was never said that if someone enters the hero course, another should be expelled or removed from it. That only applied if any of you did not meet expectations at the sports festival, said Aizawa, calming everyone. Wait, you said that he is almost our classmate, said Mina. Well, Shinso managed to stand out at the sports festival. The principal decided to put him to the test. He's still part of the general studies, so he will be taking his regular classes with that group, but when it's time for any hero lesson he will be joining either class or B for that activity. If he manages to meet the expectations, from the second year he will be joining the hero course, either class or B, permanently. If not, he will be returned to general studies. Since this is a hero lesson, he will be joining us today. Any questions? No one said anything. Good. Shinso, go and take a seat. Shinso took a seat. He was completely nervous. Continuing with today's class. Today you must think and choose your hero names. Everyone got excited about this. This is related to those who were selected by the professionals. After the sports festival several of you received offers to do your practices with a hero. Next I will show you the selected ones, said Aizawa to then present the offers. Yamikumo Atanagi, 5201. Katsuki Bakugo, 4250. Izumi Midoriya, 3556. Shoto Todoroki, 3027. Kanoko Komori, 1503. Fumikage Tokiyami, 360. Tenya Iida, 301. Denki Kaminari, 272. Momo Yaoyorozu, 108. Eijiro Kirishima, 68. Ochako Uraraka, 20. Honta Shiro, 14. Hitoshi Shinso, 5. Everyone was surprised by the difference, but the most surprised from everyone was Shinso. He didn't expect to have some offers. Usually the offers are more even, but this year the attention was taken by these 5. I can see almost everyone, but didn't Todoroki was eliminated at the first round? Asked Kaminari. Probably because of my father, said Todoroki. For those who have not received offers, do not worry, I will provide you with a list of various heroes who agreed to accept some students for their internships, said Aizawa. Although your names are provisional, think of a suitable one. If not, you paid for it later. said Midnight, interrupting Aizawa. Right, Midnight will help you evaluate your names. I cannot do that, said Aizawa while remembering when he chose his hero name. To be more exact, Present Mike chose his name for him. My hero name, thought Izumi. My hero name, huh? I never thought about it, thought Yamikumo. 15 minutes later. Okay, let's start. What already has your name? Come and expose it, said Midnight. I'll go first, said Aoyama while standing in front of everyone. I'll be the shiny hero. I cannot stop twinkling, he said while everyone got sweat drops. Well, if you remove the I and change the cannot to can't, it would be better, said Midnight. My turn, said Mina while stepping in front of everyone. I'll be Alien Queen. Are you trying to be like that acid blood thing? I would use another name, said Midnight. I don't care, I want this name, said Mina. Just because she had that name and released acid from her body, it didn't mean that she was going to be like the alien in the movie. What can I say? I like that name, so I decided to make it her hero name. And so, several began to show their hero names. You already know those names, so why show them, right? #lazy. It was Shinso's turn to show his name. I'll be the mental hero. Brainstorm, he said in a nervous tone. Nice, that was Midnight opinion. We only need to check the names of Bakugo-kun, Iida-kun, Atanagi-kun and Midoriya-san. Yamikumo was staring at his board. He never thought about a hero name. I need a name. I don't want to call me Headhunter. It doesn't feel right. After this thought, a memory flashed through his mind. Flashback. A few weeks before the Riverdale incident. Fireheart, said Zack in an excited tone. Yamikumo stopped reading. What? He asked. You know, my hero name. It will be Fireheart. Why? You have nothing to do with fire. My heart is as hot and bright as fire. With it I will illuminate the darkness within people's hearts. If you say so, said Yamikumo while returning to his reading. Flashback end. Yamikumo smiled at this memory. He then decided. Iida showed his name. He chose to use his personal name, Tenya. I'll go next, said Yamikumo while standing in front of everyone. I'll be the pyrokinesis hero, Fireheart. I like it, but I have the weird feeling to ask, why, said Midnight. After thinking a few seconds, Yamikumo answered. My heart is as hot and bright as fire. With it I will illuminate the darkness within people's hearts, he said with a slight smile in his face. I love it. Finally, Izumi chose Deku as her hero name while Bakugo, let's say that his name was still on the making. You have until weekend to decide, said Aizawa ending the class. This is too much, said Kanoko while watching her list of offers. I know. It will take me an eternity to decide, said Izumi. Did you already decided Yaoyorozu? Asked Jiro to her friend. Yes, I'll go with Uebami, she answered. If I were you, I wouldn't choose her, said Yamikumo calling her attention. Why? She is the best offer I have. That it is the best offer does not mean that it is the ideal one. Look, Uebami is special. I'm not saying she's a bad hero, but I don't think you'll learn much from her. He then grabbed Momo's offers. Here, I recommend you to go with her, he said, signaling an offer. The rabbit hero, Mirko. She might be a relative new hero, but she is rising through the ranks quickly. I have no doubt that you will learn a lot from her. I see. Where do you know her from? I saw her in action once, he said while subconsciously feeling a slight pain in his right arm, besides having fought her once. But I better not say that. I see. I guess I'll take your suggestion. Thanks. Yamikumo just nodded and returned to his seat. Well, there is that. What about you, Ochako-chan? Asked Mina. I'll go with Gunhead. I have an offer from him. I thought you wanted to be a hero like 13. Yes, but the fight against Bakugo opened my eyes. If I just focus on what I already know, I'll stay behind. Yamikumo smiled at his friend, then returned to his offers. Let's see, Endeavor would be a great choice. I can improve my fire with him, and besides, I use one of his moves like mine. Best Genist might be an interesting choice. I can learn a lot of new stuff with him. What else I have? Yukio, Fat Gum, Hawks, wait, this name, he stopped his thought when he spotted a specific name. Sir Night-Eye. That name brought him an interesting memory. Flashback. A few weeks after meeting All Might, Yamikumo was sitting in the park near his house. He was admiring the peace and quiet of the day. Suddenly a person sat next to him. He looked normal, just that he had a centipede instead of his head. "We have a nice weather today," said the man. "Yeah," he said while secretly grabbing his katana, which was hidden. "Look, I'm not really good with this. So, I'll just say it," said the man. "I'm here to deliver a message for you. Atanagi-san, someone is really interested in you. He is not the first one," said Yamikumo while preparing to fight. "You don't have to worry. This message is from a hero." This made Yamikumo relax a little. But he still was ready for a fight. "Okay, I'm listening." "I can't say much. He wants you to remember these words. Sir Night-Eye." "Sir Night-Eye, I don't understand." "You don't have to. When the time comes, you will," the man said to then stand up. "Remember, Sir Night-Eye." The man then left. My life is getting weirder every day, Yamikumo thought. Flashback end. Yami-kun. Kanoko snapped him out of his thoughts. "Is someone in there?" "Sorry, I was thinking about the offers I have." "I feel you. Anyway, time for lunch, let's go." "Sure," said Yamikumo. He then saw his offer list. Sir Night-Eye, huh. I guess it's worth giving it a try. When the group was about to leave to the cafeteria, All Might appeared from nowhere. "I'm here, standing in a weird position." All Might, what are you doing here?" asked Izumi. "You have some extra offers, young Midoriya, so I need you to come with me so I can give them to you. Also, young Atanagi, you also have some extra offers, so I need both of you to come with me." Sure, I guess," they both said. "We'll save you a place at the table." "What do you want?" asked Mina. "Katsudon," they both said at the unison. "Oh okay. I'll be quick, young Midoriya. You have another offer, but this one is quite special. His name is Gran Torino." At this moment, All Might started trembling. He was a teacher here, but only for a year. "Besides being my teacher, he also knows about One for All. Maybe that's why he selected you." At this moment, All Might was shaking in fear. I see. I guess I'll go with him. He can help me with the One for All," said Izumi, but her thoughts were different. All Might is shaking in fear. "Who is this guy?" "That's interesting, but why am I here?" asked Yamikumo. "Since this is related to One for All, I thought that you should know." "Fair enough. At least you used a good excuse this time," said Yamikumo. "If that's all, I guess we should get going. The katsudon isn't going to being eaten by itself." "Why yes," Izumi said while following Yamikumo. Wait, Atanagi-kun, this wasn't exactly an excuse. There are some extra offers for you." "I see. Doesn't matter. I already decided where to go." After this, Yamikumo and Izumi left. At the cafeteria. This was a weird scene. All of Yamikumo and Izumi's friends were watching the duo eat their food with weird faces. You see, everything was normal. When the duo arrived, they seated beside each other, grabbed their food, and started eating. This is when everything turned to be weird. It wasn't the fact that they asked the same thing to eat, or that they seated beside each other. No, the problem was that they were eating the food at the exact time, with a perfect coordination. The two of them would take a piece of food, put it in their mouths, chew it, and swallow it at the exact same time. Noticing the stares, Yamikumo asked, "What?" "Nothing, it's just that," said Uraraka, trying to find a way to explain this. "Now that you are eating, we just realized that you two look quite alike," said Kaminari. "What are you talking about?" asked Izumi in a confused tone. "Don't you see it, Midori? Atanagi-kun and you share a lot of similarities. Your hair has a similar color. Maybe he has a slight darker tone and different hairstyle, but still," said Mina. "Yes, besides that, you both have the same marks on your cheeks, although Yami-kun only has them on his left cheek," said Kanoko. "And you both have the same facial shape, only that Atanagi-kun has a more mature appearance, in addition to all his scars that make it difficult to observe the similarities between you. Are you sure you aren't related? Said Uraraka. If only you knew. Thought Yamikumo. I think you are overthinking this. Whatever, dude. Anyways, Kanoko-chan, Ochako-chan, Midori, I need to talk with you at the end of the school, said Mina. Okay, sure, why yes, said the girls. Outside the school. After the school ends, Uraraka, Kanoko and Izumi reunited with Mina outside the school. For their surprise, there was Momo, Juro, and Tsuyu as well. Good, everyone is here, said Mina. I wanted to talk with you about an important topic. And what's the topic? Asked Momo. As you know, we are only 7 girls against the 13 boys in our class. That's why I thought we should have a girls' night out. To get to know each other. I was thinking and, in the end, I thought that the best thing would be a sleepover, said Mina. Oh, I like that idea. Count me in, said Uraraka. Me too, Kanoko said. I see what you are trying to do, and I like that idea, said Momo. Sure, said Juro. I also like to join, said Tsuyu. That's a great idea. I'm in too, said Izumi. Niece, it's settled then. I already asked my parents and they said that you can come to my house. How about tomorrow? After agreeing, the girls decided that tomorrow they would meet at Mina's house for a girls' sleepover. Next day, nighttime. I'm leaving mom, see you tomorrow, said Izumi to her mother while exiting her home. She had a small luggage in which she has her clothes and school uniform. The girls decided that they would go to school together tomorrow. Okay honey, be careful and have fun. I am so happy that you have meetings with your friends, said Inko. Izumi just smiled at her mother and headed towards Mina's house. Unknown to the two of them, a figure was watching this from the roof of the building in front of theirs. It was Yamikumo. He was waiting for Izumi to leave so he could talk to Inko. He wanted to talk to Inko first and depending on how everything turns out, he will talk to Izumi. Once Izumi left, Yamikumo used his telekinesis to levitate to the door of the Midoriya residence. He hesitated for a few moments. He wasn't sure about doing this, but he knew that sooner or later he would have to face this. After a few minutes he knocked the door. Inko opened the door and was surprised by who knocked the door. Atanagi-kun. What are you doing here? If you are looking for Izumi, she isn't here. Yes, I know, I'm actually looking for you. I think we have to talk about something, answered Yamikumo. Inko was about to ask, but then she saw Yamikumo take something out of your pocket and showing it to her. It was a paper and when she saw the content she was speechless. The papers were Yamikumo adoption papers. Izuku. I think we need to talk, said Yamikumo. After this, Inko let Yamikumo enter the house. He took a seat at the dining table. Do you want something to drink? Asked Inko. Do you have chamomile tea? After Inko prepared the drinks, she sat down in front of Yamikumo. The atmosphere was uncomfortable and tense. Silence was predominant until. So, I don't know what to say, said Inko. If you don't know what to say, then answer me. Why? What happened? What were your reasons for doing it? I need to know, said Yamikumo. I guess it's fair. Before you two were born, Hisashi, my husband, earned enough for us both to have a good life, yet we still wanted to have a child. We could afford to have a child. The money was enough but fair. The news that we would have twins made our hearts very happy at first. A small smile appears on Inko's face to quickly disappear. However, Hisashi was not earning enough to support 2 children and give them a good life. I had to make one of the most painful decisions of my entire life. In the end, it was you who we decided to adopt. A couple of years later Hisashi got a job abroad and started to earn more. However, the last I heard from you was that you were adopted by another family. After that I never heard from you again, until now. I wanted you to have a good life and a family that would love you and give you the life that I couldn't. She started crying. I am a terrible mother. Instinctively, Yamikumo got up from his seat and gave Inko a hug. You are not. You did that thinking about the best for your children. If it makes you feel better, I forgive you, Yamikumo said and then broke the hug. To be honest, I am somewhat relieved. For a moment I thought you didn't want me or something like that. Knowing the truth is something reassuring. This calmed Inko a bit. At that moment she looked at Yamikumo's face, his scars to be more exact. She had seen them before, but now that she knows who he is, she couldn't help but worry. Why your face? What happened? I guess you deserve to know. Have you ever heard about the Riverdale incident? Asked Yamikumo. At that, Inko could only open his eyes in surprise and concern. Well, I was the kid that survived that incident. I guess you went back to the orphanage and another family adopted you, right? Asked. Well, I kind of escaped the orphanage. A few days later I found by Kenji and Akane Atanagi. They raised me all this time. As a gratitude, I started using their last name as mine. You could say they adopted me in a certain way. I see. I'm so sorry. If I hadn't done what I did, that would never have happened to you. You don't have to apologize. You did it thinking about the best for everyone. You would never have guessed that that would have happened. Even so, it's enough. Do not continue to torment yourself by what happened. The past is something that we can no longer change. The only thing we can do is move on and ensure that the future is what we want, said Yamikumo. Why, you are right. What are we going to do? It takes more than a single conversation to fix everything. Still, I think we managed to solve the most important one. It's already a little late. I will come another day to continue talking. If you agree, of course. I would love that. But, what about Izumi? She deserves to know, said Inko. I know, but, for now, until we fix everything, it would be best to keep this between us, said Yamikumo. Okay, I'll be waiting then. Thanks. I should go. See you another day, Inko-san. Thanks for the tea, said Yamikumo before leaving. Mina's house. In the end, Kaminari finished with his food on his hair. Somehow, when Mina finished her story, all the girls started laughing. Kanoko-chan, I was wondering something. Is there something between you and Atanagi? Asked Tsuyu. This question made Kanoko blush. What? Why the question so suddenly? Simple curiosity. I always see you two quite together. You two always come to school together, added Momo. And when we leave, he always carries your things, added Mina. We are only friends. Also, when did this turn into an interrogation? Kanoko said while covering her face with her hands. After continuing to talk about different topics, it was time to sleep. All were asleep, except for one of them. Izumi still couldn't sleep. She wasn't used to this. Maybe a little water will help me, Izumi thought as she headed to the kitchen to get a glass of water, without her knowing that someone else was awake. After taking some water, Izumi was about to return but a voice interrupted her. Can't sleep? Huh, it was Mina. Yeah, I'm not used to this. You see, it's the first time I've ever done something like this, said Izumi. Why, you never did something like this with friends from school? Asked Mina. No, I never had friends before you, said Izumi in a sad tone. What, weren't you friends with Bakugo? We were friends, but everything changed when, she hesitated for a second, when I was diagnosed as quirkless. What, but you have a quirk, said a surprised Mina. Why yes, it's complicated. Look, I'll tell you but please, don't say this to anyone. Only one other person knows about this, apart from my mother and now you, said Izumi. Okay. Both girls seated in the sofa. It is somewhat complicated, so I will try to be as brief as possible. You see, I always had a quirk since I was 4 years old. What happens is that it was too powerful for my 4-year-old body. You saw how it hurt me, now imagine that in a 4-year-old body. She started. Hence, my quirk stayed asleep, so to speak, until my body was strong enough to at least hold the power. She then looked at the floor. My quirk woke up in the entrance exam. If it hadn't been for that, I wouldn't have joined the UA. For a long time, I was quirkless and many people began to bully me about it, and nobody wanted to be friends with me. She was going to continue but suddenly, 2 arms hugged her. It was Mina. Enough. I don't want to hear about that anymore. I don't care if you are quirkless or not, you are my friend, and I will make sure you experience everything you missed, Mina said with tears in her eyes. Izumi returned the hug with tears in her eyes. "Thank you," she whispered. After a few minutes, they parted the hug. "To increase our friendship, call me Mina from now on," said Mina with a smile in her face, but with some tears still in her eyes. "Oh okay, Mina," said Izumi with a slight blush. "Very well, I think I should also call you Izumi from now on." "No. Please, keep calling me Midori, I like that nickname, I think is cute," Izumi said, her blush growing stronger. Unknowingly, this made Mina blush a bit, only that her blush was purple rather than red. "Oh okay, Midori. I think it would be better if we go back with the others." After this conversation both girls returned with the others. The day of practices. Train station. "You all brought your suits, right?" asked Aizawa. "Remember that for now it is forbidden to wear your suits in public. But don't lose them either. Do not misbehave either. Now go." Iida was about to get on his train, but was stopped by Izumi, who was followed by the rest of their friends. "Iida-kun, if at any time you need something, please let us know. We are friends, right?" Iida walked around with a smile on his face. "Yes, I will." After that, he turned around and got on his train. "Another lie and another fake smile?" Kanoko asked, whispering to Yamikumo. Yes, it was the only thing Yamikumo said to later say goodbye and get on his train. Sir Night Eye's agency, so here I am. There goes nothing," thought Yamikumo while entering the building. Upon entering he found a familiar face, or rather, a known centipede. The man noticed him. "Oh, it's you. I'm glad you remembered. Follow that corridor, sir is waiting for you. By the way, my name is Centipeder," said the centipede man. "Thanks," said Yamikumo, then he followed a corridor to the door. Once he reached Sir Night Eye's office, he took a breath and opened the door. "The internships begin. Sir Night Eye's agency, so here I am. There goes nothing," thought Yamikumo while entering the building. Upon entering he found a familiar face, or rather, a known centipede. The man noticed him. "Oh, it's you. I'm glad you remembered. Follow that corridor, sir is waiting for you. By the way, my name is Centipeder," said the centipede man. "Thanks," said Yamikumo, then he followed a corridor to the door. Once he reached Sir Night Eye's office, he took a breath and opened the door. Ha. The first thing he saw upon entering was a girl tied to a machine. The girl was laughing uncontrollably, perhaps because of the machine. The girl is a fairly well-built young woman with a rather slim build, her skin light blue in color. She has short, ruffled dark blue hair that curves upwards and downwards around her head, parted to her right, and wide yellow eyes with thick eyelashes. Her costume consists of a skin-tight dark blue crop top with a white high-collared section, a zipper down the middle, over the higher part of her chest, which reveals her torso from the underside of her S. She wears black tights with loose white shorts, 2 yellow markings down the either side of them, and a thick white boots with lines running down their shafts, yellow rings in the center of them. Over her entire face, she wears a transparent visor with an air filter on each side, and on her hands, she wears plain dark blue gloves. Watching the girl and controlling the machine was a tall, lean but muscular man with rather sharp and elongated features. His shiny hair was always worn smooth down and parted to his left, and was of a dark green color, with 3 yellow streaks towards the front, 2 on his right, and 1 on his left. His eyebrows were also yellowish, matching the rims of the triangular glasses he wore and the strikingly bright yellow irises of his stern-looking eyes. His looks gave off a sense of authority and power, as he rarely smiled and looked stern, and he always appeared to be glaring. He wears a plain white suit with gold buttons, a white dress shirt, and a red tie with white dots. "What's going on?" thought Yamikumo with a nervous face. The situation was worse when the man turned to see him with a glaring face. "I see that I am interrupting something, with your permission," Yamikumo said to then turn to the door and trying to leave. "You are Yamikumo Otanagi, right?" said the man while deactivating the machine and releasing the girl. Without waiting for an answer, the man continued, "Bubble girl. Search and bring me Mirio. And next time remember to knock the door." The girl, now identified as Bubble Girl, left the room, while the man sat at his desk. You probably already know, but I'll still introduce myself. My name is Mirai Sasaki, also known as Sir Night-Eye. From now until the end of your internship you will be in my charge. Now, introduce yourself. Your hero self. I am the pyrokinesis hero, Fireheart. It is an honor to work with you, said Yamikumo. I'm going to be direct with you. Usually in internships, a hero will oversee a student and teach him things about hero work, as well as help him train. I won't do that with you. Yamikumo raised an eyebrow at this. I know who you were before entering the UA and I know what you did. That's why you don't need someone to lead you by the hand. Instead, during your entire time with me, you will work as another employee of my agency. You will work with another intern of mine from the UA. At that moment a knock on the door would be heard and Bug Girl enters the room. Sir, I brought Mirio. At that, another boy entered. The boy was a tall young man with a very muscular build who possesses a number of noticeable scars around his lower arms. His face was very simple, his eyes didn't have a visible sclera, and his nose is prominently rounder than most others. He has blonde hair, the top part of which is arranged in a cowlick, while the bottom section is worn swept backward. Thanks, you can leave now, said Sir Night-Eye. Mirio. This is Yamikumo Otanagi. He will be your temporal partner until his internship is over. Explain Sir to Mirio. Introduce yourself and show him around. Oh okay, but isn't he too young to work with me? Asked Mirio. Believe me, he is ready, said Sir. Okay, nice to meet you. My name is Mirio Tagata, also known as Lemillion, said Mirio with a bright smile and giving Yamikumo a handshake. Nice to meet you, Tagata-san. As you know, my name is Yamikumo Otanagi and my hero name is the pyrokinesis hero, Fireheart, or just Fireheart for short. I'm looking forward to work with you, said Yamikumo returning the handshake. Perfect, let's change into our costumes and let's go patrol, said Mirio. With Izumi. Gran Torino's house. Izumi came to the address given to her. Surprised by the state of the building, she entered. Hello. I am Izuku Midoriya. I come from the UA. But she stopped suddenly, then her face lost all color, her eyes widened and finally shout. The reason, right in front of her, was someone lying on the ground, in what appeared to be a pool of blood and coming out from under him, apparently organs. And said person appeared to be extremely small, elderly, having short hair and a beard. His hero costume consists of a monotonous full-length suit, along with a yellow cape, a belt with the letter G on it. He also wears very thick yellow gloves and boots, and a dark mask that resembles two diamonds. He's dead, she screamed. But suddenly, the corpse raised his head and then said, I'm alive. He's alive, she yelled again, to breathe a sigh of relief. Who are you? Asked the elder. I'm Izuku Midoriya from the UA. And who are you? Asked the elder again. I told you already. I want to eat. Toshinori. And no, I'm not him. Sorry, I have to do a phone call. She said to pull her phone. I have to notify All Might of this guy's status. Use the one for all, said the elder, surprising Izumi with the sudden change. You have a nice costume. Put it on. I want to see how well you do in combat. Izumi stared at the elder. Who are you? Listen, I need to train to be able to use the one for all better. All Might doesn't have much time left, so I can't keep wasting my time. Sorry for the inconvenience, Izumi said in an angry tone, to then turn around and started leaving the place. In that case, at that, out of nowhere, Gran Torino appears in front of Izumi at high speed over the door. In that case, shut your mouth, obey and come to me with everything, kid. I saw the UA Sports Festival on TV. The way you used that power was, without a doubt, curious. He's called the symbol of peace and the #1 hero, but that justice-obsessed fool is almost worse than a rookie when it comes to teaching. I'm curious how you use your power, so I want you to show me. Now, put on that suit, said Gran Torino to Izumi. The green-haired girl just gave her new teacher a smile, when she went to her briefcase to take out her suit. She was about to start changing, but then she turned to her teacher. Excuse me. Where can I change? Right, you can change in that room, said Gran Torino pointing to a door. I'm ready, Izumi said, already with her suit completely on. Her costume has a few changes and now looks sturdier and more combat-ready in appearance. The knee pads have been extended to her legs and reach up to her thighs, and her new gloves are tinted beige and are decorated with pink stripes. Her respirator is now metal, diamond-shaped, and has 8 holes. Izumi goes without a mask in her suit, and although the mask is still present, she doesn't wear it much. Then do it, said Gran Torino. Here I come, answered the green-haired girl while activating the full cowl. Very well, now is the time, Gran Torino said as he once again disappeared at high speed and appeared behind Izumi. And launch a kick towards Izumi, but she reacted a little earlier and launched a punch to intercept the blow. What? Izumi said, surprised because she didn't even see him move. You didn't even see him coming, did you? Said Gran Torino, suddenly appearing over the microwave. But somehow you managed to intercept my attack, said the retired hero with a smile. Without a doubt, the 9th holder of One for All is quite curious. All Might has really surprised me today. And again, he disappeared again at high speed, to try to attack Izumi again, taking her off guard, but just like the other time, Izumi managed to intercept the blow. It's very fast. Could it be his quirk? It was Izumi's thoughts, who were still standing while she tried to follow Gran Torino with her gaze, but it was almost impossible. No, it's not that. Under these circumstances in which there is no place to hide or openings, instead of carefully finding out where it is, I must prevent it from moving. Now. At that, Izumi turned around to see Gran Torino going at high speed towards her. At that he threw a Delaware smash, but the hero managed to step aside to avoid the attack. Analysis and prediction, huh? Said the retired hero, impressed. At that, Izumi threw her fist towards Gran Torino, smash. But the hero stepped aside to avoid the blow. But, you are still slow and there is discord inside your mind. And he used his hand to catch Izumi's head and hit it to the ground. That's why you ended up like this. You think so, Izumi said, drawing the attention of Gran Torino. But in that, he felt something hit him on the back, not that hard, but it was strong enough to push him away from Izumi. It turns out Izumi managed to get up and hit Gran Torino with a kick. Interesting, I see that you are not only muscle and power. According to what I saw in the sports festival and in the tournament, you have been able to take your opponents by surprise, said Gran Torino, a little impressed and with a smile. Apparently part of you stopped thinking that One for All is something special. And you see it now as a quirk you were born with, your own power, and after taking his staff, he began to make his way towards the door while leaving Izumi behind. But you still have to improve. I'm going out for some food right now. Your training will start after I return. And before leaving he saw Izumi, and thanks for taking care of the cleaning. Villain's hideout. I see, so, it was you who attacked the UA, said a man to Shigaraki. It was Stain. And you want me to join your group? Exactly, with you we will show the heroes that we are serious, said Shigaraki. What is your goal? Asked Stain. First of all, we want to kill All Might. Then we will destroy everything that we dislike. But after the failed attack on the O, I want to destroy this person as well, he said while showing a picture of Yamikumo from the sport festival. Seeing the photo, Stain was shocked. He hadn't heard from Yamikumo in a long time, since the attack on the QHC to be exact. Fortunately, the others did not notice his surprise. I was a fool to be interested. Guys like you are the ones I despise the most. You want me to kill as if it were a whim. What's the point of shedding blood for no reason? Said Stain while pulling a katana. In order to complete any goal, one needs a will and conviction. Those who don't have one will be destroyed. That is why you are in this position, he said while in the blink of an eye he had Shigaraki on the ground with his katana around his neck and Kurogiri was immobilized. You talk too much. I don't have something as big as a conviction. But if there is something that motivates me, All Might, that piece of trash in the society that praises him so much, I will destroy them to dust. That is what motivates me, said Shigaraki while grinning maliciously. Our convictions are different, but we have something in common, said Stain while saving his katana. Destroy the status quo. You are quite immature, but I can see that you have latent potential. I want to see how far that potential goes. Shigaraki was about to speak but Kurogiri interrupted. It seems that our negotiations were successful. In that case, we're done, send me back to Hosu, I still have work to finish, said Stain, then Kurogiri warped him to Hosu. Gran Torino's house. As I could see, you are able to control the power of one for all to a certain extent, were the words of Gran Torino as he walked through the room, while on the sofa, Izumi was. You certainly have a unique way to do it. Like Toshinori, he had his body as an advantage, he said while remembering the training he did with All Might. So tell me, how did you manage to control one for all in a way? Gran Torino asked the girl while they ate some taiyakis. Well, to be honest, it was thanks to my classmate Atanagi-kun. He helped me use the one for all. Instead of using the one for all on a single limb of my body, I must use it on my entire body at the same time. This way I can use only the percentage which I can control, explained Izumi. And that percentage is, I can control without any repercussions up to 15%, but I can increase up to 20% without serious consequences, only that my body starts to feel numb and a little sore if I start to overuse 20%. In that case, you will train to improve and be able to extend your limit, Gran Torino said with a smile that scared Izumi a bit. In another place. Tell me, Fireheart, what is your quirk? Asked Mirio in his hero costume while patrolling with Yamikumo, who was also in his hero costume. My quirk is pyrotelekinesis. It's divided in two parts. The first part lets me create and manipulate any kind of fire, included natural ones, but I can't control any fire that's created by other quirk. But it makes me immune to any kind of fire though. The second part lets me move any object with my mind, but the heavier the harder is to move. I also have some sort of power-up of my fire. It's called Fire Soul. I just use the fire to power up my body. I've trained it to the point where I can use it indefinitely. As long as I use the quantity of power I can use. If I go overboard with the power, it deactivates and I'm not able to move for a few seconds, even minutes. Wow, that's awesome. We need to have a spar one day, said an impressed Mirio. Sure. And what about you, Lemillion? What is your quirk? My quirk is permeation. My quirk allows me to become intangible, letting me pass through any tangible matter. I can phase through walls and the ground, as well as let enemy attacks pass through me harmlessly. If I return to my solid state while phasing through something, my body will be repelled outward. While intangible, I experience a falling sensation because I still have mass, and everything passes through me, including light, sound, and air. Meaning, while my quirk is active, I can't see, hear, or breathe, explained Mirio. Wow, it sounds complicated. It was, but I trained really hard and now it's as easy as breathing. I can image. You must be really strong then. Well, I don't like to brag about it, but I'm part of the Big Three of the UA. Big Three? Yes. Me and my two friends, Najire Hado and Tamaki Amajiki, I can introduce you to them someday. The three of us are considered the strongest of all the UA students. That is interesting. If it's okay with you, I'd like to face you one of these days. Sure. After this conversation, they finished their patrol without any problems. Sir, we are back. Nothing out of the normal, informed Mirio. Good. You are dismissed. If I need something, I'll call you. Sorry, I would like to make a request, said Mirio. What is it? Mirio pointed at Yamikumo. I want to face you in a fight. I'll allow it, only if Atanagi agrees to fight you, said Sir Night-Eye. Confronting someone whose strength I do not know. It will be a good way to know where I am compared to one of the best in the whole UA, thought Yamikumo with excitement. I accept the challenge, Tagata-san. Sir Night-Eye Agency, empty room. This will be the place of the fight. I will supervise, you will stop if I say so, said Sir Night-Eye. In the room were Yamikumo and Mirio, each with their suits on, to make the fight fair. Are you ready? Both nodded. Very well. You can start. For several seconds neither of them moved, they just looked at each other. Until quickly Mirio started running towards Yamikumo. Yamikumo was ready to intercept a possible blow, but at that Mirio was swallowed by the ground. A few moments later, Mirio emerges from the ground behind Yamikumo. Thanks to his reflections, Yamikumo managed to turn his back on fire to quickly turn in the direction of Mirio, who was inside the fire. However, a fist emerged from the fire that Yamikumo barely managed to evade, however the blow managed to scratch his left cheek. Jumping back, Yamikumo stepped away from Mirio, who emerged from the flames unharmed. "You have incredible reflexes, Atanagi," said Mirio. "He acts like he already has advanced combat experience. I know he was present at the USJ, but still. His reflexes are on another level. His reflexes may be better than mine." "You don't do it bad either," said Yamikumo. "He is very fast and strong. If it had not been for my reflexes, the blow would have done a lot of damage. Now I see why he is part of the big three that he mentioned. This will be an interesting fight." They both thought at the same time. Mirio quickly dives back into the ground, Yamikumo preparing for the moment in which Mirio emerges. A few seconds later, Mirio emerges in front of him with a ready punch. Yamikumo easily dodges the blow and prepares to counterattack. However, a second blow manages to hit his stomach, sending him flying. Did he use the first punch as a distraction? I have to think strategically. Being fast isn't enough. I need to get ahead of all his blows and possible deceptions, thought Yamikumo while quickly recovering. He resisted one of my blows. It is strong. Many people would have fallen with that blow, thought an impressed Mirio. Yamikumo quickly fired a blast of fire directly to Mirio's upper part. Seeing this, Mirio activated his quirk on his body except for his legs. However, he felt that something hit him on his legs, which made him start to fall. Quickly deactivating his quirk, he was received by a blow to the face by Yamikumo, from which he would recover quickly. "I was right. You can decide to activate your quirk in your full body or just a art of it," said Yamikumo. Mirio smiled. He used the fire as a distraction, with me not being able to see anything. He attacked without me realizing it. He thought. "Hey, Atanagi, what do you think if we put the quirks aside for now? Let's see how well you perform in close combat." "Okay, let's do it." Without delaying another second, both charged against each other, clashing their fists, and from the force of the blow a little wind rose. They would be struggling for a few seconds until Mirio released his grip and attacked with a kick. However, Yamikumo managed to block the attack with his arm and counterattack with a right blow, which was dodged by Mirio. For several minutes the exchange of blows would continue, without either of them managing to hit the opponent. In one of these exchanges, Yamikumo would manage to hit a kick in the stomach of his opponent, which would pass through Mirio, thanks to the latter activating his quirk. Yamikumo would smile at this, quickly unleash a torrent of fire from his leg. Mirio, seeing that, would activate his quirk throughout his body and submerge himself on the floor. Mirio, seeing that, would activate his quirk throughout his body and submerge himself on the floor, to then come out of the ground right in front of Yamikumo and land a blow to the stomach which would make Yamikumo fall to the ground. Mirio would distance himself while Yamikumo slowly recovered. He managed to withstand another of my blows. His resistance is at another level, thought an impressed Mirio. He is very strong. Another person would have fallen with the first blow he gave me, thought Yamikumo. At that moment he would decide to activate his fire soul. Time to get serious. "So that is the fire soul you told me?" "Huh," said a surprised Mirio. "Looks like he isn't playing anymore. Well, I'd better get serious too." The exchange of blows and kicks would resume, this time faster and stronger. Neither of them would be able to harm the other. Mirio uses his quirk to avoid Yamikumo's blows, and the heat of the latter would keep Mirio on the defensive. In one of these, Mirio would manage to land a punch in Yamikumo's face. However, Yamikumo would also be able to hit him in the stomach with a kick. After this, both of them would distance themselves from each other. For several seconds the exchange of glances would be the only thing that happened. Neither of them moved. But, suddenly, Mirio would feel a blow to his stomach. Surprised, he would look at his stomach and would be surprised to see Yamikumo elbowing his stomach. Greater was his surprise when he saw that the Yamikumo who was standing in front of him would vanish. What? Sir Night-Eye, who was watching, was surprised as well but quickly understood what Yamikumo did. He increased his speed in an abysmal way, making his movements not be seen by the human eye. The Yamikumo that was in front of Mirio was only an afterimage, something that our eyes see when we cannot notice Yamikumo's movement. The blow will send Mirio back a few inches, however, Yamikumo would fall to the ground completely exhausted, his fire soul leaving his body. Mirio would quickly help Yamikumo up. Are you okay? Yes. I just overextended in the power of the fire soul. I just need to rest, and I will be okay. That was an incredible fight. You are very strong. I think you can be at the level of the big three. You think so? I was barely able to hit you a few times. Yes, but I'm the strongest of the big three. Also, my quirk is somewhat difficult to deal with. I'm sure you could give Najire or Tamaki more battle. Thanks. Yamikumo said before being taken to rest by Mirio. Sir Night-Eye was watching the direction where they both went. It's been a long time since I saw someone push Mirio to fight seriously. I think this is the beginning of an interesting friendship and a more interesting rivalry. Terror at Hosu. Mirko's agency. Momo was changing into her hero costume. She has learned a lot with Mirko. She's not longer that insecure girl she was after losing against Tokiyami in the sport festival. Mirko made her see that losing a fight is not to get depressed, there will be another occasion. In addition to helping her not to depend solely on her quirk, since she helped her train in hand-to-hand combat. Her trainings weren't hard, but they gave incredible results. Now she can fight without the need to depend on her creation, in addition to being able to create things more quickly. She remembered how Mirko helped her to overcome her insecurity, in her unique way. Flashback. Momo had arrived at Mirko's agency. Once she met her, she stared at her for a few seconds. So, you are the UA student. Kriti if I remember correctly. Yes, my name is Momo Yaoyorozu, I'm the everything hero, Kriti. All on your care. Good, I saw your fight in the sports festival. That was pathetic, but don't worry, with my help you will be kicking butts in no time. Now put your costume on and follow me, your training starts right now. After Momo put on her suit, she would meet Mirko in a training room, and they would start training. The training can be resumed as a match between the two, however Momo could not use her quirk in combat. This wouldn't last long as Mirko easily defeated Momo. Momo, being on the ground and very tired, would hardly get up. This is impossible, she muttered. Come on, get up. This is not over yet, said Mirko. What? This is impossible for me. At least let me use my quirk. I can't fight without it. So, that's it, you give up. You don't understand, I can't fight without my quirk. So, if you are facing someone like Eraserhead, you just sit and wait for someone else to do something. And no, it's not like that, I'm just weak in close combat without my quirk, you saw it in the sports festival. I see, what a waste of time. In this case we are done. Go see if you can find another hero for your internship. I don't like people like you. What, people like me? That's right, people who give up if situations are not like they want. I bet you entered the UA solely for your looks. I earned my place in the UA. I doubt it, if the only thing you do is cry if you can't do things the way you want. Mirko was about to leave, however, something made her turn around. When she turned around, she received a punch in the face from Momo. How dare you? I earned my place in the UA. I'm going to become a great hero. I do not care what I have to face, I will move forward and fulfill my dream. No matter what you say. Momo was angry, however she got even more confused when she saw Mirko start laughing. Now we are talking. Now we can continue. What do you mean? You see, your problem is not being weak. First, you depend a lot on your quirk. Second, and more importantly, you have self-esteem problems, you think that you are less than others. So, everything you said about me, I lied. I said all that to see if you really had the spirit to stand up to me. As we have seen, you have it, you just need to believe in yourself. When you hit me, I saw your confidence in your eyes, that everything you told me was true. You just needed a boost. Sorry if my methods are somewhat rude, but you see how effective they are. Momo was surprised, it was true, she stared at Mirko. Very well, time to start your training, this time for real. I will help you not to depend solely on your quirk, I will help you to give you more confidence in yourself, and of course, I will help you improve your quirk. Are you ready? Momo's expression changed to one of confidence. Yes. I'm ready, ma'am. Good. Now follow me. I'll show you around. Flashback end. Momo finished changing into her costume when she saw her phone. Should I bring it with me? No. I need to focus on my internship. No distractions. She then meets Mirko in the entrance of the agency. You are here. Good. What are we doing today? Well, if you keep sparring with me, you will get used to it. It's time you get some real experience. So, we are going to patrol. Yes, but not here. We are going to Hosu. Lately there has been an increase in crime there. Come on. We are taking the train. After this conversation, they headed to the train station. Best Jeanist's agency. I'm going to be honest with you. I thought you would be more disagreeable. You are arrogant and somewhat rude. But I can see a certain amount of respect for others in you. Maybe your fight in the finals showed you that strength isn't everything. I don't know. Said Best Jeanist to Bakugo. So, is that why you sent me an offer? To lecture me? Partly yes. On the other hand, I saw that you have talent, you are intelligent, that explosive skin of yours is the proof. I'm going to set you on the right path, help you use your virtues instead of your flaws. Whatever. Sir Night Eye's agency. Yamikumo and Mirio finished another patrol. Nothing important happened. Right now, Yamikumo was checking his phone. He sent some messages to Iida, but the latter didn't answer. I see you are worried for your friend. Yamikumo turned to see Sir Night Eye staring at him. Yes. Iida, his brother, Ingenium, was attacked by Stain, and I'm worried he would do something stupid. I see. I knew it. Come with me. I might be able to help. Yamikumo followed Sir to his office. I will be direct with you. What you fear will come true. How do you know that? I can see the future, remember? Yes, but you can only see the future of someone in front of you. At that moment, Yamikumo realized that Sir had his quirk activated and was looking at him. Wait, that means I'll be there. Yes, I arranged a cooperative internship with another hero. Luckily that hero was interested in you, and better yet, he's going to Hosu. Endeavor is waiting for you in his agency with his intern. Shoto Todoroki, your classmate, right? Yes, that means that Todoroki is also part of this. Correct. Now go. You will know what to do. Thank you, sir. He was about to leave, but Sir stopped him. Wait, take these with you. He gave him some papers. It's a license to use my quirk in an emergency. You will need it. Thanks, but there is more than one. You will know what to do with them. Now go. Yes. Said Yamikumo before leaving the agency. A few hours later. Endeavor's agency. What are we waiting for? Asked Shoto to his father. Don't be impatient, Shoto. I managed to get a hero to lend me his intern. One of your classmates will be working with us for a couple of days. Shoto raised an eyebrow at this. Who would be so crazy to want to train with his father? Soon, his question was answered when he saw Yamikumo entering the room. Atanagi. Yamikumo Atanagi. Better yet, Pyrokinesis Hero. Fireheart, welcome to my agency. I am pleased that Night Eye accepted my proposal. Thank you. This will be an interesting experience. And please, just Fireheart is fine, said Yamikumo. I like you. Come on, Shoto. Fireheart, it's time to fight some villains. As they head to Hosu, Shoto approaches Yamikumo. What are you doing here, Atanagi? Normally I wouldn't say anything. But since you will be part of everything, something is about to happen. Something bad. That's why I'm here. How do you know that? And what's gonna happen? Sir Night Eye, the hero I'm interning with, his quirk can see a little of the future. I can't tell you what will happen. If I tell you what happens, it may not happen. I see. What do we have to do? Nothing for the moment. Let's keep the profile low and follow Endeavor. When the moment comes, we'll know what to do. Very well. Gran Torino's house. Izumi fell to the floor. She was sparring with Gran Torino, again, and she was being beaten, again. I was so close, she said. You're getting better, kid. Although you still use the same tactics as always. It's not that, I just need to keep practicing. Let's continue. No, it's time to level up. We are going to fight some villains. Let's go to Shibuya. What? Shibuya. Will we go by train? Yes. That means we will pass through Hosu. Iida-kun worries me a little. I think I'll call you when I pass by. Hosu City. Atop a water tower, Stain emerged from a portal. Hosu. It seems more prosperous than I imagined, said Shigaraki, who also emerged from the portal. I must purify this city. And I still need more sacrifices to achieve it, said Stain. You irritate me more and more. Until the world realizes the mistake it has made, I will keep popping up to correct it, said Stain while jumping away, leaving Shigaraki and Kurogiri in the tower. We are definitely not compatible at all. That guy irritates me. Kurogiri, transport the Nomu. Hearing this, Kurogiri began to transport several Nomu. Let's see who destroys more things. I will shatter your convictions and your honor, hero killer. Hosu City. Train. Izumi was passing by Hosu. She was checking her phone, however the train stopped suddenly. Suddenly, a hero went through the wall of the train and crashed inside. Once his attacker also entered the train, it was revealed that it was a Nomu. Nomu, kid, stay in the train, Gran Torino said while pushing the Nomu away from the train. Izumi watched through the hole and saw Hosu on fire. What's going on? Why is everything on fire? Hosu City. Dark alley. Stain had the native hero against the wall. However, he was somewhat angry at the fuss Shigaraki was making. What a fuss. What does that idiot think? I'll take care of that later. For now, I will finish what I have to do, he said while pulling his katana. He was about to kill native, but then he felt a presence behind him. He used his katana to block the attack and make his aggressor fall to the floor. The aggressor turned out to be Iida, who had lost his helmet after receiving Stain's attack. You're just a kid in a hero suit. Who are you? Blood-colored bandages, equipped with knives everywhere. Without a doubt, you are Stain, the hero killer. I've been looking for you. But I did not imagine that I would find you so soon. In your eyes the flame of revenge burns. You better watch your words, being a brat won't save you from becoming my prey, said Stain while pointing his katana towards Iida. Your prey? Are you telling me that you don't consider attacking me? You better listen to me, criminal. I am the brother of one of the heroes you attacked, said Iida while standing up. The brother of one of the greatest and most notable heroes. So, I'll be the one to finish you off. Engrave my name for the rest of your life. Ingenium. I see. Then die. Iida tried to hit Stain with one of his kicks. However, Stain avoided the attack, using one of his boots, which had spikes in them, managed to wound Iida's right arm and then slammed it on the ground. So, Ingenium's brother. Let that garbage live to spread the rumors, and I will do that with you. After these words, Stain stabbed his katana into Iida's left shoulder. You are just as weak as your brother. Be quiet. My brother has a fractured spine and half of his body is immobilized. He could no longer be a hero. There was no reason for you to hurt him. I'll kill you. You should have saved him first, Stain said while pointing at Native. You shouldn't have thought of yourself. But in helping others, letting yourself be consumed by hatred only made you selfish. Without a doubt, you are far from being a hero. Now, die, Stain said while licking his katana with Iida's blood. Suddenly Iida couldn't move. You will be one more offering to correct this society. He was about to kill Iida, but a punch in his face made his back down. The attacker turned out to be Izumi. I came to save you, Iida-kun, she said. Stain looked at Izumi and was surprised for a moment. Kid. No, is not him, but she has a resemblance to him. Just as I read, most of the hero killer's victims were found in hidden alleys in sparsely populated neighborhoods. It was only necessary to search where there are not many heroes to find you, Izumi said. Iida-kun, can you get up? We need to get out of here, heroes need help. No, I can't move my body since he cut me. Maybe because of his quirk. Still, that doesn't matter, don't interfere in this, Midoriya. You have nothing to do with this. So, they are friends, huh? Did you come to help him? I must inform you that I intend to kill him and you too if you get in the way. So, what will you do? Interrupted Stain. I must have brought a professional with me. But that doesn't matter anymore. I must protect Iida and Native until reinforcements arrive. Izumi thought as she secretly sent her location to all her contacts. Midoriya-san, get out of here. This has nothing to do with you, screamed Iida. Even if you tell me that. A hero cannot listen to those words. The essence of a hero lies in getting where they don't call him, Izumi said while preparing to fight. Unknowingly, her words earned her a smile from Stain. Both charged against the other. Stain was preparing a cut, however, Izumi expected this. Now. One for all full cowl 25%. Using his speed, Izumi managed to pass under Stain's legs, dodge another attack from his katana by jumping in, Detroit Smash, hit him again. After hitting Stain, Izumi fell back to a safe distance. However, Stain licks his katana and Izumi would be paralyzed. My body. He cut me. Yet she would realize something. Wait, it's not the cut, it's the blood. Your power is not enough. I noticed that you were looking to get out of my field of vision and deal a blow at me. Good plan, but still not enough against me. There are many talkers who deserve to die. But you, it's worth letting you live. Stain said as he approached Iida. But not these guys. He was about to kill Iida but then, he saw something towards him. Quickly, Stain blocks the object and when it falls to the ground, it turns out to be a katana, which is nailed to the ground. Seeing the katana, Saturn realized who had arrived. Next to the katana, and taking it out of the ground, Yamikumo lands, just in time. Atanagi-kun, what is he doing here? Thought Izumi. You, what are you doing here? Asked Stain. Saving my stupid friend from you. Yamikumo said. Izumi is here too, it seems that I have to act as a protective brother. Midoriya, next time, try to send clearer messages. Luckily we managed to understand it quickly. Without warning, a flare and a blast of ice were launched towards Stain, the latter succeeding in avoiding the attack. The attacker turned out to be Todoroki. Damn it, they don't stop coming, thought Stain. Todoroki stood next to Yamikumo. Are you okay? He asked to Midoriya and Iida. Yes, we are paralyzed, is because of his quirk, Izumi said. Bloodcurdle, that's his quirk. If he drinks your blood, he will paralyze you. The limit is according to blood types. Blood types. In that case my blood type is B, said Native. Mine's A, said Iida. And mine's O, said Izumi. In that case, Midoriya, you will be the first to move. Iida, you will be next. Native, you will take a little longer, said Yamikumo. In that case, we have to keep them safe. Todoroki said as he used his ice to move the paralyzed to safety. What do we do now? I will face him. Of the two of us, I am the best in melee combat. You cover my back. If you see that he is about to cut, I will use your fire to keep him away from me. Don't worry about me. You attack, I'm immune to fire. Without waiting for an answer, Yamikumo charged against Stain, katana in hand. Stain did the same. The katanas collided. Both were pushing against each other. Face to face. I'm surprised you are here, kid. It's been a while, said Stain. Despite being enemies, I'm glad to see you again, sensei, answered Yamikumo. Luckily no one could listen to their conversation. I'm dying to see how much you've improved, kid. Do not disappoint me. After this, Stain with a knee would make Yamikumo release his katana, and then try to kick him, which would be dodged by Yamikumo when he fell on his back. However, Stain spun in midair and attempted to attack Yamikumo with a knife. Before the knife hit, Yamikumo would catch the weapon with his two hands. Thanks to his suit with added protection, he didn't cut his hands. Fighting back with a kick, Yamikumo managed to push Stain back, at the same time keeping the knife. Getting back to his feet, Yamikumo holds the knife in his left hand, and using his telekinesis he retrieves his katana and grabs it with his right hand. Then the fight continues, both with a katana and a knife in hand. The exchange of attacks continues, each blocking each attack it receives and trying to counter with its own but being blocked. In one of these exchanges, Stain manages to break Yamikumo's defense. Without giving him time to react, he would attack him trying to cut him. However, a flare hits Yamikumo, making Stain retreat. Surprised, Stain hunts down to see the culprit, which was Todoroki. Yamikumo emerges from the flames without any damage and manages to kick Stain in the face, which makes him go back. "Why? Go away. I inherited my brother's name. I am the one who must end this monster," said Iida. The Ingenium I know never had that expression on their face. "I know you're going through a lot, but letting yourself be blinded by revenge is not the solution." Yamikumo was watching the conversation when suddenly a slight pain in his left arm brought him back to reality. Stain took advantage of Yamikumo load his guard to cut him off. Yamikumo's groan of pain attracted everyone's attention. "How many times have I told you? Never let your guard down," Stain said to then lick the knife, paralyzing Yamikumo. At that, Shoto launches another blaze of fire, however Stain managed to dodge the attack and disappear from everyone's sight, appearing right above Iida and preparing the blow to kill him. "He's so fast," thought Todoroki. "Damn it, I need to move," thought Yamikumo while his nose started bleeding a little. "No, Iida-kun," though Izumi at the moment she felt her body again. "Die." Stain was about to kill Iida, but a couple of fists hit him, one in the head and one in the face. They were Yamikumo and Izumi. The pair of blows made Stain back again, which, recovering quickly, managed to dodge another flare from Todoroki. "Atanagi-kun, can you move?" asked Izumi, surprised by how quick Yamikumo could move again. "No, make no mistake, I'm still paralyzed. But that doesn't stop me from using my quirk. I am using my telekinesis to move my body, despite being paralyzed," he said while turning on his Fire Soul state. Izumi stands next to him, full cowl activated, and Todoroki stands behind the duo. "Todoroki, Midoriya. Let's go. That's new. I see you have improved, kid. Even so, 3 against 1, this is getting more and more complicated. Though Stain." "Stop." Iida tried to say. "If you want us to stop, get up. Set your goal on what you want to become," screamed Todoroki while Izumi and Yamikumo charged against Stain. Stain was having a difficult time. There was no use cutting Yamikumo, he could move despite the paralysis, besides that his body is too hot to cut him. However, every time he tried to cut the girl, Yamikumo blocked the attack with his own katana, leaving the girl free to hit Stain. And if that wasn't enough, the third boy's ranged attacks kept him from getting close to the other two for long. In one of those attacks, he manages to hit Yamikumo in the face, leaving him stunned. Placing himself at an angle where the other boy will not be able to attack him, he draws his katana and tries to attack the girl. However, the cut would be interrupted by Iida, who, after getting rid of the paralysis, with a kick would destroy Stain's katana. Izumi would take advantage of this to attack Stain and push him back. "Sorry guys, I got carried away by my fury and made a mistake. He is right, I am not fit to be a hero. However, I can still do the right thing. Let's go. Together we will be able to defeat him," said Iida. "Iida, Midoriya, behind me, now. Prepare yourselves," Yamikumo said to dodge another attack from Stain and then hit him with a kick to the jaw and send him up. Taking advantage of that, Izumi and Iida prepared to attack. "If I only have my arm. If I only have my leg," they both thought at the moment to kick Stain. "It's all I need to beat him." "Todoroki, fire!" screamed Yamikumo. Then both boys fire one last blaze at Stain. When the flames died, Stain's body fell to the ground unconscious. We did it." That was the only thing that Izumi could say. "We have to capture him and get out of here," said Todoroki. "Let's take his weapons from him just in case," said Izumi. Are you sure you're okay, Atanagi-kun?" Izumi asked Yamikumo. "Yes, I can move again, and this time I didn't overdo it with the Fire Soul, don't worry," answered Yamikumo. "Sorry, I'm a professional and I couldn't do anything," said Native. "Don't worry, you couldn't do anything. Stain is quite difficult to face alone," said Yamikumo. What are you doing here?" an angry Gran Torino said. "This is the alley," another hero said. "Endeavor told us to come here, but, wait, is that the hero killer?" Another hero appeared. While the heroes were guessing what happened, Momo appeared among the heroes and was surprised to see 4 of her companions. "Guys, what are you doing here?" she asked. Yaoyorozu. "Wait, if you are here, that means," Yamikumo said. Hearing that, Yamikumo's face changed to one of terror. In front of him appeared an angry Mirko. "What are you doing here?" "I'm also glad to see you, Rumi." "Shut up. Don't try to change the subject. You owe me a rematch." "I know, but I think this is not the right time for that." Seeing the situation, Mirko reluctantly turned around. "Fine. You saved yourself this time. Next time you won't be so lucky." After that she left to check the situation with the other heroes. Yamikumo sighed in relief. "Do you know Mirko?" asked an excited Izumi. "I don't wanna talk about it." When the situation seemed to relax, a Nomu appeared out of nowhere and managed to grab Izumi and try to take her away. However, Stain manages to free himself, lick the Nomu's blood to paralyze it and then manage to kill it. Hero killer. Endeavor tried to attack him. "Todoroki, wait," said Gran Torino. "Don't do anything stupid." Endeavor, in that, a strong killer instinct could be felt, managing to paralyze everyone except Yamikumo, who had already felt this killer instinct before. However, he preferred to do nothing. A fake. It must be purged. Someone must be stained with blood. The word hero must be restored. "Come here. Try it. The only one who can kill me will be All Might." Suddenly, all the killing instinct disappeared. Stain had fallen unconscious. Next morning, Hosu Hospital. "Now that I think about it, we did something incredible," Todoroki said. Along with him, in the same room, were Yamikumo and Iida. Iida was the only one in hospital clothes. Todoroki had not been seriously injured, so he was already dressed in his normal clothes, and Yamikumo did not care, so he was already prepared to leave, much to the dislike of the nurses. Izumi was not with them. Since being a girl they put her in another room. But she was also ready to go since she hadn't been seriously hurt either. At that some people entered the room, Gran Torino, along with Izumi, Manuel, and a police officer whom Yamikumo recognized. "I see you are all still here," Gran Torino said. "You have a visit." "Good morning, I'm the chief of police, Kenji Suragame. So, you are the ones who defeated the hero killer." Woof. At that, the officer recognized Yamikumo. "Atanagi. Are you also part of this?" "To the bottom. Good to see you again, officer." "Likewise. I will be direct with you. While you all did a good deed, you did it in violation of the law," said the officer. "I'm going to stop you there," interrupted Yamikumo. "Todoroki." At the mention of his name, Todoroki took out a piece of paper from his pocket, as did Yamikumo, and they showed it to the officer. "A permit to use your quirk in an emergency." "Yes. Todoroki and I were in a cooperative internship, so the hero I'm interning with gave us this." Flashback. Todoroki and Yamikumo's cell phones had rung. Checking, they realized that it was Izumi who had sent their location. "Is this?" asked Todoroki. "Yes. Let's go," said Yamikumo. "Where are you going?" asked Endeavor. "Send some heroes in this location. There are people in danger," Todoroki said, and then left with Yamikumo. "Our friends need us." "Todoroki, take this," said Yamikumo while giving Todoroki a paper. "A permit to use my quirk in an emergency. You will need it, and since we are in a cooperative internship, the hero I'm interning with can also give you a permission to you too." "I see, let's go." Flashback end. "I also have these," said Yamikumo, giving the officer 2 more permissions. "The hero I am interned with contacted Gran Torino and Manuel in order to give Midoriya and Iida permission to use their quirks in case of emergency." "Right," he said, blinking at Gran Torino and Manuel. "Mirai, you genius," thought Gran Torino. "Yes. He's telling the truth." "That's correct, officer," said Manuel. "I see. In this case, let me congratulate you and thank you for a job well done." "Fireheart, Shoto, Deku and Ingenium, good work," said the officer before leaving. "Is that true, Gran Torino?" asked Izumi. "No, you are just lucky." The next day the news was immediate, highlighting the arrest of the hero killer. especially mentioning the 4 brave students who defeated him. And the Nomu don't matter. It's all about the hero killer. And what's worse, that damn brat shows up again. I really want to kill him. A furious Shigaraki said. Calm down, young Tamura. If you really want to kill him, I think I have the right thing to do. Remember I told you I had something planned. In that case, a sinister voice said as a door inside the bar opened. A person who appeared to be 20 years old came out of the door. He was dressed in black pants and black combat boots, a gray t-shirt, and a black raincoat on top. The man is red-haired and wore a mask that covered almost his entire face. The only thing that could be seen was his blood-red left eye. However, the most notable thing was his right arm, which was completely replaced by a robotic arm that resembled a piece of armor. Young Tamura, let me introduce you to Alpha. A new enemy and feelings. I can't believe you defeated Stain, Uraraka said through video call. You see, all of Yamikumo's group of friends were talking on video call, so everyone could participate in the conversation. Right, if I hadn't seen it on the news, I wouldn't believe it. It must have been terrifying, said Kaminari. It was. It's not something I want to repeat. At least not now, answered Izumi. When you sent us your location, I was very worried, Midori. I'm glad everything went well, said Mina. Me too. Why is it that whenever something like this happens, you are always a part of it, Yami-kun? And what's worse, why do you always end up hurt? Asked Kanoko in a worried tone but also somewhat angry. It's part of the job. A hero cannot expect to come out of any combat uninjured, answered Yamikumo. However, this answer only made Kanoko angrier. This is my fault. If only I hadn't let my anger control me, this would not have happened, said a regretful Iida. It's okay, Iida-kun. We already talked about this. Next time we know you won't make the same mistake again, said Izumi. I'm glad everyone is all right. Anyway, I have to go. It's time to train with Gunhead. Bye, Uraraka said and then disconnected. Yeah, me too. See you, Kaminari said and then disconnected too. Doing the same, everyone disconnects. Villain's hideout. So, what is this? Asked Shigaraki while looking at Alpha. His name is Alpha. It is made to follow your orders, Tamura Shigaraki. However, unlike the Nomu, he has his own conscience, but don't worry, he will always follow any order from you without question. I am honored to finally meet you, Shigaraki-sama. I will be under your orders, Alpha said as he knelt before Shigaraki. At this, Shigaraki smiled. I already like him. If you want to test his effectiveness, I have a plan prepared. Let's do it, sensei. You, Alpha, prepare for your test. Let's see if you are good, said Shigaraki. I will do whatever you order me to, Shigaraki-sama. Sir Night Eye Agency. You asked for me, sir? Asked Yamikumo entering Sir's office. Mirio was also there. Yes, I have something for you too. I just discovered a drug distribution point. A very important one. We are going to stop them. You are also coming, sir? Asked Mirio. Yes, but being something very important we will not be alone. Fat Gum and Yukio, along with their interns help us too. Najire and Tamaki will be there too. Nice. You can finally meet the rest of the big 3 Otonagi-kun, said Mirio. That will be interesting, said Yamikumo. There is something else. There are rumors that the Villain League is being a part of this. You have 10 minutes to change into your costumes. I'll wait for you in the exit, added Sir Night Eye. After 10 minutes, the trio departed to the reunion point and after a couple of hours they arrived, seeing the rest of the heroes and interns already there. You are here. Good. So, he's the UA guy you mentioned. Isn't he a bit young to be involved in this? Asked Yukio after seeing Yamikumo. Don't worry, I wouldn't have brought him if he wasn't ready, answered Yukio. So, you're the guy Mirio mentioned. Are you really first year? What's your name? What is your quirk? Said a blue-haired girl. Najire. Focus, said Yukio. Right, sorry, my name is Najire Hado, and that guy's name is Tamaki Amajiki, said Najire pointing at the other guy. Hello. Nice to meet you, Hado-san, Amajiki-san. My name is Yamikumo Otonagi. You can call me Najire if you like. No such formality is necessary. Besides, my hero name is Najire-chan, so you need to call me like that during this mission. Sunniator, that's my hero name, said a nervous Tamaki. In that case, I'm Fireheart. Okay, come here, said Fat Gum. We won't get too complicated. We break in through the front door and we'll jail anyone we see, said Yukio. Everyone nodded. Once in front of the entrance, Fat Gum will use his quirk to destroy the wall. The heroes are here, however the site was empty. There was no one there, at least at the entrance. That's weird. Let's split up. We have to search, the drug must be somewhere, said Sernidai. Each one began to search for some way to find the drugs or some secret entrance where the people or the drugs were hidden. However, something caught Yamikumo's attention. Approaching to check and moving away from the rest, purple mist began to surround him. Shit, after a few seconds, Yamikumo had disappeared. Fireheart! Screamed Sernidai. Suddenly, various villains appear from portals of mist above the heroes and interns. It's a trap. Lemillion, go and search for Fireheart. If he's still in this building, find him. Without thinking twice, Mirio dove into the ground in search of his partner. Unknown place. Yamikumo fell to the floor after emerging from a portal. Quickly getting up, Yamikumo tried to communicate with the rest. Sir. Lemillion, can you hear me? Hello? All he heard was static. Nobody can hear you. Yamikumo turned to see who was talking to him, only to see Shigaraki on a screen. Sensei devised this plan to get my revenge against you. Why me? It's because I defeated that Nomu of yours at the USJ. You are a smart one, aren't you? Yes, but it's not only that. Every time my plans fail you always have to show up. I'm tired of seeing your face every time. Don't worry, you're still in the same building so they can find you. They will find your dead body. At that, a door opens in front of Yamikumo. Let me introduce you to Alpha. Alpha, kill him. Your wishes are orders, Shigaraki-sama, Alpha said before charging at Yamikumo. Without thinking, Yamikumo did the same. Once close, they both collide fists, Yamikumo's right and Alpha's left. After a few moments of struggle, Yamikumo moved away and attacked with a kick to Alpha's chest, knocking him back a bit. However, Alpha seemed unaffected by the blow and charged Yamikumo again, this time in an exchange of blows between the two. In one of these exchanges, Alpha manages to hit Yamikumo in the face with his robotic arm, disorienting him and then with a kick send him crashing into the wall. Slowly getting up, Yamikumo fires a blast of fire at Alpha. Raising his robotic arm, Alpha covers himself from the fire attack, surprising Yamikumo, as the arm protected Alpha from the fire, as well as being unaffected. The arm must be made of some fireproof material. It seems they made him thinking of me, Yamikumo thought. He quickly drew his katana and charged at Alpha. Surprisingly, from Alpha's robotic arm a kind of sword came out, using it to fight against Yamikumo's attacks. After a brief exchange, Yamikumo managed to break through Alpha's defense and land a heavy punch to the face, which despite being muffled by the mask, managed to send Alpha flying. Falling to the ground, Alpha gets up again unfazed by the attack. At that moment Yamikumo tried to charge again, however he was stopped by having to dodge a projectile aimed at him. After this he had to dodge several more projectiles, some he deflected with his katana and others he managed to dodge. Using his fire, he managed to create a barrier to protect himself and then took cover behind a box. Looking carefully at the projectiles, the surprise invades him again. This thing, I've seen it before. Suddenly a memory from 2 years ago made him identify the object. This is one of the Aka's brothers' quirk. This is impossible, neither of them has red hair. Somehow, they got hold of one of the two's quirks and passed it on to this guy. How? However, a sound interrupts his thoughts. A robotic arm reached through the box and grabbed him by the neck and, making him go through the box, pulled him. Alpha. Quirk. Porcupine. This quirk allows Alpha to grow thorns and shoot them to any objective like a projectile. This quirk previously belonged to one of the Aka's brothers. It is unknown to which of the two it was stolen. Alpha had him by the neck, switching hands, using the left to grab Yamikumo by the neck, drawing the sword from his right arm. Alpha was about to stab Yamikumo. However, activating the Fire Soul, Yamikumo succeeded. Break free of the grip with a blast of fire from its mouth strong enough to knock Alpha back. However, Alpha simply brushed the fire off him, undeterred by the burns she received. How is it possible that my attacks have no effect? Wait, he has burns from my attacks. Didn't he feel them? To confirm his theory, Yamikumo using his speed manages to make a cut on Alpha's right arm. However, he ignores the wound and manages to hit him in the stomach with the same arm with the wound, and then finish off with a punch to the face with his robotic arm, which causes Yamikumo to start bleeding from his left cheek. So, it's true. He also has Titan's quirk. Alpha. Second quirk. Placebo. This quirk allows Alpha not to feel any kind of damage. It should be noted that despite this quirk, any damage can be done, he only does not feel any type of effect. This quirk previously belonged to Titan. This is gonna be hard. I had faced this before, however now everything is together. Thought Yamikumo after dodging another thorn. After this, Alpha approaches Yamikumo and a new exchange of blows occurred. However, Yamikumo was getting tired quickly. Alpha did not seem to be exhausted. In one of these exchanges, Alpha manages to stab Yamikumo's right leg. Luckily the weapon did not touch any nerve or important part of the leg. Thanks to this, Yamikumo manages to take out the weapon and with a left kick push Alpha away. Thanks to the Fire Soul, Yamikumo had no problem moving despite the leg injury. Shit, I need to use more power. Yamikumo gave a strong stomp and the fire that surrounded his body took the form of a dragon somewhat small due to Yamikumo's exhaustion. After a roar, the fire dragon headed for Alpha, but, for his surprise, Alpha used his robotic arm and with a strong punch destroyed the dragon. With shocking speed, Alpha appeared in front of Yamikumo and hit him with his robotic arm. The blow was so strong that it made Yamikumo drop his katana and even lose the Fire Soul. After the blow, Yamikumo went flying. However, something stopped him. Upon realizing it, he was being held up by 4 chains, one on each limb of his body. As this. Morino's quirk. Alpha. Third quirk. Chain. Alpha can summon a total of 6 metal chains from his back and can control them freely. This quirk previously belonged to Izuku Midoriya. The chains began to move, pulling Yamikumo to stab him. Desperately Yamikumo activates the Fire Soul again, this time with greater power and manages to free himself from the chains and then hit Alpha hard in the stomach. The blow was strong enough to ignore placebo's effect and affect Alpha, making him groan in pain. However, Alpha quickly recovers and hits Yamikumo in the jaw with his left arm. This made Yamikumo bleed from the mouth. Quickly the exchange of blows resumes, but this time Yamikumo's blows were faster, managing to hit Alpha several times. In one of those he managed to send Alpha flying, but it did not end there. Using his telekinesis, even though his nose bleeding from the overexertion, Yamikumo used his telekinesis to pull Alpha in, striking him with a blaze from close range. However, to his surprise, Yamikumo received a punch from Alpha, his robotic arm. The punch hit him on his left cheek. Alpha emerged from the smoke, with his trench coat destroyed and his shirt destroyed on his right side, showing the scar on his right arm, and how it was connected to the robotic prosthesis, in addition to some old burns already healed but remaining as scars. Yamikumo was very tired, he could hardly stand up and could barely keep his Fire Soul activated. In a last attempt, creating a sphere of fire, he tried to launch it against Alpha. However, the rival appeared in front of him and with a movement of his robotic arm he destroyed the sphere. Unfortunately, this was the last thing Yamikumo could do, as the Fire Soul left his body and lay motionless, awaiting Alpha's attack. The Mention took his sword out of his arm again and was about to stab Yamikumo. He would have succeeded if it wasn't for a punch that sent him flying. From a nearby wall appears Mirio, who had hit Alpha. Fireheart, are you okay? Asked a worried Mirio after seeing Yamikumo's state. I'll be, thanks. Who is this guy? I don't know. The only thing I know is that his name is Alpha, is part of the Villain League and he has multiple quirks. Multiple quirks, like the Nomu. Yes, Alpha without any problem gets up. He was about to attack but a purple mist appeared next to him. Alpha, Tamura Shigaraki wants you to come back, said Kurogiri. If that's what Shigaraki-sama wants, then you can take me. After this, Kurogiri teleported Alpha away. "Sir, can you hear me?" asked Mirio through the communicator. "Yes. They ambushed us but we managed to defeat everyone. It turned out to be a trap." "Did you find Fireheart?" "Yes. But he will need medical attention." Villain's hideout. Alpha emerged from the portal, only to find a smiling Shigaraki. "Ha ha ha. That was great, Alpha. You were the best." Shigaraki started laughing. "You passed the test. Next time we'll make sure you manage to kill him." "I could have killed him. Why did you interrupt me?" "It was not necessary. The other boy who arrived would not let you kill him. Also, we showed that idiot that he is nothing against us. For me this is a victory. In this case, I am glad to know that I managed to meet your expectations," said Alpha with a slight bow. A few hours later, at the hospital. I hate hospitals. Yamikumo was laying in the hospital bed. He wanted to go but Sir Night-Eye ordered him to stay in the hospital at least one day. He told the police everything that happened and all about Alpha. After this they left him to rest, but he was bored as hell. But to his surprise someone would recognize him. Yami-kun. It was Kanoko, who surprisingly was there. "Kanoko, what are you doing here?" "I'm the one who should be asking that. But if you need to know. We brought an injured man to the hospital. Now, what are you doing here?" she asked in an angry tone. "Oh, the Villain League set us up and a guy named Alpha beat the crap out of me. He even stabbed me in the leg. But I'm okay." Kanoko was quiet for a few seconds. Why is it that whenever something like this happens, you have to be a part of it, and what's worse, you always end up hurt? "Aren't you exaggerating? The USJ, the stain thing, this thing, and don't make me mention the ones before you, she scolded. "Okay, you are right, but you worry too much. I mean, this is part of the hero work. I know but that isn't excuse for you to get injured every time. Besides, you are no one to tell me whether to worry or not," she said before leaving the place angry. Wait. Yamikumo yelled and then got up from the bed, put on some pants and took off all the things that were connected to him. Solely to follow Kanoko out of the hospital. "Wait, Kanoko!" Yamikumo shouted, managing to reach Kanoko. "What? Why are you so angry at me? Did I do something wrong?" "No, it's just, you keep injuring yourself so much, and I keep thinking that one of these days, you won't be able to recover from your wounds or worse yet, be mortally wounded. I care about you. I understand that but, you care beyond what another one of our friends would do." "Why?" Kanoko didn't say anything, just looked away. "Come on, help me to understand." "It's because I like you. I said it, I like you and I can't help but care about you a lot. I just don't know if next time you won't make it out of the hospital, or you'll die. That's why I worry. I do not want to lose you." Some tears fell from her eyes. This declaration leaves Yamikumo stunned. He's not going to deny it, he also had feelings towards the brown-haired girl. What he didn't think is that she also felt the same for him. It was right there that he realized, because she cared a lot about him, she made him feel like a fool. He is so smart and he can't realize his friend's feelings. Then again, he's not very good at this kind of things either. Yamikumo was so stunned at the time that he couldn't think of anything else. Grabbing Kanoko by the shoulders, bringing his face closer to hers and finally meeting his lips with hers. This action caught Kanoko by surprise until after a few seconds she returned the kiss. The kiss lasted almost a minute. After separating they were both with big blushes on their faces, Kanoko's being bigger than Yamikumo's. So, that means that we are now a couple, I think so. After a few seconds to concentrate, Yamikumo continued. "I can't promise you that I will never hurt myself again, that's something unreal," he said as he took Kanoko's hand. "But I promise I'll do my best, so you don't worry." "Okay, you better keep that promise." After a few seconds of silence, she continued. "By the way, should we tell others about us? Let's keep it a secret for now. You know, to avoid interrogation, possible jealousy from Mineta, and worse, Ashido and her awkward questions." "Point taken. Well, I wish to stay but I have to go. We'll talk later." After that, Kanoko gives Yamikumo a quick kiss on the cheek and leaves. It's not what I expected, but I can't complain, said Yamikumo with a smile in his face. The final exams. A few days had passed, and the internships ended without any other incident. Right now we can see Yamikumo in the train, obviously accompanied by Kanoko, in the way to UA. Hey, Yami-kun, can you tell me again? Why are you wearing glasses? Kanoko asked. Oh, these are actually fake glasses. I'm using them to hide myself from the people. What happened in Hosu is still remembered, so this is my disguise until I can go out normally again. Yeah, I understand that, but you're literally just wearing glasses, otherwise you're still the same, she said while pinching her nose. Sometimes the simplest is the most effective, he said. Suddenly a person approached Yamikumo. Excuse me. You look familiar to me. Do I know you from somewhere else? The guy asked. I don't think so. I'm from UA. Maybe you saw me in the festival, Yamikumo answered. Yeah, you're right. Sorry to bother you, the guy said before leaving. Kanoko was speechless. I can't believe that worked. I told you. In that case, Kanoko said before putting on a flirtatious smile. That means we can go on a date without anyone bothering us. Why yeah, I think so, he said. You see, the reason why these two haven't had their first date is that Yamikumo, being one of the students who defeated Stain, is being recognized everywhere, so they are waiting for a moment for things to calm down so they can go out without being bothered. Look. We have arrived, come on. He then grabbed Kanoko's hand and get out of the train. 1A classroom. I can't believe you faced Stain. Even better, you defeat him, screamed a surprised Shiro. Yeah, that was so manly, said Kirishima. Everyone was surrounding the four who defeated Stain. Yamikumo and Todoroki were serious, Iida was trying to calm everyone down and Izumi was completely nervous. As everyone mentions how cool they were, Momo managed to get closer to Yamikumo. Atanagi-kun. Can I ask you something? Don't worry, this has nothing to do with Stain. Sure, when you recommended me to go with Mirko, which I appreciate, you only mentioned having seen her in action. However, in Hosu she seemed to recognize you, besides getting quite angry with you. I would like to know, where do you actually know her from? She asked with a suspicious look. This question made Yamikumo sweat. Why? Didn't you ask her? Yes, but her answer was strange. Flashback. Excuse me, Mirko. Momo said. Yeah, what do you want? Aren't you supposed to be training? Yes, sorry but I need to ask you something. Make it quick. I noticed that in Hosu you recognized one of my classmates, Atanagi-kun. I was wondering, where do you know him from? That little bastard is your classmate. When I see him, he will pay. This time he will not escape me. I will have my rematch. Now go back to your training. After this Mirko left to release some tension. That didn't answer my question. Flashback end. She didn't answer my question. Now can you please answer me? She glared at Yamikumo. You see, luckily, for Yamikumo, Aizawa arrived at the classroom. He was accompanied by Shinso. I see that the news has everyone excited, but that does not mean that you can be out of your seats. Aizawa said and everyone went to their seats. Momo gave a look to Yamikumo that says, this isn't over, then went to her seat. Let's see. Summer vacation is close but none of you will be able to rest during these 30 days. Everyone tensed up for this. We will go camping in the woods during the holidays. After this announcement everyone was excited, however a look from Aizawa made them shut up. However, if someone fails the final exams they will stay in school and have remedial classes. Everyone, do your best. Kirishima shouted to motivate everyone. Now, I think you have a hero lesson with All Might. Shinso, you are taking it with this class. After this everyone got ready and went to the place where All Might was waiting. Everyone was in their hero costume, except for Iida, his costume was being repaired. But without a doubt, the most surprising was Shinso, who was also wearing a suit. He wears a short-sleeved black shirt, gray shoulder pads, fishnet arm sleeves and fingerless gloves. His pants are also black, with purple rings around the bottom, with a mini speaker on each end, and white boots with purple tips. In addition, Hitoshi wears an artificial vocal cords on his face and a capturing weapon around his neck. Shinso-kun, that's your hero costume? Asked Izumi. Yes, I was inspired by Eraserhead to do it, in addition to also using a capture weapon. And what is this? She said, pointing at the device in his neck. It's an artificial vocal cords. With this I can change my voice so no one can guess if I'm talking or not. So cool, said Izumi. She was about to start muttering, but All Might started speaking. Today we are having a rescue lesson. Form 3 groups of 5 people and 1 of 6. When I give the distress signal, team members will enter from outside the zone. This will be a competition to see who can rescue me first. The group of Shiro, Mina, Iida, Ojiro and Izumi was first. I'm not going to bore you with the details, but just so you know, Izumi won the competition, she didn't slip. The rest of the competitions occurred without any incident. Yamikumo, Momo and, surprisingly, Shinso also won their respective competition. Despite only having 4 winners, they have all improved since entering the academy. Keep it up and get ready for the final exams. After these words, All Might approached Izumi and whispered to her. At break time come see me, you can also bring young Atanagi, it's time for me to tell you more about One for All. Locker room. Boys sighed. Hey, Kaminari, Mineta whispered to Kaminari. Look at this hole. It points directly to the girls' locker room. This called everyone's attention. Hey, I know the girls in our class are pretty, but this is already pushing the limits too far, said Kaminari. Thanks to him spending a lot of time with Yamikumo and Iida, he learned to be decent when it comes to girls. I don't care, I will do what I have to do, and no one will stop me. He turned to the hole's direction, but the only thing he saw was Yamikumo standing in front of him, Fire Soul activated and with his katana in hand. And what's that supposed to be? He asked in a threatening tone. Mineta began to sweat with fear and could not respond. Because if what you want is to be on the side of the girls, I can gladly help you become one, he said while pointing his katana at Mineta's private parts. This nearly gave Mineta a heart attack. Hearing this, the rest of the boys unconsciously covered their own parts. And no, I was about to report this to the principal so the hole can be sealed, Mineta said in a scared tone. Good, in that case I'll go with you. I will protect you, there will be many perverts who will try to avoid that. Why yeah, good thinking. Girls sighed. Wow, Atanagi-kun can be really scary when he wants to, Mina said. Well, at least they'll take care of the hole, said Kanoko. However, he noticed Momo, who was in her thoughts. Yaoyorozu, are you okay? This snapped Momo out of her thoughts. Oh, yes, I'm just trying to figure out who Atanagi-kun really is. This caught every girl's attention. Why? Kanoko asked. You'll see. When he recommended me to go with Mirko, he told me that he had only seen her in action once, but in Hosu, it seemed that Mirko recognized him. It seemed that they had known each other before, Momo explained. Now that I remember, I asked him if he knew her, but he told me he didn't want to talk about it, added Izumi. Oh, that. A couple of years ago they met in a fight. Yami-kun defeated her and since then she wants a rematch, explained Kanoko. Atanagi-kun faced Mirko. All the girls screamed. Yes, but it was before Mirko was Mirko. In fact, he never wants to talk about it because he's afraid of Mirko. Why? I know she is a bit aggressive, but it is not to be so afraid of her, asked Momo. Let's say that Yami-kun is the only one who has seen Mirko angry to the limit, and survive. After this the rest of the day was normal until the break started. Break room. Sit down. Toshinori said to Izumi and Yamikumo. You have been through a lot of trouble. Sorry for not being around. You don't have to apologize. You said something about the One for All story, said Izumi. I heard the hero killer licked your blood. Remember what I told you when I gave you the power. Eat this, Izumi said while doing a perfect imitation of All Might, face included. No, not that, Toshinori said. This interaction made Yamikumo laugh a little. I told you that no matter what, as long as you have my DNA you will have the One for All. This worried Izumi. Does that mean the hero killer now has the One for All? No, I guess you forget it. The One for All cannot be transmitted unless the owner wants it. Therefore, It cannot be taken away by force. It is a peculiar quirk, just like its origin. The one for all derives from a singularity that has existed since the beginning of everything. It's all for one. This quirk steals quirks and makes them its own. It can also give quirks to other people. He exists from the beginning of everything. His influence was so great that he managed to take control of all of Japan. That man had a brother. That brother was quirkless. When he found out, he gave his brother a quirk without knowing that in reality he always had a quirk. The power to pass his quirk to another person. So, both singularities merged into one. That is the origin of One for All. Wait, what happened to that man? Asked Izumi. The brother was not able to defeat All for One. Therefore, he decided to entrust One for All to another person, and thus the power gradually accumulated. I was the one who managed to beat him. Or at least that's what I thought. Do you think he may be behind the Villain League and the Nomu? Asked Yamikumo. Yes, it's a theory, but yes, said Toshinori. In that case, let me confirm it. During my internship I faced Villain from the Villain League. He had several quirks, like the Nomu. But what surprised me the most is that I met the owners of the quirks he had. Somehow, he got those quirks. Now it makes sense. That guy, All for One, must have given him those quirks. I see, One for All was created to defeat All for One. Young Midoriya, you will have to face that evil one day. I know it's hard, but I'll give my best. I will prepare for that day. With your help and Atanagi-kun's I can do it, said Izumi. I know this doesn't concern me, but if All for One is behind the Villain League, it's my problem too. Shigaraki is targeting me too. I will give my all to help, said Yamikumo. Thank you. After this conversation, the last week of June arrived. There was only 1 week left for the final exams. I didn't study at all, screamed Mina and Kaminari. I couldn't study because of the sports festival and the internships, said Kaminari. Mina-san, Kaminari-kun. We have to try harder, said Izumi. So, we can all go to camp. With you supporting me I will not fail, Midori, said Mina to Izumi, who blushed at this. If you paid more attention in class, you wouldn't fail, Kaminari, said Yamikumo. It's easy for you to say. You have the #1 position with your perfect grades. Wait, Midori, you are smart. Can you help me study? Asked Mina to Izumi while making a cute face. Obviously, that made Izumi blush even more. Not only because of the proximity, but a few weeks ago she had accepted that she felt an attraction towards her pink classmate. Sure. Thanks, Midori, Mina said while hugging Izumi, which reached her limit and almost passed out. That's great idea. Midoriya, can you help me too? Asked Kaminari, but before Izumi could answer, Mina answered for her. No, she's mine. Find your own teacher, she said in a threatening tone. Oh, okay. He then looked at Yamikumo. Atanagi, help me please. Sure, but you won't be able to back down, he said. Sure, how bad could it be? Cafeteria. Apparently it will be a synthesis of everything seen so far, said Kanoko. That's what Aizawa-sensei said. The rest will be basic training, said Uraraka. Studying for the exam and keeping our physical condition to perfection. Ouch, Izumi said, but was interrupted by a blow to her head. Oh, excuse me, your head is so big that I hit it, said a blonde student. I heard that 4 of you managed to beat the hero killer. You do not stop causing problems. Maybe one day we will see ourselves involved in a problem where we get hurt. How scary. He said, but was interrupted by a chop in his neck by an orange-haired girl. It's not funny, they must have been terrified. Sorry Class A, this guy is weird. I heard you didn't know what the practical exam is about. I heard that it will be the same as the entry. A fight against robots. Someone from 2nd year told me. What are you doing, Kendo? You got rid of our advantage, said the blonde guy. While the duo of the other class left Kaminari, and Mina sighed in relief. Robots, someone from 3rd year told me too, said Yamikumo, remembering when Mirio told him about this. Then why did you never say it? First, you never asked until now. Second, you must also collect information. Third, the UA is famous for its free teaching, they can easily change the exam whenever they want, so don't be overconfident. Atanagi-kun is right. As UA students we cannot trust the information. Perhaps the teachers ordered people to give us false information to make us overconfident, said Iida. I guess you are right. So, Atanagi, is it all right if we start tomorrow? No. Tomorrow Kanoko-san and I have a date, so it will have to be the next day, he said without thinking. When he realized what he said, he saw all his friends gaping at the couple. Please don't go around saying it. It was the only thing he managed to say. I knew it, screamed Mina in joy. The days passed quickly for some and very slowly for others. The written exams passed and so the day of the practical exam arrived. Everyone was in their hero costume, but they were surprised by the number of pro heroes that were there. There's a lot of teachers, said Jiro. I found out that some people found out what the exam is about, so we decided to change it, said the principal, who emerged from Eraserhead's capture weapon. You will pair up to fight one of the teachers. Against the teachers, the couples and the rivals are already decided. For example, Todoroki and Yaoyorozu will go against me, said Eraserhead. Midoriya and Bakugo will face, he said, but was interrupted by someone. Me, said All Might. All 10 teams will start on their respective stages at the same time. The test will be explained to them by the teacher with whom they will fight. Time is precious, so make your way to your buses. Wait, Shinso-kun isn't with us, Izumi asked. No, he is taking the exam with Class B, now go to your bus, Eraserhead answered. They all got on their respective buses and went to the place of their tests. The fights are about to start. Kyoka Jiro and Yamikumo Atanagi versus Present Mike. Jiro was using her quirk to locate Present Mike. He is at the exit. It seems that escape will be impossible. Come on, Present Mike screamed with his quirk. He is very noisy. It seems that he will stay at the exit and will only use ranged attacks. Jiro-san, do you think you can counter his attacks? I think so, but I don't think I can get over them. Good, you try to fight back, make him think he's got us cornered, Yamikumo said while entering to the woods. And where are you going? Yamikumo turned around and showed the handcuffs. I'm going to capture it. After this, Yamikumo disappeared into the shadows. Meanwhile, Present Mike was chilling at the exit. What are you waiting for? He screamed again. You are very noisy, he suddenly heard. Suddenly he saw Yamikumo next to him while he was handcuffed. The Atanagi Jiro team passes, said the announcement. Medical station. Jiro and Yamikumo entered the medical station. No one was there, except for Recovery Girl. It seems that we are the first to pass, said Yamikumo. Great, I've never been the first at something, said an excited Jiro. I recommend that you watch the other fights, you could learn several things, said Yamikumo while watching the screens. Kanoko Komori and Mezzo Shoji vs Snipe. Another short fight. Kanoko used her quirk to grow several giant mushrooms and block off the entire stage, making it impossible to see anything but mushrooms. Yet, thanks to his quirk, Shoji managed to find Snipe and capture him. Momo Yaoyorozu and Shoto Todoroki vs Eraserhead. Yaoyorozu, I have a plan. Start creating stuff, no matter the size, that way we'll know if Eraserhead is around. Meanwhile we search for the exit. That's your plan. Forgive me, but this plan is very bad. Why? First, I create things, but what happens if Eraserhead decides not to delete my quirk and attack us by surprise? Or if he deletes what? Will you try to face it? Well, if you put it that way, you better keep quiet and leave the plan to me, said Momo when she started creating some things. Eraserhead was watching the place from the rooftops when he saw Todoroki stepping out an alley. Big mistake. Quickly jumping towards Todoroki, he tried to capture him. Todoroki noticed and tried to use his quirk, however Eraserhead had erased it. However, before he could use his capture weapon, something caught his attention. Momo was heading at him with a prepared kick. Using his arm, he quickly covers himself from the blow, which he had to admit had hurt. It seems that she learned several things from Mirko. However, this was not over. Todoroki, now out of Eraserhead's vision, tried to trap him in his ice. However, with a maneuver he managed to avoid the ice. That was not all. Momo quickly created a metal rod and began to attack Eraserhead. He had to admit that the girl had improved her skills quite a bit. Her attacks were fiercer and faster, and her combat technique was better. "Todoroki-kun, now!" she screamed, then from behind some ice tried to capture Eraserhead. "So, this is your plan. Distract me so that Todoroki captures me with his ice." Quickly jumping backwards, Eraserhead evades the ice. Sorry to say it didn't work. However, upon landing he realized that he landed on a rope. Suddenly something that looked like his capture weapon caught him. Without thinking, Todoroki used his fire and the material hardened, trapping Eraserhead. "The Todoroki Yaoyorozu team passes," said the announcement. "It worked," said Todoroki. "I told you. You see, Todoroki-kun, sometimes having help is good," she said while winking at him. Unknowingly this made the boy blush a little. Ochako Uraraka and Yuga Aoyama vs 13. Uraraka and Aoyama were clinging to a railing so as not to be ed into 13's technique. "This is bad. If we let go we can die," said Aoyama in a worried tone. Weirdly enough his face wasn't worried at all. "Wait, 13 will never kill us. That means if I let go. Aoyama-kun, get ready. This could go very well or very badly." Uraraka let go of the railing and headed towards 13. When 13 saw this, she deactivated her quirk. Smiling, Uraraka used what she learned with Gunhead, and with a little help from Aoyama they managed to capture 13. "The Uraraka Aoyama team passes," said the announcement. Denki Kaminari and Mina Ishido vs the principal. Both students were currently climbing to the top of the machine that Nezu was operating. Luckily the principal didn't seem to notice. "I must admit I'm surprised this plan of yours is working out," said Mina to his classmate. "No offense." "Don't worry, I'm surprised too," said Kaminari. "When I saw the principal start destroying everything, I realized that running away would not be an option. That's why I thought we could use your acid to make our way to where he was without him noticing. Looks like your classes with Atanagi-kun paid off." "Yeah, they did." A few moments later they managed to reach the top and without problems capture the principal. "The Kaminari Ishido team passes," said the announcement. Both friends high-five. Minoru Mineta and Hantashiro vs Midnight. The battle started with the advantage for Midnight. She quickly managed to put Zero to sleep with her quirk, leaving Mineta to flee alone. However, inspired by the rest of his classmates, Mineta manages to gather courage and manages to catch Midnight with his quirk, and together with a still sleeping Zero manages to escape. Suyu Asui and Fumikage Tokiyami vs Ectoplasm. Both teenagers worked together incredibly well. Their tactic was to use their abilities to escape, however Ectoplasm managed to catch them and ruin their plan. Luckily, using Suyu's ability to store things in her stomach and Dark Shadow, they managed to trick Ectoplasm and capture him. Ejiro Kirishima and Rikido Sato vs Smintos. The fight was long, but not because the boys gave the teacher a lot of fight, but because the boys tried a direct attack tactic. However, Smintos created several barriers which were destroyed by the boys, but said barriers were created faster than what were destroyed. In the end, both boys failed to get past the teacher's defenses and failed the exam. Masharao Ojiro and Tenya Iida vs Power Loader. This battle was fast. Power Loader had the field controlled thanks to his quirk. However, thanks to his Recipro Burst, Iida manages to throw Ojiro with the necessary force to avoid touching the ground and reach the exit. Izumi Midoriya and Katsuki Bakugo vs All Might. Both Izumi and Bakugo were in front of the entrance to the stage where they would have their test. It would not be easy at all. They were facing the number one hero, the symbol of peace, All Might. They both gave each other a quick glance and nodded to finally see the large entrance door to the place that would be their exam. Just this time they put the grudges aside, since the test that awaits them is bigger than a grudge from the past. The doors were opened, and at that moment, both the green-haired and the blonde shot into the field, each with their combat mode active. Izumi with her full cowl and Bakugo with his explosive skin. In this exam we are the heroes. And the teachers are the villains. We should remember the skills of All Might to decide whether to flee or fight. Those were Izumi's words as she ran at high speed using the full cowl. And taking into account that we are facing All Might, the best thing would be to run away, but the best thing would be to fight. Bakugo said in his explosive skin mode, but that caught Izumi's attention. If we fight with him until in the end, he will surely get tired and we will be able to defeat him. Izumi had to admit that was a good idea, but All Might's time in his super mode was 3 hours, and not even 30 minutes had passed yet. But even with an advantage it will be difficult to win. We must work together to at least achieve it. I hate to admit it, but you're right, Bakugo said reluctantly. The two of them had started to increase their speed to get to the exit faster, but in that, a large amount of wind shot towards them. The two tried in vain to protect themselves from such a wind, but even so, it sent them flying and, in the process, destroyed almost the entire area in which they were. After the wind stopped, they both managed to stand up again to see in front of them All Might approaching slowly. If you consider this an exam, said the hero at the moment of giving a strong stomp, creating another current of wind, not as powerful as the previous one but it was strong. You will regret it. I am a villain, heroes. Come with all your might. And then he ran towards them. Smash. Stun grenade. Both students launched their own attacks as they were right in front of All Might, who received both the blow and the explosion. That's what we were going to do, they exclaimed at the same time when launching the attack. Bakugo tried to give him a direct attack, but All Might caught his face with one hand. But apparently, he forgot Izumi, who appeared on top of him to hit him on the back, forcing him to let go of Bakugo. However, Izumi opened her eyes wide when she felt a strong blow to her stomach from All Might, which sent her flying a great distance from the place. But at that moment, All Might received a heavy blow which was then followed by an explosion. When he turned around, he saw Bakugo without one of his gloves, leaving his left arm exposed. Bakugo kept attacking, both with explosions and explosive blows towards the hero, who only received the blows but didn't seem affected at all. Will you really try this all the time? The hero said while receiving explosions in his body, to then close his right fist and prepare a strong punch for Bakugo. But right away, Izumi would use her enhanced speed to take Bakugo away from All Might. I didn't expect young Midoriya to recover so quickly, All Might whispered as he put one of his hands behind his head. Meanwhile with the duo, they were both inside an alley leaning against its walls while they took a breath. They knew that fighting All Might would not be easy, but it seems that it was even more complicated than they thought. Kachan, really, I can't think of any way to defeat or escape from All Might, Izumi said as she took a deep breath. Well, I discovered something, Bakugo said, calling Izumi's attention. Simple blows like that won't affect him, I understood during that brief fight. So, while with All Might, he was running through the streets of the fake city hoping to find the two young students. Where are they? He wondered. Since they had hidden, that meant they were headed straight for the exit, right? Where are you looking? He heard a scream behind him, to turn around and see Bakugo pointing a hand at him. In that he used his arms to cover a direct explosion to his face. At that, Bakugo used his explosions to propel himself into the air as he yelled, Deku! That scream caught All Might's attention, then he heard someone stop behind him. That was Izumi, who on her right arm had removed her suit glove and arm guard to put on one of Bakugo's grenades. So, we'll give him everything from close range. Our only option is to deal damage and put some distance. Izumi remembered her partner's idea when moving the grenade and aiming at All Might while she removed the safe lock. Sorry sensei, the girl thought at the moment of shooting. And the blast was released, hitting All Might and making Izumi take a few steps back from the force of the blast. Run, nerd! In that, Bakugo passed over her towards the exit using his explosions to propel him through the air. At that, Izumi, activating the full cowl again, started to make her way towards the exit alongside Bakugo. Once the smoke caused by the brain blast, All Might was on his knees after receiving such a powerful attack. They caught me. That was a plan to run away after attacking. A good impromptu plan. In that, he looked at the destroyed buildings, not by the attack, they were what he destroyed at the beginning of everything. They also limited the damage to points that I had already destroyed myself. I taught them that in the first combat training. In that, he coughed a little on his fist when he stood up, I see. They are both very smart. In that, he looked at his fist to see a small trace of blood. Then, in that, he squatted down at the moment one of his blue eyes sparkled. Your teacher will try hard. Back with the duo. We're almost at the exit, Izumi said without stopping running. It doesn't seem like All Might is following us, said the green hair as she turned her head to look back, and there was no trace of All Might. Is he unconscious? Didn't you said that it was impossible to beat him? Bakugo said to his partner and then landed next to her and started running. When he reaches us, we must defeat him with our best attacks. Yes, and then, surprisingly, All Might came to them, and got into their conversation taking the pair by surprise. At that moment, Bakugo tried to use his grenade bracelet, but All Might destroyed both gauntlets in one hit. After this, Bakugo received a strong knee to the chin, which sent him crashing into a building at high speed. And Izumi was held tightly by her arm, to later be used as a kind of human hammer, which was used to attack Bakugo, who had recovered and had gone on the attack again, and thus both received a strong blow that hit the ground hard. Overwhelming speed. His stamina and power are the same. It's quite simple. It's real power, Bakugo thought from the ground, clenching his teeth as he tried to get up. In that, Izumi was forcefully launched by All Might, making her roll on the ground. Trying to escape from me using your maximum power was your idea, but now I have destroyed the gloves of young Bakugo, you have lost. That's not true, the duo exclaimed. At that moment Bakugo managed to put one of his hands in the direction of All Might and cause a large explosion which sent All Might flying, giving Bakugo the opportunity to stand up. Izumi at that moment crouched down to then make a strong jump and be at the same height as All Might in the air, while preparing an attack. Detroit Smash, and she threw a strong blow that also launched her in the direction of the exit. But it seems that it wasn't enough, because All Might punched the air hard, which made it shoot towards Izumi, tackling her back. The force was so great that Izumi was thrown away until she hit a bus. The gloves were to be able to use bigger explosions and not depend on my explosive skin without taking risks, Bakugo thought when activating the explosive skin again and going straight to All Might. But I won't be able to beat him without taking risks. All Might finally noticed Bakugo, who had both of his fists pointing at him, which were completely bright orange. Die. In that, Bakugo caused a gigantic explosion towards All Might. Quick Deku. Run. The green-haired girl only stood up again, but as she did so she felt a stab of pain in her back. It must have been when she received All Might's tackle. Do it fast. Bakugo yelled again as he launched a large series of gigantic explosions at All Might, who was behind him. But as he launched more and more explosions, he felt an intense amount of pain in his arms. Ignoring the pain, Izumi started to walk towards the exit. Even if it hurts, I must go towards the exit. But if I go there, All Might will try to block me. Kachan should take advantage of it. But at that, All Might changed his course to go towards Izumi and try to intercept her. But at that moment, Bakugo shot out in front of All Might to intercept him and attack him again with a blast. But unfortunately, All Might managed to avoid it and incidentally caught Bakugo by the head and then smashed him to the ground. Bakugo started punching All Might's arm repeatedly. Quickly, idiot, said the blonde while he kept hitting All Might's arm. I'll break, even if I end up tearing myself to shreds, I'll do it because of one. I won't accept that I haven't even managed to beat you. And then with his teeth he bit All Might's hand, causing the hero to have a slight annoyance. I won't. Hearing that, Izumi bolted towards All Might while preparing a strong punch. I risked going over my limit, but right now it doesn't matter, Izumi thought before giving All Might a hard blow on the cheek, making him move away and then take Bakugo and move a couple of meters away from the hero. All Might tried to go towards them, but he let them pass. After all, they weren't going towards the exit as he thought. After walking a few meters away from All Might, Izumi put Bakugo down. The explosive blonde was taking deep breaths to be well again. Why? He asked haltingly. Why did you come back for me? And then he directed his gaze towards Izumi, revealing to be full of rage. You were already close to the exit. Why did you come back? I'm sorry, Kachan, the green hair apologized and then smiled, but my body acted on its own. Bakugo's eyes widened after hearing it, and the memory of long ago, when he was saved by Izumi from that villain, came suddenly. But even so, we were about to win, but you decided to come save me and now we are far from the exit and with All Might in front. That's why I have an idea," said the green-haired girl, calling Bakugo's attention, "but to achieve this we must use all our power." Suddenly a scream caught All Might's attention to see the two young ones running towards him, running at high speed. All Might at that moment decided to do the same and charged at them. And when they were face to face, they began a bare-knuckle fight between them, with Izumi and Bakugo coordinating to attack. In that, Izumi received a strong blow to the stomach from All Might, making her open her eyes wide, but even so, she held All Might's arm tightly and then crouched down, so that at that moment Bakugo knew the face of All Might, making him go back a couple of meters. Izumi forcefully rammed her fist into All Might's stomach, while Bakugo kicked the hero in the face. After receiving that attack, All Might grabbed both of them and forcefully threw them into the air. "Throw me Deku!" Bakugo yelled at Izumi. Izumi at that moment put her two fists together when activating the full cowl again, and in that, Bakugo put his 2 feet on the fists. "Now!" Bakugo exclaimed as Izumi used all her strength to launch him at great speed. And as he was thrown, Bakugo activated the explosive skin again and then released a chain of explosions to propel him further and tackle All Might and continue forward. But where he was headed was toward the exit. Young Bakugo plans to reach the exit and take me with him. Realizing this, All Might planted both of his feet hard on the ground to try to stop the advance. However, Izumi shot towards him with the full cowl active to also tackle All Might and help Bakugo. And so, both using all their power, they began to move towards the exit again, and they were very close to doing so. And so, they clenched their teeth hard at the moment of letting all their power float for a few seconds and thus finally, once and for all, reach the exit. Before, she could have passed through the door. But she went to help her partner, and now they have decided to use all their power to defeat me and run away. Those were the hero's thoughts as he saw the two young students. Although they already had left the place, they were still holding him. It seems that there is no wall to stop them. The Midoriya Bakugo Tam passes was announced, implying that they had achieved it. All the confrontations concluded, and these were the results. Kyoka Jiro and Yamikumo Otanagi both passed via capture. Kanoko Komori and Mezzo Shoji both passed via capture. Momo Yaoyorozu and Shoto Todoroki both passed via capture. Ochako Uraraka and Yuga Aoyama both passed via capture. Denki Kaminari and Mina Ishido both passed via capture. Minoru Mineta and Honta Siro. Mineta passed via escape, Siro failed. Tsuyu Asui and Fumikage Tokiyami both passed via capture. Eijiro Kirishima and Rikido Sato both failed. Masharao Ojiro and Tenya Iida both passed via escape. Katsuki Bakugo and Izumi Midoriya both passed via escape and capture. The next day, Aizawa entered to the classroom, which was surprisingly quiet. "Good morning. Now we will talk about the final exam. It's a shame but some of you failed. So, we're all going to camp." This cheered everyone up. No one failed the theory exam, and only Kirishima, Sato, and Siro failed the practical exam. And that's why the 3 of you will be taking remedial courses during camp. "Well, at least we are all going to camp," said Kirishima. "I have an idea," said Mina. "Since we rest tomorrow, all of us in Class A could go shopping." "That's a great idea," said Kaminari. "Yes. Hey Bakugo, will you come too?" asked Kirishima. "Whatever. I just hope it's not boring." Surprisingly, Bakugo accepted. "Will you come to Todoroki-kun?" asked Momo to Todoroki. "On my days off I visit the hospital," he answered. "What a pity, and I wished you to come too," Momo said with a fake sad face. I guess I can go. I can visit the hospital after that," he said, but then saw Yaoyorozu with a victory smile. "Wow, since when Yaomomo became so manipulative?" asked Kanoko. "It's Mirko's influence," said a shaking Yamikumo. "I see you're still afraid of Mirko." "You didn't see what I saw," said a terrified Yamikumo. "Damn it. I shouldn't have recommended her to go with Mirko." Shopping mall. All of Class 1A arrived at the shopping mall. "It is the commercial center of the Kiyoshi district," said one of them. What do you think if we agree on a time and place to meet so that everyone can buy what they need? Said Kirishima. That's a great idea. Come on Midori, let's go shopping, said Mina while grabbing Izumi's hand and dragging her to the shops. Wait a second, Mina-san, a blushing Izumi said but followed her friend Crush. The rest also began to go buy their things. Only Uraraka, Kanoko and Yamikumo remain. So, what do you need? I need some bug spray, said Uraraka. Yeah, me too. Are you coming to Yami-kun? Asked Kanoko. I'll catch up, I need to check a few things first, he said with a slight smile in his face. After both girls left his face changed into a serious one. You can come out. I know you are there, he said and then Shigaraki appeared from the crowd, he wasn't wearing those hands. I see that nothing escapes you, Shigaraki said with a smile. What do you want? He said while prepared to fight. Quiet, we don't want an accident to happen, said Shigaraki. At that moment Yamikumo felt a presence in the distance, turning around he could see Alpha watching from afar. Now act like we're friends. Let's go and take a coffee. The duo seated in a near cafeteria. There is not much that matters to me. But there are many things that bother me, All Might, you, but now what bothers me the most is the hero killer, said Shigaraki while drinking his coffee. So, you guys never really allied, said Yamikumo drinking his tea. The invasion of the Ua, the Nomu in Hosu, everything was overshadowed by that guy. Why is no one looking at me? How are we different? He had a conviction. Everything he did was for a clear reason. You only destroy on a whim. You have no motivation. All Might motivated the hero killer to try to be a hero and society motivated him to be what he is now. You don't have anything, Yamikumo answered. After a few seconds, Shigaraki spoke up. I see. Now I see everything more clearly. It's all the fault of All Might in this society. All people smile because of that idiot, they refuse to see reality. I will show them how rotten this world is. Destroying the symbol of peace and everyone who sympathizes with him. Especially you. After this Shigaraki gets up and starts to leave. I'm glad I talked to you. This will be the only time we see each other peacefully. Next time I'll make sure to kill you. After this he left. Yamikumo thought about calling the police, but it would be useless. By the time they arrive, Shigaraki will be long gone. So, he decided to continue shopping. No other major events occurred after that. Izumi was heading back home after shopping a lot of stuff. She was happy, she never did something like this before. But the best thing was that she managed to spend a lot of time with Mina. Before reaching her house, she met Toshinori. All Might, I mean Toshinori-san. What are you doing here? She asked. I just came to tell you one thing. You have a week off before camp. Right. Yes. You see, I was invited to an event on Island and was allowed to bring someone with me. So, I decided to bring you with me. If you want, of course. The Island. Where is the Expo taking place? Of course, I want to go. Good. Here is the ticket. Pack your bags and tell your mother, we're leaving in 2 days. Yes, she said before leaving to her home. I can't believe I'm going to the Expo. We are now on a plane in the direction to Island. Toshinori was resting, especially for the exhausting day ahead. Toshinori-san, All Might. A scream woke him up. It was Izumi whom he had invited. Luckily the flight was on a private plane. What is it, young Midoriya? We are here, look, said Izumi while looking through the window. The artificial city in movement inhabited by more than 10,000 people, the Island. It is a dream to be able to go to Island right at the start of vacation. I didn't think you'd be so excited, said Toshinori while looking at the excited girl. I'm glad I invited you. But is it okay that I came with you? There is no need to worry. The invitation says I could bring someone with me. Didn't it mean bring someone from your family? We are connected by something greater than blood. The one for all link. The conversation was interrupted by the pilot of the plane. In a few moments the plane begins to land at the Island airport. Following this announcement, Toshinori gets up and begins to transform into his hero form. Now the exhausting begins. Luckily I still have my 3-hour limit. Toshinori's body began to grow. When the plane lands, I must maintain my usual muscular form. You should also change, young Midoriya. In the back there is a bathroom, you can change there. Yes, Izumi said before going to change into her hero outfit. After landing, All Might and Izumi were going through the security filters, both with their hero costumes on. Let me ask you something, young Midoriya. Why was Island created? It was created in order to search for talents around the world and to create great items to help the heroes. This island was made mobile to protect scientists and their research from villains. The security system is like that of Tartarus, that's why no crime has been committed here, Izumi said. Very well, you know a lot of things, young Midoriya, praised All Might. After passing the security filters, Izumi was admiring the views of Island. This is so amazing. I can't believe I'm here. Even though it is not yet open to the public. I didn't expect to see so many people here, said All Might. Also, Island is different from Japan. Here you can use your quirk as you wish. Apparently, there are several attractions that use quirks. You should see them later. Yes, very well. The hotel must be, All Might said as he saw a map, in that a guide approached them. Welcome to the Expo. In that, the girl realized who she was talking to. Wait, All Might. Hearing this, from one second to another a horde of people began to surround All Might. At first only him, but suddenly someone recognized Izumi. Wait, I recognize that girl. If I'm not mistaken, she was one of the 4 students who defeated the hero killer. How lucky. All Might brought her with him. Ha. Looks like I'm not the only celebrity here. All right. Line up for your autographs. After an hour of autographs and photos, all the people around them left. We're finally done. If I'm honest, I expected them to recognize you and for this to happen. But what I did not expect is that they have recognized me, said Izumi. I didn't expect that either. Anyway, it's time to go, we're running late. Late, yes. I wanted to have a reunion with an old friend I haven't seen for a long time. Would you mind coming with me? A friend of All Might. Of course. Excellent. By the way, I haven't told him about the One for All or how I transferred it to you, so it's a secret, All Might whispered to Izumi. Is it even a secret for your best friend? It is, because danger follows those who know the secret of the One for All. I see, it's even a secret from your friends, thought Izumi. Suddenly a voice brings her out of her thoughts. Uncle Might. The voice comes from a blonde girl who was approaching them on what appeared to be a pogo stick. Uncle Might, the girl was waving at them. The girl is a shapely and attractive pale-skinned young woman of slightly above average height with quite a round face. She has wavy blonde hair which reaches halfway down her back, 2 shorter pieces she leaves over her shoulders, side-swept bangs that frames her face, aqua blue eyes with notable upper eyelashes, some slightly longer ones extending on each side and pronounced lower eyelashes. She wears a white short-sleeved dress shirt with plaid cuffs, a large bow of the same design at her neck, and a dark raspberry pink waistcoat. Accompanying these are pale gray capri pants, under which are a pair of plaid pink socks as well as a pair of heeled brown boots. She also wears a wristwatch and pink, oval-framed glasses. All Might catches the girl with his hands. Melissa. The girl, now identified as Melissa, smiles. It's been a long time. I'm glad you were able to come. Thanks for the invitation, All Might said. I did not recognize you. You've changed a lot. It's because I'm 17 now. I'm glad you're well, Uncle Might, Melissa said as All Might put her on the ground. Meanwhile, Izumi watches the interaction with a surprised face. That's All Might's great friend. She looks quite young, maybe because of her quirk. By the way, where is Dave? He is in his laboratory. It seems that he finished the first stage of his investigation from years ago. So, I invited you to the island to celebrate, Melissa answered. And what is he working on? It's a secret. Even I don't know either. Meanwhile, Izumi, tired of being ignored, started playing with her phone. Oh, young Midoriya. This got her attention. I present to you the daughter of my great friend, Melissa Shield. A pleasure to meet you, Melissa said as she extends her hand to Izumi. A pleasure. I'm Izumi Midoriya, a first-year student of the UA Hero course, Izumi said as she returned Melissa's handshake. UA, that means you're Uncle Might's student. You have a promising future then. I still have a long way to go for that. So, what is your quirk? Asked Melissa while looking at Izumi's outfit. It's a simple raw power increase. Your suit is great, but it's kind of orthodox. I also do not see any kind of support element. Maybe I could help you with something, Melissa said as she inspected Izumi's outfit. All Might coughed a bit to get the girl's attention. Sorry to interrupt you, but I think it's about time. Sorry, I got carried away, Melissa said as she put away her pogo stick, which shrunk to be put away. We must hurry if we want to surprise Dad. Follow me. After that, Melissa started to head to her father's lab. Izumi and All Might followed her. David Shield's laboratory. David is a tall man of an average build, with notable wrinkles on his forehead and defined nasolabial folds and tear troughs. He has small sky blue eyes and short, unruly honey brown hair with two prominent tufts curving outwards from the top of his forehead, a short goatee on his chin and wide-rimmed square glasses on his face. He wears a plain dark blue shirt with a single pocket, the two top buttons left casually undone, and the sleeve cuffs unbuttoned and rolled up to just below his elbows. He wears a pair of pale gray blue jeans, a dark belt with a silver buckle and navy blue sneakers with white soles, decorated with a red stripe near the toe. He was looking at an old photo of All Might when suddenly, Dad, David turns to look at his daughter in the doorway of his lab. Melissa. What are you doing here? I'm here to celebrate the completion of the first stage of your investigation. So, I brought a special person, his daughter said. Suddenly a very familiar laugh was heard. I'm here, trembling with emotion for our reunion, All Might said as he struck a heroic pose, only to then hug his old friend. Good to see you again, Dave. Toshi, I can't believe you're here, David said as he bumped his fist with All Might's. Well, you have Melissa to thank, All Might said before addressing Izumi. Young Midoriya, let me introduce myself to one of my best friends. David Shield. The girl, for her part, was in fangirl mode when she saw Davis. I know who he is. It's Professor David Shield. He is an outstanding scientist in the investigation of quirks and who also won a Nobel Prize. He was your partner when you were in the United States. In addition to making your costumes, the one from the early era, the Bronze Age, the Silver Age, and the Golden Age. I can't believe I get to meet him in person. This is too cool. This left everyone surprised by everything the girl knew, as well as making David somewhat uncomfortable when approaching him. Realizing her position, Izumi blushed a little in embarrassment. Sorry. I think I got carried away. Don't worry, looks like I don't need to introduce myself. However, for a few seconds he turned to see All Might. Hey Melissa, why don't you show Midoriya around iExpo? I'd like to talk to my old friend for a bit. Sure, follow me Midoriya, Melissa said as she left the lab, followed by Izumi. How should I call you? Midoriya-chan, Izumi-chan. After thinking about it for a bit, Izumi replied. You can call me Deku. Deku, that's a weird nickname. You can call me Melissa. Oh okay. Meanwhile at David's laboratory, All Might returned to his weak form. This is somewhat exhausting. Luckily I still have my 3-hour limit, said Toshinori. You told me about this in the mail, but I didn't think it was that bad, said a concerned David. Somewhere at the iExpo. This is incredible. It doesn't look like an island built by humans. There are quite a few things and several heroes too, said an excited Izumi. That's how it is. We have all the comforts of a real city. This is because the scientists and their families have a confidentiality agreement, so they cannot leave. I see. Still, this is amazing. There will also be a party for industry guests in a couple of days. But I guess you will be there. You came with Uncle Might after all. I guess that's why he told me to bring formal clothes. However, her face changed to one of concern. Oh no. I forgot to bring my formal clothes. Melissa giggled at this. Don't worry. I can lend you one of my dresses. Thank you. Come on. There are still a lot of things to see, Melissa said as she showed Izumi the rest of the place. While they were looking at an invention, Izumi decided to ask Melissa something. I assume you attend the academy on I Island. Yes, I want to be a scientist like my dad. Speaking of my dad, you looked like a fangirl when you met him. This made Izumi blush with embarrassment. Sorry. I can't help it, it's a bad habit of mine. However, their conversation was interrupted by someone. I see you're having fun, Midori. Seeing this, the girls turn around to see Mina, in her hero costume, with a slightly annoyed face and a forced smile. Mina-san, what are you doing here? I see you're having fun, Midori, Mina said without changing her expression. Izumi couldn't say anything because someone else called their attention. I see you're here too, Midoriya. It was Momo, also in her hero costume. Why didn't you tell us you'd be here? Jiro was here too, just like the others, in her hero costume. Sorry, I didn't had time. By the way, this is Melissa, she was showing me around. Your friends? Melissa asked. Yes, they are also my classmates. By the way, don't tell them I came with All Might, said Izumi. Okay, hey, why don't we go get something to drink? The blonde girl asked. Some local cafeteria. So, all of you have worked with professional heroes. Cool, said Melissa. Well, it was training more than anything else. The only one who had a real experience of all of us here is Midoriya, Momo answered. It's still amazing, Melissa said. Here are your drinks, a waiter said. However, the girls recognized his voice and were surprised to see who it was, or rather who they were. Kaminari-kun, Mineta-kun, said a surprised Izumi. What are you two doing here? Asked Mina. They need part-time staff for the exhibition and that's why we applied, answered Kaminari. We can earn extra money, and who knows, maybe have a date with a pretty girl from around here. This earned a few glares from the girls. Well, maybe that's your reason. I came because, well, who would want to miss the Expo if they had the opportunity to come, said Kaminari. I guess they are also your classmates, said Melissa. Of course, we too will be heroes, Mineta said as he approached the blonde girl. Seriously, you need to stop being so perverted, said Kaminari. Mineta was about to reply but was interrupted by someone. Why do you stop to talk? It was Iida, who was in his hero outfit and was running towards them. If you are going to earn money, you must work harder. Iida-kun, you came too, said Izumi. Of course, I come from a family of heroes, so we were invited. Although my family is busy, so I'm the only one who came. So, you too, Iida-kun. I also received invitations because my father is a shareholder of the sponsors of the Expo, said Momo. And since Yaomomo had 2 extra invitations, among the girls we competed to see who would go with her, and that is why we are here, Jiro said as Mina nodded, although strangely Kanoko refused to participate. Izumi was about to speak but an explosion caught her attention. Arriving at the place they could see that it was a type of competition. Then the announcer began to speak. Completion time, 25 seconds. Second place. Suddenly on the screen appeared Kanoko, of course, in her hero outfit. Komori-san, said a surprised Izumi. Another one of your classmates? Asked Melissa while the others were looking at the screens. Yes, now, the next competitor is. At that moment Yamikumo entered the arena. This surprised everyone. Atanagi-kun, ready, set, go. After the announcement, Yamikumo started shooting several fireballs at the robots and in a matter of seconds he had destroyed them all. Amazing. Completed it in 10 seconds. We have a new first place, said the announcer. Yamikumo was walking to the exit when, Yami-kun, look, it's Midoriya and the others, Kanoko said while pointing at the audience. Grabbing Kanoko around the waist, Yamikumo used his telekinesis to go with the others. You are also here? Yamikumo asked. Yes, Mina and I live thanks to Yaomomo. Iida is here because his family, Kaminari and Mineta, came for a part-time job. The only one we don't know how she came is Izumi, Jiro explained. I guess they were invited. Is that why you turned down my invitation? Asked Momo to Kanoko. Almost. Yami-kun was invited because he won the sports festival, but he could invite someone and since his family couldn't, he invited me, Kanoko said with a slight blush on her face. As the rest spoke, Yamikumo approached Izumi. I guess you came along with all might, he whispered to her. Yes, but don't tell anybody, please. Izumi replied. Yamikumo nodded to her request. Hey, why don't you try it too, Midori? Mina said to Izumi. I bet you'll do great. Impossible to say no to her crush. Izumi accepts the proposal. Looks like we have a new contestant. Preparing, Izumi activates the full cowl at 25%. Ready, set, go. After the announcement, Izumi shot out and using the rocks, she propelled herself towards each robot, destroying them with one hit each. After a few seconds she lands on the platform and all the robots destroyed. Amazing. 12 seconds. Second place. Everyone screamed with excitement, except for one person. Melissa had noticed that Izumi was holding back and not using her full power. It has incredible raw power. It looks like Uncle Might's. However, she thought. That was amazing. Midori cheered Mina to Izumi, who just came back. Gee, thanks. I was close to first place. Amazing. The announcement got everyone's attention. 10 seconds. He's tied for first place, said the announcer while Todoroki was standing in the arena. He froze all the robots. Todoroki-kun, that caught the boy's attention. I see all of you came, said Todoroki. He was now with the rest. I came here to represent my father. It must be great to be at UA, said Melissa. Some time later. It was 6 p.m. and the iExpo had closed for today. In the cafeteria, Kaminari and Mineta were on the floor totally tired. It's just the pre-opening and we're already very tired. At that moment the rest arrived to see them. You guys work really hard today, Iida said as he handed them 2 tickets. What is this? Asked Mineta. Invitations for the party in a couple of days, answered Momo. For us? Asked Kaminari. Melissa got some invitations for you, as well as a day off tomorrow so you can enjoy the iExpo with the rest of us. The party is in a couple of days, so we thought why not enjoy the other days to go out together, said Mina. Thank you. Both boys thanked. Our work has been rewarded. Now that everything is settled, I am leaving. See you tomorrow, Iida said as he walked away. Todoroki did the same. Deku-san. Melissa caught the girl's attention. Could you join me for a moment? I would like to show you something. Sure. I guess I'll see you tomorrow, Izumi said before saying goodbye to the rest and follow Melissa. Mina stared at Izumi and Melissa with an annoyed face. Those two seem to get along very well, she said. You seem to be annoyed that Izumi is spending a lot of time with Melissa. Don't tell me you're jealous, said Kanoko in a teasing tone. This caused a purple blush to appear on Mina's face. What are you talking about? I think you like Izumi. Mina's blush increased upon hearing this. What? Oh, of course not. I only feel admiration for her and, is it that obvious? Yes it is. To everyone's surprise it was Yamikumo who said this. You see, even Yami-kun noticed and he is very bad for romance. It's just, how can I not fall in love with her? The girl's the most determined to be a hero out of all of us. She's strong, brave when it counts, smart, and a total sweetheart. Sure, she's timid and a little bit on the dorkier side, but that just adds to the charm, Mina said while thinking about Izumi. See, totally in love, Kanoko said as she pointed at Mina. Do not worry. Yaomomo, Jiro and I will help you, Kanoko said as the other 2 girls nodded. Thank you very much, girls. Ashido and Izumi, huh? Yamikumo thought before nodding with a slight smile. I approve it. Ashido will be a good influence for Izumi's confidence and Izumi will be a good influence for Ashido's studies. Island Academy campus. This is the campus of the academy where I go, Melissa said as she showed Izumi around the place. And this is my experiment lab. Upon entering the room, Izumi is surprised to see the number of machines that were in the place. Wow, this is great. I can't believe you're doing research in a place like this. In that Izumi realizes the trophies that Melissa had. You really are talented. I do not think so. My grades are not that good. Melissa said as she searched for something among her experiments. That's why I'm studying very hard. I also wanted to be a hero before this. Really? Yes, but I give up that dream. Because I'm quirkless. This revelation surprised Izumi. You are quirkless. Yes, my quirk did not manifest despite being 5 years old. So, they took me to the doctor. There they told me that I was one of the quirkless people. Melissa said as she approached Izumi with something in her hands. At first, I was surprised, however it was there that my true dream manifested, to be like my father. I decided to become someone who helps heroes. With my inventions I will be able to indirectly save people. In that Melissa opens the box that she had with her showing its interior to Izumi. I made this support artifact a long time ago. I did it thinking of Uncle Might. She said as she places the object, which looks like a bracelet, on Izumi's right wrist. Try pressing this button, Melissa said as she pointed to a button on the bracelet. Paying attention, Izumi presses the button of the bracelet. Once pressed, the bracelet begins to glow and grows to surround Izumi's fist and right arm. What is this? If I had to give it a name, I would call it Full Gauntlet. When I saw you in the attraction, I could see that you limited yourself when using your quirk. So, I thought maybe your quirk is too much for your body and you should limit yourself. This surprised Izumi. The Full Gauntlet is made to withstand up to 3 hits from Uncle Might. The Full Gauntlet is made to withstand up to 3 hits from Uncle Might. If you use it, you can use all your power without fear of hurting yourself. So please, keep it. Are you sure? Isn't that important to you? Izumi asked. That's why I want you to keep it. So, you can become a hero who saves everyone. Hearing this, Izumi smiles. In that case. Thank you so much. Suddenly Izumi's cell phone starts ringing. What are you doing, young Midoriya? It's already a little late. I'll wait for you at the hotel. It was All Might. Sorry, Melissa. I have to go. I guess I'll see you tomorrow with the rest. Izumi said as she left the place on the way to the hotel where she is staying with All Might. Grand Hero Hotel. Izumi had finished changing into her pajamas. Leaving the bathroom, he found Toshinori lying on his bed while watching television. Luckily the room had 2 beds. Seeing Izumi, Toshinori smiled at her. How did you go? It was pretty cool. Melissa in great. By the way, I met several of my classmates. Really? Who? Yaoyorozu-san, Jiro-san, Kaminari-kun, Mineta-kun, Komori-san, Mina-san, Iida-kun, Todoroki-kun and Atanagi-kun are also here. I see. By the way, we plan to go out tomorrow all together. I wanted to ask your permission to go with them. To this Toshinori laughed. You don't need to ask permission for that. I didn't bring you here to be with me all the time. You're also allowed to enjoy the Expo however you want. Thanks, Izumi said and then lay down on the other bed. I better get some sleep. Good night, Toshinori-san. After this, Izumi fell asleep. Good night, young Midoriya. Next day. Somewhere at Expo. The next day, the group of teenagers was having breakfast. Thanks to their invitations they had free breakfast, lunch, and dinner during their stays. So, guys, what do you want to do today? Asked Kaminari. The girls were thinking about going to the beach, said Mina. That's a great idea. This is an island so there are a lot of beaches. I know one that is pretty good, said Melissa. The beach, girls, bikinis, Mineta thought. However, a hand on his shoulder brought him out of his thoughts. Yamikumo looks at Mineta with a suspicious face. I hope you're not thinking of something perverted. And no, of course not. Mineta responded with fear. So, it's decided. We're going to the beach. Prepare your swimsuits, Mina said in an excited tone. I didn't bring mine, Izumi said. What? Why? Asked Kanoko. I didn't think I would need to bring one. Girls, we have a new mission. Help Midori find a swimsuit, Mina said. The rest of the girls agreed to this idea. In that case, how about we meet on the beach in about 2 hours, asked Iida. It's settled then. After finishing breakfast the girls took Izumi to get a swimsuit. Swimsuit store. The girls were choosing the swimsuit for Izumi. In the end they decided one each for Izumi to try them on, and in the end they all choose which one suits her best. Izumi agreed since she wouldn't know how to pick a good swimsuit. Alright girls, let's see the one Yamikumo chose first. After these words Izumi left the dressing room. The swimsuit is a black one-piece one. It had white details that made it look elegant. Too fancy, the girls said. Next, the one Jiro-chan chose. This swimsuit is also black. However, it was in two pieces and both pieces were joined by what appeared to be a grid of cloth. In addition, the upper part had a skull in each. It doesn't look bad, but I don't think the design matches Izumi-chan, Kanoko said. Agreed, the other girls said. Next, the one Kanoko-chan chose. The swimsuit is white in one piece. Two straps supported it from the shoulders in addition to having a type of skirt. Cute, Mina thought with a slight blush. It's cute but the color doesn't convince me, Momo said. The skirt doesn't match, said Melissa. Next, the one Melissa chose. The swimsuit is quite stylish. It is two pieces of light blue color. The lower part was supported by a metal ring on each side. I like it, but the color doesn't match, said Kanoko. The rest of the girls agreed. Next, the one I choose, Mina said. The swimsuit is two pieces. It is light green. The top part was a simple bikini while the bottom part was a swimsuit skirt. The girls were speechless. Perfect, all the girls said in unison. Once this matter was settled, the girls headed to the beach. Beach. The boys are waiting for the girls on the beach that they agreed on. Each one with their swimsuit on. Iida has a blue swimming trunk plus a swimming shirt. However, he is also wearing a swim cap as well as a pair of goggles around his neck. Kaminari's swimsuit is black with yellow vertical stripes, in addition to having a dark yellow shirt. Manetta's is purple with a white t-shirt. Shoto's swimsuit is dark blue in color with a white tank top. Lastly, Yamikumo has a black swimsuit as well as a dark green sweatshirt with the sleeves rolled up and the zipper open, revealing his scars. A few minutes later the girls arrived with their respective swimsuits. Momo's swimsuit is a one-piece red. Azumi's is the one she bought, only that she was wearing a white shirt on top. She still wasn't comfortable showing off her body. Mina's is similar to Azumi's but is white instead. Jiro's swimsuit is a yellow two-piece. Kanoko had a red two-piece swimsuit with white dots. Lastly, Melissa wore a light blue one-piece swimsuit, similar to Momo's. It should be noted that some of the boys could not stop looking at the girls. Manetta for obvious reasons. Todoroki blushed slightly at the sight of Momo, but he kept a straight face. Kaminari couldn't take his eyes off Jiro, and Yamikumo admired Kanoko in her swimsuit. The only one who had no reaction was Iida. Once reunited, each one begins to pass the time as they wanted. Iida started doing a few laps in the sea. His argument is that it also helps him train. Izumi, Mina, Kanoko and Kaminari started making sandcastles. Momo and Melissa were sitting on a towel on the sand while chatting about trivial things. Manetta was spying on the other girls who were on the beach. He didn't do it with the girls which he came with since he was under threat. Yamikumo, Todoroki and Jiro were just sunbathing on some loungers. An hour passed and Yamikumo was still lying on the lounger. However, 3 people approached the group that was sunbathing. They were Momo, Kaminari and Kanoko. Hey guys. We decided to play a game of volleyball. Why don't you join? Asked Kaminari. Jiro, do you want to team up with me? And what about the rest? She asked. Mina already teamed up with Midoriya and Iida offered to team up with Melissa. He explained. I would ask Todoroki or Itanagi, but I think they wouldn't let me, he said while pointing at Momo and Kanoko. Fine, but don't try anything funny. Yami-kun, team up with me, Kanoko said to her boyfriend. Okay. He simply said. Todoroki-kun, do you want to team up with me? Momo asked to the boy. I don't know if it's a good idea. I never learned to play any kind of sport. You should accept Todoroki. Yamikumo interrupted. Otherwise, there is only one other person for Yaoyorozu to team up with, he said while being dragged by the arm by Kanoko. In that Todoroki turned to see Manetta. The decision was clear. So, against whom do we go first? Several matches have passed. However, the wins and losses were not counted as they were just playing for fun. Now it was Yamikumo and Kanoko against Mina and Izumi. The game was happening normally. In an attempt to score a point, Yamikumo hit the ball in a specific way. Once on the other side, Izumi was about to intercept it. However, at the last moment the ball took a spin and changed direction, managing to avoid Izumi, giving victory to Kanoko and Yamikumo. However, this was not the important thing. Mina had also tried to intercept the ball. However, as it changed direction, the girl collided with Izumi and they both fell to the ground, one on top of the other. Izumi opened her eyes after the fall. However, the views she found were not from the sky. Mina had fallen on top of her. However, there was a detail. Her eyes were on top of her face. Needless to say, the girl nearly fainted. "I'm sorry, Midori," Mina said. However, realizing her position, she couldn't help but blush. Sorry, Izumi couldn't even speak. She was too stunned. The rest laughed at this interaction, except Mineta, who was dying of jealousy, and Yamikumo and Todoroki, who were just smiling slightly. It's so obvious that these girls have feelings for each other. The only ones who didn't realize it were them. In the end, it is true that love makes you blind. After this accident, the rest of the day passed normally until lunchtime. The group decided to eat at a restaurant on the beach. Momo and Melissa ordered lobster for lunch. Yamikumo and Izumi ordered the garlic seasoned shrimp. Kanoko ordered shrimp seasoned with different types of mushrooms. Todoroki simply ordered fried fish. Jiro ordered a shrimp cocktail with oysters. Kaminari ordered grilled octopus. Finally, Mineta ordered breaded fish. "Hey Yami-kun, can I try yours?" Kanoko asked. "Sure," Yamikumo said. However, the boy didn't expect the girl to just open her mouth. She was waiting for him to put the food in her mouth. Somewhat awkwardly, Yamikumo grabbed a shrimp and fed it to Kanoko. "Thanks," the girl said as she winked at her boyfriend. The boy just kept a serious face. However, he couldn't hide the blush on his cheeks. After lunch and after spending a couple more hours on the beach, the guys decided to go somewhere else. After changing into more comfortable clothes, the group began to walk through the Expo. In that, Melissa remembered something. "Hey, we should go see the fireworks." "Will there be fireworks?" asked an excited Mina. "Yes, they will be released to celebrate the opening of Expo to the public." "In that case we should go," said Momo. They all agreed with that idea. Nighttime. The group was on the roof of Melissa's academy. That place was perfect to watch the fireworks. The group brought with them various things such as food and drinks to be able to enjoy the show more, in addition to having something to do while the show started. "Okay, it's time," Melissa announced while sitting with the rest. They all stopped what they were doing to watch the show. In that, several fireworks light up the night sky. The show was quite beautiful, and everyone was glad to have seen this. But the most important thing is that they were with friends. Thanks to the situation, Yamikumo grabbed Kanoko around the waist and pressed her against his body. The girl was surprised by this gesture. Her boyfriend was not much to do these things. However, happy for what happened, she only limited herself to resting her head against him. While the show is going on, Mina will take Izumi's hand without realizing it. Both girls would be surprised by this and would turn to see each other. While they looked into each other's eyes, they could feel that the world was just the two of them. Izumi, to Mina's surprise, smiled a little with a slight blush on her cheeks. Mina returned the same gesture. As if there was nothing else in the world, the girls' faces slowly began to come together. Closing their eyes, both girls' lips finally met. To their luck, no one had seen this interaction as they were focused on the fireworks. Well, almost anyone. Yamikumo watched this interaction. However, he decided to give the girls their time, just smiling and turning to the fireworks. After a few seconds, the girls parted their lips. A blush can be seen on their faces, but they were not embarrassed. Both just smiled at each other. Suddenly a large firework caught their attention. The final firework, exploding the word Expo, could be seen in the night sky. After a few seconds the show was over. "That was amazing," Kaminari cheered. "Yes, it was," Mina said in a low voice as she looked at Izumi, who just blushed. It was definitely something to remember. However, I think it's time to rest, it's already a little late. Go spoilers, but I think you're right, said Jiro. Tomorrow is the party, right? Asked Momo. Correct, if I'm not mistaken it's at 7:30 at night, said Melissa. In that case, how about we meet tomorrow at 7 o'clock in the tower, said Iida. That's a great idea, said Kanoko. The rest agreed with this. All right, see you tomorrow then, Iida said as he walked away. The rest of the group did the same. Grand Hero Hotel, Toshinori and Izumi's room. Ah! That scream woke Toshinori up. He quickly turned to see who had yelled, only to see Izumi bounded on the bed tossing and turning while she had her hands on her face, presumably covering a blush. I guess something happened. I kissed her, she said. I don't understand, you kissed who? I kissed Mina. Oh, I see, is that a good thing or bad? I don't know. I like Mina but now I don't know what to say when I see her tomorrow at the party. That's where you catch me off guard. I wouldn't know what to recommend. I'm not very good at this romance thing, Toshinori said while scratching the back of his neck. All I can say is follow your heart. If you follow its lead, I assure you that you will do the right thing. This left the girl thinking for a moment. You are right. Tomorrow I will talk to her and tell her my feelings. Perfect. Now sleep, Toshinori said as he went back to sleep. Izumi went to bed and after a few seconds she fell asleep. Without knowing what awaited her tomorrow, Izumi walks into a cafe, apparently looking for someone. Her eyes land on the person she is looking for, Yamikumo. The events of last night are still reverberating in her head and she needed someone's advice. But why Yamikumo among all the others? Simple. She couldn't talk to the rest of the girls since Mina is with them. Iida wouldn't understand the situation. Todoroki wouldn't understand either. Kanoko is a good option but Kanoko can be a gossip so she wouldn't risk it. Kaminari is not a bad person but he's terrible at keeping secrets and she wouldn't tell Mineta anything, so Yamikumo is the only option left. Izumi walks over to Yamikumo and sits with him at the table. Good morning Atanagi-kun, Izumi said. Good morning Midoriya, Yamikumo said while drinking some tea. I got your message, what do you want to talk about? Well, Izumi started. Last night, something happened between Mina and I. Yamikumo, knowing what happened, just listened. Izumi needed to say it for herself. And that was, Yamikumo said as he took a sip of his tea. Well, Izumi tried to say but her nerves didn't allow her to say anything. You, Yamikumo said as he gestured for her to continue. We kissed, Izumi said with a completely red face, but to her surprise, Yamikumo doesn't appear surprised. Yes, and then? Yamikumo asked. That's all, Izumi said. Let me see if I understand. Are you telling me that you two kissed and then just went your separate ways? You didn't talk to each other alone and just went to sleep, Yamikumo said. Yes, Izumi said. All right. What do you need from me then? Yamikumo asked. Well, I really like Mina and since you are the only one in a relationship I wanted to know if you could help me, Izumi said. What should I do? Yamikumo remains silent. Well, you're asking for romantic advice from the least romantic person that exists, Yamikumo said. If you really want my advice, talk to her, tell her how you feel about her, be direct. Are you sure? What if she rejects my feelings? Izumi asked. I've seen how she sees you. Believe me, her response will surprise you, for the better, Yamikumo said. You mean? Izumi said. I don't want to say anything, just that you may be surprised by her answer. How you interpret my words is your problem, Yamikumo said as he took the last sip of his tea. I guess you're right, thank you, Izumi said. Now, if you have nothing more to say, I advise you to have breakfast, Yamikumo said as he looked at the menu. Nighttime. Melissa's apartment. Melissa is finishing up getting ready for the party tonight. In that, a knock on the door calls her attention. Melissa opens the door to reveal Izumi. Oh, Midoriya, you're finally here. I thought you wouldn't make it, please come in. Thank you for lending me one of your dresses, Izumi said as she enters Melissa's apartment. Don't mention it. Now come here and I'll help you get pretty, Melissa said. 7 p.m. It's 7 o'clock at night. Iida, Todoroki, Kaminari and Mineta are at the agreed place to meet, only the girls and Yamikumo are missing to arrive. Iida has a blue suit, Todoroki has a white suit and Kaminari and Mineta have their waiter suits, which are formal. Several people are still missing, Todoroki said. In that, the door opens, and 3 of their classmates enter. Sorry for being late, but Jiro-san took longer than expected, Momo said. Momo wears an elegant light green sleeveless dress, a pair of white heels while her hair is tied in a different ponytail than she usually wears. Jiro is wearing a pink and purple dress, on top of which he has a leather jacket and 2 purple gloves. She has long gray socks and her shoes are pink. Her hair is tied up and has a pink flower on it. Lastly, Mina is wearing a pink and purple dress, long black stockings, a pair of white heels and a pair of purple gloves. Sorry, I'm not used to wearing clothes like this, Jiro said. I think you look stunning, Kaminari said while giving a thumbs up. In that he receives an attack from Jiro's Jack. You don't like compliments. It was Yamimomo who gave us these dresses, Mina said. By the way, do you know where Midori is? I need to talk to her. No, she, Melissa, Atanagi-kun and Komori-san haven't arrived yet, Iida said. At that, the door opens again, and Melissa and Izumi enter. Melissa's formal look is her hair up in a high ponytail that is tied with a large black bow with bangs swept back underneath a red headband, while her face framing is left loose. She has golden earrings which hang from her earlobes, and she doesn't wear her glasses. She wears a strapless dress with a sweetheart neckline. The upper half of the dress is a deep blue, while the skirt is a pale powder blue. Separating the 2 segments is a black cloth belt with a large white rose that sits slightly to her left, covering where the material is tied. The belt matches the black ruffles underneath her knee-length skirt. On her feet, she wears white heels with straps and an open toe. Her toenails have painted a shade of coral pink, the same as her fingernails and lips. Azumi's dress is divided into 2 colors, the upper part is white while the skirt part is red, her hair has a red ribbon on it, she also wears long black stockings, and a pair of red boots. Sorry for the delay, but we're here. Is everyone here? Melissa said. Midori, you look so pretty in that dress, Mina said as she approached Izumi. Izumi couldn't help but blush at the comment. Why you look pretty too, Izumi said. While this is happening, Iida answers Melissa's question. Only Atanagi-kun and Komori-san are missing. I've tried calling them on the phone but there seems to be no signal here. Meanwhile elsewhere on the island, Yamikumo puts away his cell phone. There is no signal, I can't call the others. He said. Yamikumo is wearing a completely black suit. I can't believe we're running late, Kanoko said. She wears a completely red dress. All because someone took so long to get ready. Why do you say it like it's my fault? Yamikumo said. You were the one who took time to get ready. Kanoko turned red with embarrassment. Shut up. Yamikumo looks at his phone again for a few moments. I have a bad feeling about this. Back with the others. Guess they're late. We'd better get in there, Iida said. However, when trying to open the door, it does not open. Weird. Suddenly the windows and doors are blocked by metal shutters. What's going on? Kaminari asked. The lifts don't work either, Jiro said. It's the security system. Something must have activated it, Melissa said. We must get to the party's reception. All Might is there, Izumi said. As All Might here, then there is nothing to worry about, Kaminari said. However, Izumi ignored him. Melissa-san, is there any other way to enter the party? Izumi asked. If we use the emergency stairs, maybe we can get to the party, Melissa answered. Please guide us, Izumi said so that after everyone follows Melissa through the emergency stairs. Leaving the stairs, the group could see that they were above the party. Seeing what was happening, they were surprised. All the heroes, including All Might, were trapped while several thugs were pointing guns at the civilians. Izumi takes out her phone and with the flashlight he signals to All Might, who manages to see her. Jiro-san, can you hear him? Izuku asked. Yes. At that, Izumi beckons All Might, saying they can hear him and asking what's going on. The villains have taken over the tower. They have control of the security systems. The entire island has been taken hostage. It's too dangerous, you have to get out of here. After these words, the group hide in a safe place to decide what to do. I say we listen to All Might and get out of here, Iida said. This place was built with the same level of security as Tartarus, where they lock up the most dangerous villains. It will be very difficult to escape, Melissa said. Still, we can't stay here doing nothing. We are trying to become heroes. Does that mean that doing nothing is okay? Todoroki said. Todoroki-kun is right, we can't stand here doing nothing if we have the chance to help, Momo said. I want to save them, Izumi interrupted. We need to save All Might, that way he can work things out. Are you sure? It can be dangerous, Kaminari said. I don't care, I'll find a way to save everyone, Izumi said. Everyone is quiet after hearing Izumi's words. The security system is on the top floor of the tower. If we restart the system, the heroes will be freed, and they will be able to save the hostages, Melissa said. If we can reset the security system, there will be no need to confront the villains, Izumi said. I think it's a good plan, let's do it, Todoroki said. Alright, I'm in too, Kaminari said. If the plan is Midoriya's, there is no way it will fail. I'm going to help too, Mina said. Me too, Jiro and Momo said. If you promise to run away if things get tough, then I'll go too, Iida said. Very well, Melissa-san, you wait here, you will be safe in this place, Izumi said. What are you saying? I'm going too, Melissa said. But nothing, I'm the only one who can restart the security systems, Melissa said. Hearing these words, Izumi remembered when she still didn't have one for all. Very well, let's save everyone. After this and warn All Might of their plans, much to the hero's regret, the boys go to the security room. After climbing an infinity of stairs and reaching the 80th floor, the boys are very tired. It turns out that the security room is on the 200th floor. Being tired, Mineta opens a door through which they can cut through. Unfortunately, that made the villains realize that they are there. The group arrive at the plant nursery, where there is an elevator that can take them to the 200th floor. However, two villains came out of the elevator, who begin to patrol the place. The group hides. What do we do? Kaminari asked. We have to find a way to avoid those guys, Izumi said. Hey, what are you two doing in a place like this? One of the villains said. This worried the group, thinking that they were discovered, but to their surprise they were not talking to them. Watching for a moment, they can see that Yamikumo and Kanoko have just arrived. I'm sorry, Yamikumo said. We got lost. Do you happen to know how to get to the party? Oh, of course, one of the villains said with false kindness, which didn't fool Yamikumo, who prepared for the worst. The villain prepares an attack with his hand behind his body. The party is in the world of the dead, the villain said, and then attacked with a ball of pressurized air, while the other villain transformed into something resembling a troll. Acting quickly, Yamikumo stands between Kanoko and the attack and blocks the villain's attack with his fire. The other villain charges at Yamikumo, but his path is blocked by several large mushrooms. Kanoko takes advantage of this to kick him in the face and make him take a few steps back. What is happening? Kanoko said. Mercenaries, Yamikumo said as he ripped off the sleeves of his suit and set his arms on fire. Someone must have hired them for something. That explains that suddenly the signal of the whole island has fallen. Damn brat, the troll villain said. Don't rush, that guy, said the other villain. He's one of the four who defeated the hero killer. You can't underestimate him, and the girl placed third in the sports festival. This will be more difficult then, the troll villain said. While this is happening, the rest are watching everything. You guys go ahead, Todoroki said. I'll help them. Todoroki-kun, Izumi tried to stop him. Don't worry about me, focus on getting to the security room, Todoroki said. In that case, hand this over to Atanagi-kun, Momo said while handing a katana, made by her, to Todoroki. Very well. In that, Todoroki creates a pillar of ice in which the group is raised to the next floor. The villains see this and are shocked. Yamikumo and Kanoko take advantage of this to attack them with a couple of hits that knock them back. Todoroki joins the two in the battle. "Atanagi, have this," Todoroki said as he handed the katana to Yamikumo, courtesy of Yaoyorozu. "Perfect, it's just what I need," Yamikumo said as he took the katana with his right hand. "All right, let's do it." The trio charges at the villains. The troll villain uses his body to stop Kanoko and Todoroki's advance, but Yamikumo manages to avoid it and charges at the other villain. Yamikumo attacks with a vertical slash against the villain, who uses his hand to parry the attack, his hand being big enough to take no damage from the katana. "This katana is not as sharp as mine. It doesn't matter." Yamikumo sets the katana on fire and makes the villain drop it, causing burns to his hand. The villain tries to attack Yamikumo with air balls, but Yamikumo manages to dodge all the attacks and get close to the villain to land a non-lethal slash on his chest. "Arg," the villain groans in pain. "For mercenaries, you're pretty weak," Yamikumo said before shooting a large blast of fire at the villain, who fell defeated by the attack. Meanwhile, the troll villain attacks Todoroki and Kanoko with a punch. Todoroki creates an ice barrier to protect himself and Kanoko. "Prepare your fire, Todoroki-kun," Kanoko said. "What do you have planned?" Todoroki asked. "This place is perfect for my quirk. The environment is quite humid," Kanoko said with a smile. The villain, after several hits, manages to break the ice. Kanoko and Todoroki dodge the attack and Kanoko uses her quirk to cover the villain with a huge number of mushrooms. "Attack with everything you have, Todoroki." Doing what is told, Todoroki releases a large amount of fire which covers the villain and the mushrooms. When the fire dies, the villain falls unconscious. "We did it," Kaneko said. "Good work," Yamikumo said, approaching the two. "Now we just have to go with the others. I don't think these are the only mercenaries in the place." "I agree," Todoroki said. However, before they can get going, another person arrives at the scene. "What the F***ck just happened here?" the person said. The man is a large, bulky, and extremely muscular man, set wide with short, spiky, and sandy blonde hair with small black eyes. He wears a red tank top, a dark jacket that hangs around his waist, dark green pants, and black knee-high boots. Yamikumo gets nervous as he recognizes this person. "Kanoko-san, Todoroki, you guys go ahead, I'll take care of this guy." "Are you sure?" Todoroki asked. "Yes, now go." Following these words, Todoroki creates a pillar of ice below him and Kanoko to rise to the next floor so they can follow the rest of their classmates. "Where do you think they're going?" the villain says as he jumps to try to attack the duo, but a wall of fire stops him. The villain turns and sees Yamikumo. "I will be your opponent," Yamikumo said. The villain lands. "You are brave, I like you. What is someone like you doing here? Go to Amasuji, or should I call you by your villain name? Muscular," Yamikumo said. "I see you know me," Muscular said with a sadistic smile. "To answer your question, the pay was good. I was going to do another job, but this one caught my attention more. A shame, because I heard that the duo water hose was present in the job that I rejected. I would have liked to kill them. I guess I'll have to settle for one of those who defeated Stain." After these words, several muscle fibers grow and cover Muscular's arms and legs so that he then charges against Yamikumo. Muscular quirk. Pump up. Goto's quirk allows him to greatly amplify his own muscle fibers, even reaching a point where they can't be contained by his skin. These enhanced muscle fibers exponentially increase all of Goto's physical abilities to a superhuman level. Yamikumo activates the Fire Soul and barely manages to dodge Muscular's blow, which creates a large hole in the ground. Just like I heard from the famous Muscular, Yamikumo thought after seeing the villain's strength. Muscular charges Yamikumo again, while Yamikumo does the same. Both punches collide, creating a large gust of air and fire. Muscular threw another punch, while Yamikumo threw his own, again colliding with each other. "He's very strong," Yamikumo thought at the moment of taking distance. In that, Muscular, using his quirk on his legs, moves at high speed and appears in front of Yamikumo, giving him a strong kick in the stomach. "You're strong, maybe it's worth playing with you for a while," Muscular said. The kick was so strong that it made Yamikumo slam into the wall and his head started bleeding from the impact with the wall. Muscular laughed madly. Blood. Yes. That's what I wanted. So much fun. Yamikumo just stood back up and, wiping the blood off his face, charged at Muscular again, the villain doing the same. Meanwhile, in the security room. Of course we are pretending. Someone said. Suddenly a bullet hit David's stomach. We pretended to pretend we were villains. The head of the villains said. He is a tall, bulky man with dark red hair and yellow eyes. Dark patches of face paint cover his mouth, nose, and extend across his right eye, and there is also a scar on his left cheek. He wears a large, white coat with gray cuffs and trimmings. He also sports combat gear that his entire squad wears, including combat boots, dark pants, and a combat vest. He covers his hands with brown gloves and sports a metallic mask. Dad, Melissa said and ran to give her father first aid, tearing off a piece of her dress and using it to cover the bleeding. Luckily the bullet didn't hit any organs. Damn you! Izumi yelled as she charged at the villain. However, the villain touches the wall and a giant metal block comes out of the wall and collides with her, making her to fall to the ground. After that another metal block, this time from the ceiling, crushes her and keeps her trapped. Melissa, quick, reset the security, I'll distract him. David said. Yes. Unbeknownst to the villain, Melissa sneaks into the security office. Who are you? David asks. My name is Wolfram, and I'm here to get this. Wolfram said as he took the briefcase and took out the device it contained. No! Izumi screamed as she charged again. The villain smiles and uses his quirk again to attack with various metal blocks, which sends her flying and crashing into the wall. Let's see how it goes, hero. Back with Yamikumo. Several fire punches collide with several muscle fiber powered punches. Yamikumo and Muscular continue their fight. In one of those exchanges, Yamikumo dodges a punch from Muscular and manages to throw his punch into Muscular's chest, knocking him back several steps. Taking advantage of that, Yamikumo launches multiple fireballs at the villain. Once the attack ends, Muscular stands up. You are fast and strong. In that he was fired at Yamikumo at the moment of launching a blow which Yamikumo tried to cover himself, but when he received it, he sent him flying a couple of meters. My quirks makes my muscles stronger, in that the muscle fibers began to increase around Muscular's arms. But in that a large number of fire blows hit his entire body, making him fly a couple of meters. Yamikumo took advantage of the fact that Muscular was speaking to attack him. He immediately crouched down to avoid a strong punch from the villain, quickly countering with a blast of fire. However, Muscular came out of the smoke and landed a hard punch to Yamikumo's jaw and throwing him into the air. Using the wall, Muscular propels himself towards Yamikumo and tried to hit him, but Yamikumo in a quick movement managed to avoid the blow so that it hit the ground, creating a small crater. This is a good fight, Muscular said. Muscular charges Yamikumo again with a punch. Yamikumo dodges the attack and starts unleashing a large amount of fire at the villain. However, Muscular seems to go through the fire and reaches Yamikumo by trapping his left arm with his muscle fibers. However, this is what Yamikumo wanted. You are in my range, Yamikumo said before hitting him with a big fiery punch, but that didn't end there. From his fist came many more flames. Fire Soul. Prominence Burn. Yamikumo yelled to unleash even more fire on the villain, sending him flying and crashing into the wall. Yamikumo starts to gasp for air. His body is paralyzed by the Fire Soul's secondary effect and his shirt is completely destroyed, but he seems to have managed to defeat the villain. I have to find a way to minimize the consequences of my Fire Soul. I can't be paralyzed after every time I use it. But in that, something moved the rubble, drawing his attention. His eyes widened when he saw what it was. Impossible, that was the attack with which I defeated the Nomu. Muscular emerges from the rubble, which had grown his muscle fibers to such an extent that they served as a perfect defense for the attack, but these seemed to be seriously burned as some fell to the ground charred. Not bad, boy. You almost defeated me with that attack. In that, the muscle fibers began to surround the entire upper part of his body. We have to keep fighting. Muscular charges at Yamikumo again. Doing the same as in his fight against Stain, Yamikumo uses his telekinesis to force his body to move, managing to dodge Muscular's attack, however his nose begins to bleed from the demands of his quirk. In that, Yamikumo leans against a wall and pushes against Muscular, hitting him in the face. This made the villain take a few steps back, however he quickly recomposed himself. Let's get this over with. The villain began to increase the number of muscle fibers and attacked with all his power. Ignore the pain and the wounds, Yamikumo said to himself as both punches collided with each other. The ground below both opponents began to destroy, causing a crater under their feet. Both had no plans to give in to the other, however, Yamikumo could feel his strength draining away. My body can't go on anymore. Yamikumo's fire was beginning to die down. Akane-san, Kenji-san, Kanoko-san. I'm sorry, I can't go on anymore, brother, sorry. Yamikumo was about to give in, however a memory came to his mind. Flashback. After exams but before Island. Yamikumo returns home, or well, to the bar where he lives with his parents. In that his parents receive him with some smiles. Yamikumo. Welcome. Akane-san, Kenji-san, I see you happier than normal, Yamikumo said. Well, there is something we wanted to tell you but we haven't had time to do it, Akane said. Oh, and what is it? Yamikumo asked. Well, Akane said as she rubbed her belly, you're going to be a big brother. This revelation surprised Yamikumo, but a big smile appeared on his face, one that very rarely appears. Flashback end. Yamikumo opens his eyes suddenly, his strength returning to his body. No. I can't give up. I have a lot to live for. Suddenly, from Yamikumo's body an immense amount of fire begins to emerge, while Yamikumo lets out a battle cry. What the? Muscular says surprised, slowly losing the struggle while all his muscle fibers begin to burn, to the point that his body begins to burn too. This is not fun anymore. Yamikumo starts to push Muscular with his forces while his fire only increases. I will never be defeated. Flashback. So, do you already have a name in mind? Yamikumo asked to his parents. No, not yet, he's a boy by the way, Akane said. Do you have any suggestion? Kenji asked. After thinking for a moment, Yamikumo decides to speak. What about Zack? Flashback end. I will never be defeated. Until I become a hero. After this scream, Yamikumo manages to go through the villain's muscle fibers and manages to impact a fiery punch against the villain's face. Once the punch lands, Yamikumo unleashes as much fire as he can. I'll go plus ultra. Final flame. After the scream, the villain flies out from the attack. The power is so great that it goes through the wall and flies out of the building, still engulfed in flames. Luckily for Muscular, he falls into the ocean, putting out the flames but remaining unconscious, letting the tide wash him away. After this fight, Yamikumo falls to the ground, completely exhausted. On top of the tower, Izumi, in the company of All Might, who had just arrived a while ago, are ready to deal the final blow against Wolfram. Are you ready, young Midoriya? All Might asked. Yes. They both run towards Wolfram while dodging Wolfram's attacks. Once close to the villain, Double Detroit Smash. Double Detroit Smash. They both scream, finally managing to defeat the villain. We did it, young Midoriya, All Might said. Yes, we. Izumi couldn't finish saying since she would suddenly fall unconscious, but before she hit the ground All Might caught her. Rest, young Midoriya. You deserve it. All Might said. Izumi's consciousness. Izumi suddenly opens her eyes. To her surprise, everything around her is black, but what surprises her most is that next to her there are 7 subjects. 4 of them can be seen well. 3 men and 1 woman. The other 3 are just silhouettes. One of them resembles a younger All Might. She tries to talk to them, but she couldn't. The only thing on her body that isn't a silhouette is her face and hands. Izumi turns forward and can see 2 persons. The first subject is on the ground. His hair is long and white, and his body is of weak complexion. He is dressed in a simple shirt and pants and a pair of simple shoes. The other subject is taller and stronger. He is standing and dressed in an elegant suit. He has short white hair. His face is obscured his hair and cannot be seen, except for his evil smile. The big guy takes the other guy by the face. The trapped guy extends his arm towards Izumi. She tries to grab him. Suddenly, everything turns black. Back in reality, Izumi wakes up agitatedly with heavy breathing. What was that? Izumi looks at her right arm and can see how the one for all deactivated from her arm. I see you woke up. Izumi turns to look and can see Yamikumo at the door of the room. Recovering from the shock of her vision, Izumi looks around and realizes that she is in an infirmary. What happened? Izumi asked. Toshinori told me what happened. In a nutshell, you and Toshinori defeated Wolfram, Yamikumo said. Where is all? I mean Toshinori-san, Izumi said. Resting. Don't worry about him, Yamikumo said. By the way, you have a visitor, Yamikumo said before turning around and leaving the room. Once Yamikumo leaves, Mina runs into the room and runs to hug Izumi. Midori. Meanwhile, Yamikumo is walking in the corridors of the infirmary and crosses paths with the rest of his classmates. Atanagi-kun. I heard that Midoriya-san is already awake, Iida said. Yes, that's right, Mina is with her. I would give them some space though, if you know what I mean. Oh, I see, I guess it would be better to give the two of them some time alone, Momo said. As everyone leaves the infirmary to give the pair of girls their alone time, Yamikumo and Kanoko start talking. How do you feel? Kanoko asked. I'm fine. A little hungry, Yamikumo said. You want to eat something? Sure, Kanoko said. Wait a moment, a nurse said, stopping the couple. Atanagi-san, you still don't have the medical discharge to go out. Yes, but I don't like hospitals. Besides, I feel pretty good. Tell the doctors thanks but no thanks, Yamikumo said as he left the infirmary. Sorry, Kanoko said as she left with Yamikumo. Back with Izumi and Mina. The room was silent, and a slight discomfort could be felt in the environment. Neither of the two girls felt comfortable and neither did they have the courage to talk about what had happened. So, Izumi said. About what happened? Do you really mean it? That question gets Mina's attention. She quickly remembers what Izumi is mentioning. Flashback. During the attack of the villains. The group of students has just reached the 130th floor, however this floor was full of guard robots which would not allow them to pass. Midoriya-san, Iida said. You and Melissa-san have to move on, the rest of us will take care of the robots while you reset the security. No, we can find a way to avoid the robots, Izumi said. No, Iida-kun is right, you must continue, there is no other alternative, Momo said as she created some weapons. But, Izumi tried to say. Midoriya, I think they've already decided, Melissa said. Right. Good luck guys, Izumi said. Okay, let's go, Iida said, and in that the group charges against the robots. However, Izumi takes Mina by the arm and prevents her from going with the rest. Wait, before you go, I need to tell you something, Izumi said. Okay, shoot, Mina said, although she already had a vague idea of what Izumi meant. Taking all the courage she could, Izumi decided to confess. Well, I like you. And I would like to know if you and I and the two of us, and, you know, Izumi starts to mutter but some giggles stop her. The giggles came from Mina. That was very sweet. I guess I should answer, Mina said as she walked over to Izumi and placed her hands around Izumi's head. This is my answer. After these words, Mina proceeds to kiss Izumi on the lips. After a few seconds the kiss ends. That means, Izumi said, but Mina places a finger over Izumi's mouth. Shish, not now. You have to save the day first, Mina said and then went to help the others. Flashback end. After remembering that, Mina's cheeks turned slightly purple, however a smile appeared on her face. Yes, I really mean it. I like you too, Mina said before giving a hug to Izumi, who returned the hug. As both girls hug, Izumi looks at her right arm, remembering the dream she had. I have to talk about this with All Might. But that will be later. For now, I want to enjoy this moment. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.